Hello everyone, welcome to our audiobook channel. If you enjoy this story or want to hear more exciting content, don't forget to like, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. Your feedback helps us improve and bring even more captivating stories. Enjoy listening. Volume 1, Chapter 1 Merlin. Ban. Lin Fei felt himself flying through the air. His body was falling rapidly before he finally hit the ground. He felt horribly groggy, and a shrill noise of cars' brake rang in his ears. At this time, he found himself failing to open his eyes. His remaining subconsciousness could only register the chaotic noise that surrounded him. Hurry, call the police. There's been an accident. In the infinite darkness, Lin Fei thought he had witnessed a ray of light. Suddenly, he woke up winded as though he had been startled by a nightmare. His chest rose and fell as he panted for breath. He was still terrified inside. Where is this? The hospital? Lin Fei quickly checked himself as he remembered being flung into the air by a vehicle that was moving at a high speed. He found himself lying on a big, soft bed, wearing loose-fitting pajamas. There was also no injury on his body. How strange. I was thrown into the air by a car. How am I not injured at all? Besides, even if I was not injured, I should be in the hospital. Is this the hospital? It was only until now did Lin Fei raise his head to examine the room. It was a spacious room. Even the bed was draped with ornate. The vast blue sky outside of the window was visible through the thin fabric. However, gradually, Lin Fei realized something was wrong. There was no light nor air conditioner in this place. Anything electrical was not to be found. There was only a writing desk, a high stool, and a round stool. Some books bound with a string were placed on the writing desk, as well as a candlestick with 3 unfinished candles. Surprised, Lin Fei hurried to the massive mirror in the room. An unfamiliar young face appeared in the mirror. Tall nose, a long face as pale as a sheet of paper, long black hair, and a pair of uncommon blue eyes. The reflection in the mirror was no longer the face Lin Fei was familiar with. Who am I? Lin Fei mumbled as he plumped himself down on the bed. Immediately, an excruciating pain burned his head, accompanied by unfamiliar memories that came flooding his mind. Merlin M. Wilson. Merlin. Lin Fei hastily put these unexpected fragments of memories into order. This world he had passed through was a backward one, somewhat similar to the Western Middle Ages, which was ruled by several kingdoms. He was currently situated in a middle-sized city named Blackwater, under the rule of the Kingdom of Light. Merlin's father, Old Wilson, was a lord. Even though his rank as a baron was lowest in the nobility social class, he won the title by shedding blood and tears in battles. He joined the army when he was young and performed his service for 20 years. He also accomplished brilliant achievements in the battle when the Kingdom of Light sent troops to suppress the heretic Kingdom of Black Moon in the east. After being discharged from active military service, Old Wilson was conferred upon the title of Baron by the king alongside a piece of land of a favorable size. However, Old Wilson preferred to live in the city, hence, he only visited the fief when it came for time to collect taxes. Merlin regained great memories of Old Wilson, but his recollection of his mother was not clear. He only remembered vaguely that his mother was an Easterner who sought refuge from the Kingdom of Light, and that he has inherited his black hair from her. However, his mother passed away not long after giving birth to Merlin. Therefore, even Merlin himself could not recall her appearance. Dong, dong, dong. Just as Merlin was still immersed in his own memories, the knocking sound on the other side of the door sent him dashing to his bed as he called out, "Come in." The door to the bedroom was pushed open gently. A servant girl dressed in a gray uniform walked in with a change of clothes. "Young Master Merlin, this is your clothes for today," she said softly. Memories gushed into Merlin's mind at the sight of this servant girl. This was his personal maidservant named Lucia. "All right, leave them here, and off you go," Merlin replied. Lucia, who had kept her head low all the time, finally looked up at her young master. Her skin was fair with slight freckles, but that did not affect her beautiful appearance. "Young Master Merlin, young Lady Macy is waiting downstairs for breakfast." Merlin nodded. "Okay, I'll be down in a minute." Lucia bowed slightly, lifted her dress, and left the room without a sound. Finally, Merlin rose from his place and put on the change of clothes that Lucia had left on the desk. The comfortable white shirt was most probably made out of cotton. It was evidently purely handmade, as there was no trace of it being sewn by a machine. After putting on the black coat, Merlin scrutinized the person looking back at him from the mirror. Apart from the expression in his eyes and the slight resemblance from his past life, everything else was completely alien to him. Merlin left his bedroom for the hall downstairs and noticed his sister Macy sitting on the chair poised, albeit with a face full of annoyance. Evidently, she had been waiting for a long time. "Hurry up, Merlin. We don't want to be late to the church again," Macy urged. "Oh, where are we going?" Merlin asked as he sat down on the chair. His eyebrow raised in confusion as he genuinely had no idea where they were supposed to go. Although he had retrieved much of Wilson Merlin's memories, a major fragment of it still remained unearthed. Macy widened her eyes but refrained herself from hitting the roof. She lowered her voice and explained, "Merlin, cut it off. Although father has left to collect the taxes, he made it clear that it's obligatory for you to receive training from Swordsman Pierrot at the church every day." Merlin listened in silence. That one sentence that Macy said had revealed a great deal of information. Old Wilson had left for his landholdings and would not return for a while. This meant that, at least for now, he would be spared from being exposed by old Wilson before he completely regained his memory. "Very well," Merlin replied without much enthusiasm. He then picked up the cutleries and started on his breakfast. It was bread, milk, and some really thick wheat gruel which tasted delicious. It had given Merlin his appetite, and soon he gulped down 3 small bowls. Merlin finished his meal quickly and patted the corners of his mouth clean. Then, he began examining Macy. Macy was born by the 8th Lady of Old Wilson, whose name Merlin could not exactly recall. Macy, who had not realized herself being put under the scrutiny of her brother's eyes, urged, "Let's get going, we're running out of time." Swordsman Pierrot is a rather strict man. Therefore, Merlin and Macy hurried into the carriage that has long awaited them and finally left for the church. Chapter 2: A Backward World. Chapter 2: A Backward World. The whirring of the wheels went as the carriage moved unsteadily on the ground of Blackwater City, which was laid out with irregular bluestone. It was very uneven, and it felt a little uncomfortable traveling in the carriage. Merlin sat next to Macy, and the faint fragrance coming from her comforted Merlin. However, the carriage ride was indeed too bumpy. After a short while of trying to adapt, Merlin gave up and leaned back on the carriage, his legs slightly bent. This posture made him feel more at ease. However, Macy was very dissatisfied. She looked at Merlin's legs in front of her eyes and frowned slightly. "Merlin, can't you position your legs properly? You are a nobleman, and you must act like one." "I'll just lie down for a bit. I didn't sleep well last night," Merlin replied with indifference. still keeping the position he felt most comfortable. Unexpectedly, Macy did not argue with Merlin. She bit her lip gently, and a hint of worry washed across her face. She asked cautiously, "Is it because of Avril?" Merlin did not reply, hence Macy continued speaking. "Actually, there's no need for you to be worried. No matter what, Avril is officially engaged to you, witnessed by decades of friendship between the Parman family and the Wilson family. She will be married to you eventually. Anyhow, you have to quit fooling around as well, and spend more effort on making Avril like you better." Although Merlin kept his eyes closed, he was not really sleeping. He remembered with his heart each and every word Macy told him. "Avril is my fiancée, but, from what I gathered from Macy, it seems like Avril isn't quite fond of me. Why can't I remember anything about this matter?" Merlin only regained a fraction of his memory, and the rest was lost forever. In order to not expose himself to others, he had to listen carefully to what everyone says and analyze the information thoroughly. For instance, this Avril that Macy had mentioned must be another important piece of information. Merlin kept the knowledge in his mind. Merlin was getting rather irritated after lying down for a while. He drew the curtains and shivered as the cold breeze blew. "Winter is coming," Merlin exclaimed. It was already September, the last month of the fall season, but it seemed that the cold has arrived earlier than expected. "You're right, winter is coming, although I'm unsure why the weather has gotten cold quicker this year." Merlin wrapped his clothes tighter around himself as he curled into the corner of the carriage. It appeared to be still drizzling outside. There were not many people on the street, apart from a few tramps who knelt to the ground as they begged from the well-dressed people. These tramps clothed themselves in some rough linens that they probably collected from somewhere, and they appeared as thin as hemp ropes. Their eyes were filled with desperation. There were also several really young children among them. The others showed a look of disdain as they passed by. Some even covered their noses and mouths and sped on hastily. Merlin's eyes swept past these tramps without much interest and shifted his attention at the group of knights crowded by the street. These knights all had silver light armors wrapped around the upper body, a wooden shield in hand, and a sword of half a human's height on their back. They imposed an impressive commanding manner. The crowd on the street seemed to be very afraid of these knights, and some children, when they saw these knights, showed a hint of envy on their faces. Merlin frowned. He had no idea who these knights were, but even so, he did not dare to inquire Macy about it. Macy also noticed these knights from inside of the carriage. However, she seemed at the least impressed and said coldly, "It's them again, Knights of the City Defense Troops. A pleasant to the eye, but of no use. Judging by the large number, perhaps yet another town has been encountered with bandits. More and more disturbance has arisen recently. Many bandits appear in the small towns surrounding Blackwater City." Merlin remained silent as he registered this information into his mind. He has just arrived in this world, and his memory was made up of bits and pieces in a chaotic order. He was not in the best position to speak more. Merlin observed the situation in silence for a little longer. Although there were only about 100 of these knights, they were all well equipped, and each of them had an imposing manner. They were definitely not as useless as Macy had accounted. These knights were getting ready to leave the town, and soon they disappeared from Merlin's sight. A brief moment later, Merlin, who began to tremble because of the cold wind, finally let down the curtain and returned to the warmth of the carriage. Some time later, the carriage gradually came to a halt. "Moss," the coachman announced softly. "Young Master Merlin, young Lady Macy, we've arrived at the church. All right, let's get down. We're here at the church. Macy, who appeared extremely energized, jumped off the carriage at once. Merlin, who followed behind, stretched his body and moved his stiff neck. He raised his head at the sight of the church in front of his eyes. This church covered an extremely expansive area, almost as large as 4 to 5 football fields. There were ordinary believers as well as some aristocrats dressed in aristocratic costumes. They all came to the church for morning prayers. The Kingdom of Light officially established their beliefs in the God of Light. The power of the church was enormous. Almost every city had a church after the God of Light. The people that visited the church for morning prayers as such were endless. Merlin also followed the crowd to the church hall. On the white walls inside were several huge murals. These colorful and lively paintings were obviously religious murals that praised the God of Light. Merlin noticed that on the mural positioned in the middle right was a tall deity of vague features, being surrounded with a soft holy light. The white light shrouded many believers, including the elderly, children, men, women, nobles, commoners, and even criminals. The faces of these people were washed over with a sincere and peaceful smile under the holy light. The name of this religious mural was called God Loves the World. It was written in the sacred language of light. Based on the memories inherited by Merlin, he was rather familiar with the scriptures written on the murals. In addition to this mural named God Loves the World, there were also other murals such as God Expels the Darkness, God Brings the Light, God Punishes the Devil, God Descending Miracles, God Blessing Believers, and so on. Although the murals expressed different stories, the meanings they aimed to convey were the same. All of them praised the glorious deeds of God of Light. The devout believers bowed their heads down and crossed their hands before their chest as they prayed under the guidance of the pastor. In just a minute, the sounds of prayers filled the vast church. Merlin thought of those tramps earlier on the street, and then scanned the room full of people who were praying piously. He finally realized that this was indeed a very backward world after all. Chapter 3 Supernatural Civilization. Chapter 3 Supernatural Civilization. The praying time lasted only half an hour. The believers gradually dispersed when the church bells rang, indicating the time. Merlin, on the other hand, was held back and directed to the small door of the church by the anxious Macy. Soon, both of them arrived in the backyard of the church. There, Merlin noticed about 20 people of different ages practicing swordsmanship under the guidance of a middle-aged man. Macy walked toward this middle-aged man uneasily and said in a low voice, "Lord Pirro." The man in front was Swordsman Pirro. He, who appeared about 30 years old, was dressed in a silver light armor. In his hand held a greatsword with a width of 4 fingers. His eyes, which brimmed of a radiating vigor, imposed on him a dignified manner. Swordsman Pirro glanced at Merlin and Macy before saying softly, "Get into formation." Macy was glad that Swordsman Pirro did not punish them. Immediately, she and Merlin wormed their way into the crowd. Merlin was feeling rather confused when he joined the crowd. Just as he was at a loss of what to do, a red-haired young man waved at him from the back. "Merlin, hurry up." The red-haired young lad shouted at Merlin with an exaggerated expression. Merlin hesitated for a second. Soon, his memory reminded him of that red-haired young man, and hence he walked swiftly toward the young man. "Hey, Merlin, you're late again. Look at Swordsman Pirro's annoyed face, you're going to be in trouble." The red-haired young man mocked. Merlin frowned. It was not that he cared much about the punishment from Swordsman Pierrot. Instead, he was trying all his might to recollect the memory of the red-haired young man. Although his memory was partially lost, he had a strong memory of that red-haired man. Therefore, he tried really hard to recollect his memory, and gradually they came back to him in bits and pieces. The red-haired young man called Anson was Merlin's best friend, who was also a son of a baron. However, he was different from Merlin. He was not to inherit the baron title as there were two elder brothers before him. Anson kept on talking, but Merlin, who was lost in his own thoughts, could not care much about what Anson was babbling on about. Just then, Swordsman Pierrot's eyes met theirs. Anson, who could not seem to stop chattering just seconds before, immediately shut his mouth and pulled on a serious face. Swordsman Pierrot then shifted his gaze and pointed to the racks of weapons near him. There were all sorts of weapons, including great swords, shields, daggers, sabers, great axes, and others. Merlin, Anson, carry this iron shield to the center. Anson's face fell the moment Swordsman Pierrot spoke. He forced out a smile and turned to Merlin. "We're dead. You're the one who's late to practice, but I have to suffer your misfortune." Despite the grumble, Anson stood up quickly together with Merlin and went forward to the rack, ready to move that black iron shield. Even though its size was not too big, the shield was unusually heavy. Merlin and Anson strained every muscle on their body, but only managed to lift it up slightly. Merlin was puzzled. Who in the world could lift such a heavy shield, and what was the point if no one could lift it? Merlin and Anson were breathless when they finally moved the shield to the center and rested it against a boulder. They retreated to a side respectfully and waited for instructions from Swordsman Pierrot. However, Swordsman Pierrot ignored Merlin and Anson. He announced to the people below, "All of you have been practicing for a while now, and I shall test your strength today. Whoever thinks they can break this shield by hand are welcome to try." Merlin's facial expression changed slightly. Anson and he had exhausted themselves by moving the shield. It should be evident to the others on how hard and solid this iron shield was. Anyone who wanted to break this shield with their bare hands would definitely be asking for trouble. He thought Swordsman Pierrot only wanted to examine the courage of these people. "Teacher, I would like to try." Soon, a burly man stood up and said to Swordsman Pierrot. Swordsman Pierrot nodded and replied, "Well, go ahead, Cawthon." Anson whispered at the sight of the burly man, "It's Cawthon again." Just because he's a disciple of Swordsman Pierrot, he always puts on an air of grandeur as if he's above everyone else. Cawthon strode to the shield. He took a deep breath, clenched his fists and began to gather his strength. Bang! Suddenly, Cawthon punched his fist forcefully onto the iron shield. The punch was extremely fast. It was shown that Cawthon had indeed exhausted all his might, but what was strange was that hint of white light that appeared around Cawthon's fist. The deafening sound lasted for a long time. Not only was the iron shield not broken, that powerful punch did not even leave any trace on its surface. Swordsman Pierrot shook his head and said faintly, "Cawthon, do not use brute force. Remember, elemental force is the most powerful. Use your heart to guide the elemental force. It's the mightiest force of an elemental swordsman." It was obvious that Cawthon was also dissatisfied with himself. He bowed to Swordsman Pierrot before returning to his seat. Cawthon has the talent, but it takes more to become an elemental swordsman." Anson laughed mockingly at Cawthon's failed attempt. Although Merlin appeared calm on the surface, intense surges of feelings and emotions washed through his heart. Even Merlin, who stood in a distance away, felt a gush of strong wind coming from the punch that Cawthon had just performed. The strength of that punch was so forceful it was terrifying. As far as Merlin knew, it was not a force that could be possessed by ordinary people. This was not the most surprising part. What surprised Merlin the most was that Cawthon was not injured at all after landing such a powerful blow on the sturdy iron shield. This was beyond the understanding of Merlin. Who else would like to try? Swordsman Pierrot once again looked at the crowd at his foot. "Lord Pierrot, let me try." The voice sounded familiar. Merlin's eyes narrowed as he realized it was his sister, Macy, who had just volunteered. Swordsman Pierrot nodded. "Well, Macy, go on." Macy hurried to the shield and winked mischievously at Merlin. As she took a deep breath, her rounded peaks moved up and down. Anson's eyes stared straight ahead at the spectacular sight. Bang! There came another loud noise. Macy had landed a punch not any weaker than Cawthon's. This time, Merlin studied very carefully. He noticed that an extremely faint glow of fire actually flashed around Macy's fist. The faint flame shrouded intermittently around Macy's fist. Just like Cawthon, the petite Macy also did not injure her hand after the punch. It was as though she did not strike her fist against a hard iron shield. However, Merlin, who just moved the shield, knew clearly that an iron shield of such a heavy weight was definitely made out of real iron. "I don't have any recollection in my memory that Macy actually has such great strength. Is this even possible?" Merlin felt that pieces of really important memories were lost from his mind. "Is there anyone else that would like to try it out?" Swordsman Pierrot asked once again, but this time no one stepped forward. Therefore, Swordsman Pierrot stood up slowly and walked toward the shield. He suddenly raised his voice. "Look closely. The real secret of an elemental swordsman is in the elements. The force of the elements is unparalleled. Only by carefully guiding the element that the exceptional power can erupt." As soon as his voice faded away, Swordsman Pierrot clenched his right fist. In the blink of an eye, a flame flared up directly out of his hand. His entire arm seemed to be wrapped in flames. Crack! Swordsman Pedro punched his fist into the shield. Almost immediately, that hard iron shield, like a wooden board, scattered on the ground into several pieces of iron scraps. Even the boulder behind the shield was affected under the powerful force, forming numerous dense cracks on the surface. This supernatural force. Merlin stared with his mouth open. His mind was in a state of complete blankness. Everything in front of him was beyond his cognition. The human body could actually emit flames, and the power of Swordsman Pierrot was comparable to a small-sized bomb. Initially, Merlin thought that the world he had crossed into was a very backward civilization. However, now it seemed that this was not the case at all. The punch performed by Swordsman Pierrot earlier clearly proved that this world was a supernatural civilization. Chapter 4 Elemental Swordsman. Chapter 4 Elemental Swordsman. Merlin still had the dull look in his eyes as Anson next to him spoke in an envious tone. "Swordsman Pierrot is getting more and more powerful. The impact he made last time was not even as strong. The chances are 10 to 1 that Swordsman Pierrot is going to succeed in becoming a second-level fire swordsman." Indeed, elemental affinity has a high influence on the cultivation progress. Swordsman Pierrot only cultivated for 3 years and he will soon become a second-level fire swordsman. He's considerably one of the fastest in the church in Blackwater City. Fire swordsman. Merlin's heart jolted. He heard Swordsman Pierrot mentioning earlier the term elemental swordsman numerous times, but he had no idea what it actually meant. He thought it was just the way they addressed a person who practiced swordsmanship, but now it seemed there was more to that. Merlin's memory was only partially merged. Hence, many key memories were still unable to be retrieved. Among them was the memory related to this elemental swordsman. Merlin had no impression about it at all. He was eager to know everything about elemental swordsmen, but he also knew that he could not inquire directly without raising doubts from others. Therefore, he beat around the bush and asked Anson in a subtle manner. Fortunately, Anson did not suspect anything. Besides, he was a close friend of Merlin, so he revealed a lot of information inadvertently. It turned out that Swordsman Pyrrho was not just another swordsman, but an elemental swordsman of a powerful force. In this world, many people were born with an elemental affinity. These people could absorb invisible elements in the surroundings into their body. When the degree of elements was accumulated to a certain level, the force could be guided out of the body by special methods and erupt into a powerful force. These people were called elemental swordsmen. Of course, swords were not the only necessary tool in introducing elements into the body. For instance, some people with an affinity to the wind element could become amazing hunters with the assistance of a strong bow. The reason why they were called elemental swordsmen was that the vast majority of people in this world utilized swords in this cultivation. Swordsman Pyrrho was already a true fire swordsman. However, in the case of Cawthon and Macy, they only had the elemental affinity without yet the ability to completely guide the force of the elements out of the body. Or perhaps the accumulation of elements inside the body was not enough. Hence, they could not be considered real elemental swordsmen. However, as long as they persevered in practice, they might become powerful elemental swordsmen on par with Swordsman Pyrrho, who could perform such terrifying punch. Merlin felt really excited at the knowledge of this. Did it not mean that he could also possess such a powerful force? However, Anson's next words extinguished his hope. Merlin, elemental swordsmen are tremendously powerful, and their future is boundless. However, we don't have any elemental affinity. It is destined that we will never be an elemental swordsman. You might get off better as your sister Macy is one of them with a high affinity to the fire element. Perhaps she will turn out a fire swordsman in the future. On the other hand, you are the absolute heir to the Wilson family. Even if things don't turn out well for you in the time to come, you can easily become a baron. But what about me? I have 2 older brothers, so it's impossible for me to inherit to the title. Anson was getting low-spirited as he spoke about this and finally kept his mouth shut. No elemental affinity. It was as if Merlin had just been splashed with a bucket of cold water. He calmed down in an instant. According to Anson, elemental affinity was the key to becoming an elemental swordsman. For instance, Swordsman Pyrrho, who had an affinity to the fire element, was able to introduce fire element into his body as his own power and eventually became a powerful fire swordsman. Generally, the stronger the elemental affinity, the easier it would be to introduce the elements into the body, thus becoming a swordsman. Swordsmen were divided into categories based on the different types of elements, including fire swordsmen, ice swordsmen, wind swordsmen, and many other. However, the noblest and the one with the brightest future were the light swordsmen that possessed affinity to the light elements. Once the light elements were absorbed into the body, the person would become a light swordsman. Almost every light swordsman would become a guardian swordsman of the Church of Light. They received help and support from the church, and their speed of cultivation was comparably quicker than other swordsmen. However, no matter what type of elemental swordsman, the elemental affinity was fundamental. People without elemental affinity would never become elemental swordsmen. Like Merlin and Anson, they precisely belonged to the class without any element affinity. The people who came to practice swordsmanship with Swordsman Piro were divided into three categories. The first ones were civilians who did not have any slightest background status. Each of them possessed elemental affinity and belonged to a higher class of people, so they were allowed here by the church. If they were fortunate enough to become an elemental swordsman, they would be taken in to join the armed forces of the church. Cawthon was one of the best among them. The second category was the children of the aristocratic, but the aristocrats that possessed elemental affinity. Compared to the civilians aforementioned, these aristocrats with high background statuses had a brighter future. Once they became elemental swordsmen, their families would send them to a larger city for further studies. Their future was promising. Macy belonged to this class of people. The third category was people like Merlin and Anson. They were also children of the aristocratic, but they have no elemental affinity, and that limited their achievements in the future. Although these three types of people practiced swordsmanship under Swordsman Piro, they were distinct from one another as each belonged to their own small circle. After a long time, Merlin thought of Cawthon, who had showcased his outstanding performance. He then whispered, "How about the elemental affinity of Cawthon? Cawthon, he is probably the most talented among us, because of his affinity to the light element. Once the light element is introduced into his body successfully, he will go leaps and bounds to become guardian swordsman of the church. He is definitely going places. He has already attracted the attention of the church even though he has not yet become an elemental swordsman. Even Swordsman Piro has accepted him as a disciple. For him to become an elemental swordsman is only a matter of time." Anson glanced at Cawthon, who was in the front row when he finished speaking. His eyes showed a glint of envy. As if noticing Merlin was feeling quite disheartened, Anson murmured, "Cawthon is born a talent, but your sister Macy has a high potential too. She also has an affinity to the fire element just like Swordsman Piro, so he will definitely spend effort in educating her. With Macy, your Wilson family will not decline in the next few decades. Compared to me, you'll be in a way better position in the future." Merlin had a sudden inspiration. He was surprised to learn his sister Macy had such extensive potential. Besides, as Anson mentioned earlier, it was noticeable that Swordsman Piro frequently checked on Cawthon and Macy from time to time, closely watching their cultivation process. This showed that he had high expectation on Cawthon and Macy. Chapter 5 Antique Eye. Chapter 5 Antique Eye. The morning passed in the blink of an eye. Swordsman Piro only focused his attention on those who had elemental affinities. On the other hand, he let people such as Merlin and Anson, who had no elemental affinities, do as they like. Swordsman Piro clapped his hands to announce the end of the morning swordsmanship practice. Some people already stood up and started to leave. Macy appeared excited. It seemed that she yielded good results under the guidance of Swordsman Piro today. Macy had an eye contact with Anson, who greeted her somewhat awkwardly as she came to meet Merlin. "Young Lady Macy." "Humph." Macy ignored Anson and turned around. It seemed she was not fond of him. "Let's go, we shall hurry back." Macy took Merlin by arm and quickly left the church. Outside, Moss had long waited on the carriage. "Merlin, see you in the afternoon." From behind, Anson made a strange face at Merlin before getting into his carriage and leaving the church. In the carriage, Macy stared fiercely at Merlin and gasped out in anger. "Merlin, I've told you many times not to hang out with Anson. He always influences you to fool around. It seemed that Macy was not fond of Anson at all and regarded him as a bad influence on Merlin. However, judging from their interaction earlier, Anson seemed more fearful than angry of her. "Why does Anson seem to be afraid of you?" asked Merlin. "Didn't Anson tell you?" Macy looked suspiciously at Merlin, but soon she seemed to realize something. She nodded and said, "I understand. It must be too shameful for Anson to say." A few seconds later, Macy raised her fist angrily. "I found out the last time Anson took you to fool around with some women, so I secretly taught him a painful lesson. However, it seems that he didn't learn from experience. It's about time for another reminder." Merlin was speechless, looking at the way Macy was pleased with herself. Perhaps his sister had violent tendencies. However, it was no wonder Anson was intimidated of her, considering the frightening power Macy possessed. The carriage kept bumping along the road, and it was feeling rather dull inside the carriage. After a long while, Merlin asked Macy hesitantly, "Macy, how did you sense the elements?" Macy lifted her head in surprise, but she still considered his question seriously before whispering, "It's really simple. I can sense it when I close my eyes, but I can only sense the fire elements. I can't see or touch it, but am able to sense it. I can even sense when they gradually enter my body. Later, I can gather them into a powerful force when I finally accumulate enough of them." Merlin nodded slightly. He quietly closed his eyes and tried to feel it the way that Macy explained, but he could not sense the slightest thing. Perhaps elemental affinity was indeed innate. There was no way to change it. The people without elemental affinity was not possible to sense the elements. Merlin's plan of becoming an elemental swordsman fell through. Not long after the carriage arrived at the Wilson Castle, the butler had already prepared a hearty lunch. There was a lamb that was roasted to perfect golden yellow that gave off strong meaty aroma. However, Merlin had no appetite and only ate a little. Macy, on the other hand, ate with a gusto. When she finally devoured the whole lamb, she patted her belly satisfactorily. She leaned back on the seat and glanced at Merlin before speaking in a worried tone. "Merlin, I'm skipping etiquette class this afternoon to practice sword in the church. You'll go to the class in Moss carriage, but you must come back before night falls. Don't you dare go fooling around with that bad influence Anson again, otherwise, you know the consequences." Father specifically asked me to keep an eye on you before he leaves. Merlin nodded slightly at Macy's threat. It seemed that the former Merlin was always sort of half-baked. Macy left the castle soon after. Merlin felt the weather was getting colder, hence he went upstairs to fetch himself a thick coat before returning downstairs to get into Moss' carriage. In the carriage, Merlin rubbed his temple at his problem. He completely had no idea that he was to attend an etiquette class in the afternoon. This showed that his memory loss was actually quite severe. Fortunately, he had Moss. He was a good person. Moss had not much to say in the carriage and fulfilled his duty to send Merlin to the class. Merlin got out of the carriage. In front of his eyes was a three-story building with a rusty iron fence at the entrance. An old gatekeeper curled up in the corner seemed to be dozing off, his eyes half squinting. However, he would open the iron fence as long as someone arrived. "Young Master Merlin's here unusually early today." The old man who guarded the door was wrapped in a broken coat, his face had turned red in the cold wind. He greeted Merlin familiarly. Due to Merlin's memory loss, he could not remember the old man's name. He only nodded and smiled. It was empty inside, so Merlin headed for the small building. The creaky floorboard squeaked as he stepped on the wooden stairs as if his weight was too much of a burden. The walls next to the stairs were painted with some colorful murals of characters and scenery of various quality. Even he who was not involved in the art world would notice that some of these murals were no different from graffiti. Merlin came to a few empty spacious rooms as he loitered aimlessly on the second floor. There were some instruments such as tambourines and organs, so these should be the place for music lessons. "Hey, Merlin, what are you doing there? We don't have a music lesson, but a history lesson for today." Merlin turned his head around at the familiar voice. It was the red-haired Anson. Anson grabbed Merlin and brought him to the third floor, all the while acting mysterious, and winked his eyes at Merlin. "Come on, we should hurry so we get good seats. I heard that we have a new history teacher today. A really beautiful one. I'm really looking forward to seeing her." Merlin was unsure where to go, so he followed Anson all the way to a spacious room on the third floor. There were already more than a dozen young men and women dressed in gorgeous costumes seated in the room. People gathered in a small group and chatted gaily. When Merlin and Anson arrived, a fat man sitting in the front row waved frantically at their direction. "Good job, Gut. You got us such good seats. You've always been the most proactive every time we have a beautiful teacher." Anson was all smiles when he greeted the little fatty. Chapter 6 Antiques I. Chapter 6 Antiques Roman II. Merlin could still faintly recall Gut, the little fatty, from his memory. Thus, Merlin searched his memory the best he could, unmoving on the surface. Finally, some information about Gut popped up from his memory. Gut. His full name was Dugland Gut. The Dugland family was nothing notable. They only attained their status during the generation of the old Dugland. Even though they were not wealthy, they were not even nobles on top of that. Old Dugland was truly incredible. He built his fame from scratch. From the status of a civilian, he had become the wealthy man in the current Blackwater city in just a few decades. More than 90% of the jewels in the entire Blackwater city was managed by the Dugland family, so the little fatty Gut tended to be generous with his spending. Naturally, he soon mixed well with Merlin and Anson. Gut was very chubby. Sitting at the front row, he himself could take up the seats for two. He had small eyes and, with a little squint, his eyes could almost transform into a thin line. Gut was obviously elated when he saw Merlin and Anson. He quickly said, "Quick, I already saved seats for both of you. It's in the first row." Merlin and Anson sat down at rest. Then, both of them began to discuss their new history teacher relentlessly. Merlin shook his head slightly. Looking at Anson and Gut, almost all their topic included women. No wonder Macy warned Merlin to not fool around. Without proper self-control, it was indeed not easy to not fool around with these two guys around. However, Merlin still attained something useful. From their casual conversation, he slowly understood the situation. This was the etiquette class for nobles that was set up by a noble in Blackwater City. The purpose of this class was to teach aristocratic etiquette specifically for people like him. These aristocratic etiquettes included music, history, philosophy, art, and all sorts of complicated things. Other than those born into a noble family, the son of a wealthy man like Gut, though not of a noble bloodline, would be sent here to learn of aristocratic etiquette as well. It was to ease the communication with a noble in the future. After a while, the whole room became crowded. People kept flooding in. The empty house before was almost full at this moment. Merlin made an estimation. There were about 40 people in the house. One of them was a thin, pale man. He walked through the front door and seemed to intentionally walk past Merlin. He took a glance at Merlin and snorted. He was full of disdain towards Merlin. He then sat at the back row. Merlin could not remember much about this man, but apparent enough, this man was not that friendly with Merlin. Throughout again. This self-centered guy. Merlin, don't mind about him. The marriage between you and Avril has already been decided. No matter how unsatisfied this guy is, there's no use anyway. Anson said in a low voice. Merlin nodded as he grasped at this information. However, Merlin was not aware of Throughout's identity. He was lucky to have a big-mouthed friend like Anson who easily spat out information just by a little nudge. Throughout was the oldest son of the Vingelt family. Just like Merlin, he was also the absolute heir to the Baron title. In fact, Merlin and Throughout's conflict was not exactly personal. It was more of a conflict between families. It was rather clique. Speaking of this, Baron Vingelt once fell in love with a woman. Coincidentally, old Wilson fell in love with her as well. Both even had a duel secretly for her. At last, it was old Wilson who won the duel and got the woman. She was the current 8th wife of old Wilson, Macy's mother. Merlin was speechless. He did not think that huge-breasted madam had such a charm in her during her younger days to the point of sparking a duel between two men of nobility. Throughout loved Avril, and the Vingelt family also begged for her hand through the Parman family. However, in the end, Baron Parman allowed Avril to be engaged to Merlin instead. Thus, the conflict between the Vingelt family and the Wilson family became completely tied and unable to dissolve. Merlin, Throughout hates you to the bone. He always seeks trouble with you. You need to be careful. Stay away from him and don't fight with him. Even though this guy is self-centered, it is undeniable that he has a few things up his sleeve. He possesses affinity to the earth element and has a great chance of becoming Earth Swordsman. The three of us combined won't be able to go against him. Anson advised deeply, apparently rather cautious against Throughout. Elemental Swordsman again. Merlin nodded. He had the opportunity to witness the power of these people who had an affinity to the elements. Naturally, he would not be so dumb as to start a fight with Throughout. After a short while, the sound of boots slamming on the floor could be heard from outside of the house. A lady entered the room. Immediately, the whole room became silent. This lady had long legs that were wrapped in nude-colored stockings. She was wearing a cashmere overcoat, but it could not cover the lush hills on her chest. She had a hot body that released a sort of mature and seductive aura about her. Even though she looked seductive with her hot body, every movement of hers was filled with elegance. Enchanting and elegance, both extremely different qualities, seemed to perfectly merge in this lady. Perfect. Anson and Dut stared hard at this lady who just came, obviously overwhelmed by her aura. The lady did not mind the gaze set upon her. She gave a mild smile. I am your new history teacher. You can call me Jir. Perfect. Utmost perfect. I can't believe I met such a perfect lady. No way. Merlin, Gut, let's make this clear first. Never go for Jir. She is mine. Anson seemed very worked up to the point of spouting nonsense. Gut said with dissatisfaction, PFFT. Anson, can't you see how many have their eyes set on her still? If you really want to do this, it's not impossible, too. Everyone knows what's the deal for being a teacher here. Isn't it just to seduce the nobles here? These people want to attain the status. Let me look up the history of this Jir after this. At least, it makes it easier for you to get close to her. As for Gut's words, Merlin could not comment much. He had no impression of this place in his memory. Naturally, he did not know of the situation here. However, after listening to the conversation between Dut and Anson, most of the female teachers here came to seduce nobles. If they were able to succeed, they could attain the status they wanted. In fact, their previous history teacher no longer came to give classes because she had gotten together with the son of a baron. Thus, the teachers that came here basically did not have many pure motives. Jir seemed extremely calm as she said nonchalantly, "All right. Let's begin our class. Today, I'm going to talk about antiquities with you." As soon as she finished her sentence, Jir took a delicate ring from her pocket. She held it high. The sunlight that shot through the window fell on the ring, presenting a porcelain-like white color. Chapter 7 Jir. Chapter 7 Jir. History delivers knowledge and civilization to the people. Therefore, as a noble, you must learn about the history. Antiques bore the marks of the history. To learn history well, you must learn about antiques well. The nobles ought to be knowledgeable, elegant, and intelligent. A true noble must love antiques and be an expert about it. This ring in my hand, can anyone tell me about its background? Jir held the ring up high. Under the sunlight, it did not give off much of a gleam. Obviously, it was not made from gemstones. Its material should be rather special. Merlin knew nothing about antiques, but Anson fancied it more. He used to collect some interesting antiques usually. Hearing Jir's question, Anson immediately stood up. "Miss Jir, can I have a good look at the ring, please?" Jir nodded and handed the ring to Anson. Anson caressed the ring lightly and studied the pattern on it carefully. At last, he said confidently, "This ring is made from a special material. My guess is jade. Using jade to make rings. Historically, it was only during the secret age of the Multer Empire 3,600 years ago that it was common for people to make rings out of jade. The pattern on the ring also presents a similar fashion. It should be a ring from the age of the Multer Empire without a doubt." As she listened to Anson's logical analysis about the ring's background, a hint of surprise dashed across Jir's eyes. She nodded. "That's right. You said well. What is your name?" Anson was elated and immediately replied, "I am Anson." Jir nodded and continues, "Good. Anson's analysis is accurate. I can see that Anson is very knowledgeable. He has already gotten a hold of the most basic element of aristocracy etiquette. Every noble should be knowledgeable. However, even if you don't know anything about antiques now, that's all right. I will use a long time to teach you the basic fundamentals of understanding antiques. Now I will show this ring around. Feel the material and look at the pattern on it. Feel the touch of time upon it." The ring was first passed to the people at the front row like Merlin. Merlin was not particularly interested in antiques, but he was intrigued by the Multer Empire Jir mentioned. Merlin had some recollection of this Multer Empire in his memory. The Multer Empire 3,600 years ago was undoubtedly a great yet secretive empire. It was great because the Multer Empire 3,600 years ago had ruled over the whole land unlike now. There were at least a few dozens of kingdoms in the entire land now. It was secretive because the downfall of the Multer Empire was unbelievable. It had fallen almost in one night and without any indication. The entire Multer Empire only existed for less than 100 years. Until now, there was not any acknowledged conclusion about the reason why the Multer Empire had crumbled apart in one night. Why would such a huge empire crumble apart in one night? Merlin could not believe this. He tended to believe that the flow of time had caused inaccurate rumors to pass down generations upon generations. And so, the true reason that Molter Empire had fallen was covered up. The ring was passed to the back and Jir followed to the back. At this time, Merlin noticed the riled-up Anson had a difficult look on him. "What's wrong, Anson?" Merlin asked in a light voice. Anson took a complicated glance at Jir, who walked to the back, then sighed. He slowly said, "It is most probably impossible to get Jir now. I thought she is the same as any other woman that came here for some rich noble boys. But after seeing that ring, I think this is not plausible. Do you know how much that ring cost?" "A dozen silver coins." Gut did not know much about antiques as well. To him, gemstones were the most valuable. This ring was only made from jades. It was good enough to worth a dozen silver coins. However, Anson shook his head. "It can't be bought even from a dozen gold coins. You may not know this, the antiques from the age of the Molter Empire priced at an unbelievable value in the current market. Don't even mention this delicate-looking ring that belongs to the nobles then. She can bring out an antique that priced at more than a few dozens of gold coins. Do you seriously think Jir came for money?" Merlin fell into his thoughts. In this world, there were three currencies that could be used at face value: gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. A gold coin was equivalent to $1,000 in his previous life. A few dozens of gold coins were equal to more than 10,000. Someone who could bring out more than 10,000 nonchalantly wouldn't seduce the nobles for status indeed. Yeah, makes sense. Look like this woman has some background there, but that's fine. There is no one that I can't investigate. Give me a few days. I can even dig out the information of Jir's previous 3 generations. Gut was brimming with confidence. Jir's first lesson soon passed. These nobles only had one class each day, so people began to leave slowly. Merlin and his friends came out of the building. Moss was already waiting at that place. When Merlin was about to get into the carriage, Anson quickly tugged at his coat and spoke in a low voice. "Merlin, what are you doing going back so early? Let's go to a place together." Merlin thought of Macy's previous warning. He shook his head helplessly. "It's fine. I should get back early. I will pass today. Moreover, Macy warned me to go back before the day gets dark anyway." Anson quickly said, "Merlin, where do you think we are going? Hee. I am bringing you to open your eyes now. Lately, an acquaintance of mine brought some new antiques. Gut and I want to take a look at it." "Just antiques?" Merlin was a little hesitant. "Of course. Let's go." Merlin finally nodded and said to Anson and Gut, "Come on up. Let Moss send us there." Anson was disdainful. "With this it's a torture to be in there. Let us take Gut's carriage." Merlin raised his head. An extravagant-looking carriage that was covered with a layer of fur and pulled by 4 horses appeared in front of them. Merlin compared the carriages and showed a bitter smile. He nodded then and told Moss, "Pick Macy up at the church. It's more comfortable to take the carriage in such a cold weather." "Young Master Merlin, then how are you coming back?" Moss took a look at Anson and Gut, his face full of worry. Gut waved his hand. "I will send young Master Merlin back." Moss nodded and said no more. He immediately directed his coach towards the church. Merlin and the bunch then went into Gut's luxurious carriage and slowly left. Chapter 8 Relief Sculpture. Chapter 8 Relief Sculpture. In the carriage, the seats were covered with soft fur. The fur emitted a warm vibe in this cold weather. Even though Merlin was not clear with the pricing in this world, but he knew the fur he sat on now definitely worth a lot of money. Even Merlin, who was born into a noble family, had to exclaim, how sumptuous. Even though the nobles had a high social status in terms of wealth, the Wilson family was far behind the Dudland family with its income stemming just from tax collection. It was, as expected, the luxurious carriage has an enjoyable seat. Without waiting much longer, they had reached their destination, and the carriage slowly came to a halt. "All right, let's get down." Anson could not wait to usher him down. After that, they entered a small shop. The shop looked empty since there were only a few products placed on the shelves. Merlin was not familiar with this place. Albeit full of confusion, he would not say it out loud. Instead, he followed Anson and Gut closely. Anson and Gut seemed to know their way around. Both headed straight to the counter where there was a young girl in an outrageous outfit. Once she saw Anson and Gut, she flashed a smile at them. Young Master Anson and young Master Gut. The young girl apparently knew Anson and Gut. "All right. Let's go inside. I heard your boss got some new stuff in lately." Anson rubbed his hands and asked the girl. "Yeah, my boss got some new stuff in. Some are of superior quality. I am sure young Master Anson and young Master Gut will be satisfied with them," the young girl said as she pressed something under the counter. Following that, a wall in front of them began to turn, showing a dark passage underneath. "Linny, let me check if you have grown up lately." Gut came right in front of this girl named Linny and reached out his fat hand. He actually reached right into the girl's breast and grabbed her. "Fatty, let's go." Anson yelled in a hurry when he saw Gut was falling behind. "Hee, coming." Gut took out his fat hands and threw a shiny gold coin into Linny's hands. After that, he followed Anson's footsteps into the dark passage. The passage was a little dark in the beginning. However, after a while, a fiery light could be spotted. It appeared that there were candles at the two sides of the passage used for illumination purposes. Merlin squinted his eyes to find that the passage was heading downwards. They were already about 8 feet deep into the ground. This passage was dug deep, it appears. After walking for about 100 meters, some sound finally came to them. Along with some exclamation, Anson obviously picked up his pace and soon, they were out of the passage. At the end of it was an extremely wide hall. It was about the size of 2 football fields. There were not many people in there, but all of them stood in groups of 2 or 3. They were discussing the antiques lying around in this hall. Surely, this was the place Anson and Gut wanted to come. Anson arrived in the hall as his eyes darted around. Then, a middle-aged man dressed in black approached him. "Young Master Anson, young Master Gut, you are a little late today." Anson's expression changed and quickly asked, "Mr. Nathan, are all the good ones sold?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Of course not, but it's almost finished. Let's go. Miss Karras is looking at the new stuff now." "Oh, Miss Karras is here." Gut's fat face gave out a delighted smile. "Just arrived." In a while, the middle-aged man brought Merlin and the bunch into a quiet room. In this small room, there were about 5 young people murmuring to each other as they surrounded some antiques on the shelves. "Hi, Miss Karras. You are so quick." As soon as Anson stepped into the room, he greeted a lady in a green dress who had short, blonde curls. Gut approached her quickly and stared hard at Karras. Karras frowned slightly and, when she looked at Anson, she pulled a stiff smile. "Anson, you are here right on time. Look at these new ones. Their quality isn't bad." Karis's gaze fell on Merlin, but she simply ignored him. She seemed to be a woman extremely crazy about antiques as well. Anson took a beeline towards the shelf. There was a palm-sized white jade that was carved into a strange figure. The figure had the head of a fish and the body of a man. It was also making a strange gesture as if it was spitting water out of its mouth. There were also some gruesome monsters that had spikes all over their body. They held iron whip as they swung their whip at some strangely dressed people. These images and carving styles were more than strange to outsiders like Merlin. Tusk. These are all antiques from the age of the Multer Empire. Anson had some knowledge about antique. With one look he could see the background of these antiques. Karis was holding a rather yellowed jade in her hand. It was also carved into a figure of monster. She asked Anson with knitted brows, "Anson, this antique is rather unique. Look at the design. I have never seen one like it before. But look at the material and carving styles. It's definitely from the age of Multer Empire. I am sure of it." Anson also frowned, apparently confused. At this time, the middle-aged Nathan spoke. "These new ones are from a ruin that dates to the age of Multer Empire. The things we found there are all peculiar, but I can promise you that they are all from the age of Multer Empire." Merlin also took a few carefree glances in front of the shelves. He knew nothing about antiques, so he naturally could not join the conversation. These antiques sure looked peculiar, but in his eyes, he could not feel any sense of aesthetic about them. Rather, he felt uncomfortable looking at them. Most objects on the shelves were made of jade. This indeed corresponded to the style of Multer Empire. Merlin continued scanning the objects. At the lowest shelf, in an inconspicuous corner, Merlin saw a piece of a broken relief sculpture. Yes, the relief sculpture. It was obviously knocked out of its building by force. This relief sculpture was only the size of a palm. Its carving represented a naked man that sat on the floor in an extremely awkward pose. Merlin picked this relief sculpture up lightly and stared at the pattern on it. Suddenly, Merlin felt his world sway. The relief sculpture in his hands seemed to come alive, and the naked man carved on it was doing an extremely awkward pose step by step. "Who?" Merlin was in shock, and the image in front of him immediately disappeared. He was still holding this odd relief sculpture, and nothing had seemed to move at all. Was I imagining things just now, an illusion? Merlin could not help but rub his eyes, then stared at this relief sculpture again carefully, especially on the patterns on it. Slowly, the image he saw appeared once again, and the relief sculpture seemed to come alive. The naked man on it was doing the awkward movement in an extremely slow pace. "Merlin, what are you doing?" Right at this time, Merlin felt someone held his back. He immediately got back to his senses and found Anson holding him. At this moment, everyone was judging Merlin with strange glances. They all saw Merlin, who came with Anson, had changing expressions as he held that relief sculpture. His body kept swaying as if he would pass out any second. "This relief sculpture. Can you tell what this is?" Merlin quickly handed this relief sculpture to Anson. It was not a coincidence that the illusions appeared 2 times in a row. There must be something wrong with this relief sculpture. Anson took a thorough look at the relief sculpture, then nodded. "This relief sculpture is exquisite. It's also from the age of Multer Empire, but it seemed to be incomplete. Moreover, there should be more than one relief sculpture like this here. What do you like it?" Merlin was observing Anson all this while and found Anson completely normal. He had to ask in a low voice, Just this. You didn't find anything special about this. Special? Anson looked at it carefully again, then shook his head. It only has a unique design. I only like the jade products of the Molter Empire. I don't really fancy this relief sculpture. After saying that, Anson then handed this relief sculpture back to Merlin. After experiencing the panic before, Merlin had completely calmed down by now. He was clear that those were not simply illusions, but the people here, except for himself, could not see anything special about this relief sculpture. Could it be that only I had the vision? Merlin kept playing with the relief sculpture. Even though he did not know what was going on, there was obviously something wrong with this relief sculpture. Mr. Nathan, how much for this relief sculpture? Merlin wanted to buy it and study it thoroughly when he went back. Nathan looked at Anson and smiled. Young Master Anson, this is... Anson had not begun to reply before Gut patted Merlin with a sneer as he said, "He. Mr. Nathan, this is Wilson Merlin." Nathan's eyes immediately flared up. Even if he had not seen Merlin before, but the name of Wilson was too much of an attraction. In Blackwater City, there were only just that few nobles' families. Nathan could not be clearer about that. "Oh, I see, it's young Master Merlin. If young Master Merlin like it, we will only take the cost of this relief sculpture. 10 gold coins. Anson came close to Merlin's ears and murmured, "Nice. 10 gold coins. A fair price. If you really like the relief sculpture, you can buy it." Merlin naturally believed Anson, so he nodded. He then took 10 gold coins from his pocket and bought this odd relief sculpture. Chapter 9 Illusion. Chapter 9 Illusion. Holding the odd relief sculpture, Merlin did not look closely at it again. It was too odd to think that it could cause hallucination. He thought that it was better to study it when he was back home safely. Anson chose a palm-sized jade product, but Nathan gave a price up to 100 gold coins. Although Anson was born into a noble family, he still had 2 brothers before him. He could not use more than 30 gold coins in a month. 100 gold coins were more than what he could use. Thus Anson could only give it up regrettably. Meanwhile, Karis chose a jade bracelet, but it was priced even higher at 120 gold coins. Exquisite jade ornaments from the Molter Empire were trendy amongst the nobles, so Nathan would not worry about being not able to sell it due to the price. Karis wore an emerald earring and a jade bracelet on her right hand. She appeared to adore jade ornaments. Even if this jade bracelet cost more than 100 gold coins, she still bought it with gritted teeth. Gut approached her and offered to buy the bracelet for Karis. It was obvious that Fatty Gut truly liked Karis. However, she declined the offer without much thought, making Gut rather disappointed. Fatty, Karis is gone. What are you still looking at?" Seeing his disappointed look, Anson laughed sneakily. "Anson, who is this Mr. Nathan? His antiques obviously come from a questionable source. Even though he does it discreetly, it's impossible that the defense troop doesn't know." "Why haven't they taken any action?" Merlin asked in a low voice. Why would the defense troop come here, Mr. Nathan is the only person out front. The boss behind this place is the... Merlin was surprised, but he calmed down soon. If Nathan answered to the, then the defense troop would naturally not check this place. In Blackwater City, the noble of the highest title was only Baron. The was strictly controlled by the Augustin family. Even though he was a baron as well, his influence was the greatest in the city. Under normal circumstances, the nobles in Blackwater City would have slightly lower status than the Augustin family. Just like the defense troop, though it was meant for the city, it was the private troop of the Augustin family. They walked out of the passage. Just when they reached outside, a cold breeze blew, freezing them to their bones. "Look, it's snowing," Anson shouted. Merlin squinted his eyes and looked at the sky. As expected, the cold raindrops before had turned to white snowflakes now. Snow in September. This weather was unusual. "Who so cold? Let's go home quickly." "Bloody hell, snowing in September." "Oh right, Merlin, I will send you back to Wilson Castle first." Fatty Gut pulled his coat closer and dived into his carriage in a lightning speed. The carriage slowly came to a halt in front of Wilson Castle. Merlin alighted from the carriage. Even with a cashmere coat, he still felt like he was freezing. "Merlin, see you tomorrow." "D'ye this weather?" Anson and Gut waved goodbye to Merlin. After seeing the carriage trotting away, Merlin walked into the castle. As Merlin entered the castle, he heaved a sigh of relief. He saw that there were maids building fire at the fire pit, so the house was warm. He took off his coat and patted the snow off it lightly. The relief sculpture. Merlin's eyes fell on the relief sculpture that was fed into his coat. After looking around and taking note that no one was paying attention to him, he headed straight upstairs into his own room. After shutting the door, Merlin took the relief sculpture out from his coat. "Let's try it one more time." Merlin rubbed his eyes lightly, then focused his attention on the relief sculpture. Then, he stared at the pattern on it from up to bottom. Hoof! The whole relief sculpture seemed to tremble slightly, then the familiar sensation hit him again. Merlin felt the world was swaying, and the naked man on the relief sculpture came alive. Right before Merlin's eyes, he was starting to do an extremely awkward action. The movements were complicated, and they almost stretched the human's body to its extent. In a daze, Merlin felt his body starting to copy the movements of this naked man. "It hurts." Merlin could not help but yelp. At this moment, Merlin came back to his senses, only to realize that he was now lying on the floor. The relief sculpture was dropped to the floor, but to his surprise, it did not break. Merlin was maintaining an extremely odd yet complicated pose. Merlin quickly stood up and broke out in cold sweat, thinking about his action. Something is wrong with this relief sculpture, terribly wrong. Merlin was still panicky. He did not dare to look at the relief sculpture. The feeling of not being in control of his own body was terrifying, and it made him shiver thinking about it. This relief sculpture was truly odd. After half an hour, Merlin calmed his nerves completely. Even though he did not look at the relief sculpture again, he had totally noted down that awkward pose in his mind. What use does this pose has? Merlin thought about it. He still felt that he should have tried to replicate that complicated pose when he was fully conscious. It was as if this movement was unbelievably attractive to Merlin. The move was complicated. It required the person to do it slowly, step by step. Merlin was lucky that he had remembered the move in his mind, so without using much time, he was able to pull that move off completely. This time, Merlin was no longer in a trance, and he was fully conscious. He could carefully feel the specialty of this pose. I was a little cold earlier, but I feel warm now. My muscle also seems to be tight. Merlin felt the changes in his body. After maintaining this pose for half an hour, Merlin did not feel anything wrong with his body. It was just that his muscles were tightened. It became more obvious with time, and seemed as if something was stirring up. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. The sky slowly darkened. Merlin seemed to have completely absorbed himself in this posture as he experienced this odd feeling. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocking sound came from the door. Merlin, what are you doing hiding in the room? Merlin was surprised by the noise. It was Macy. He opened the door and saw that the sky had gone totally dark at this hour. Macy stared at Merlin in confusion. Then the smell of sweat hit her. She saw that Merlin was drenched in sweat. Merlin, what are you doing? Why are you sweating so much? Merlin also noticed that he was covered in sweat, but there was this sort of warm and energizing feeling in his body where he did not feel exhaustion at all. Nothing, it's already dark, huh? I will go down soon. Macy was still trying to sneak a glance in the room, but Merlin was blocking right at the door so she could not see anything. She could only cover her nose and said, "Let Lucia prepare some hot water for you. You should take a bath before you go down." Merlin nodded and agreed that this stench was undoubtedly too much. Even he himself could not stand this smell. After a while, Lucia had prepared hot water in the bathtub. Merlin took off his drenched clothes and jumped into the bathtub. The warm water almost made him moan with pleasure. Merlin soaked himself in the bath without moving a muscle. His head leaned on the side while his eyes stared unfocused at the ceiling of the room. Chapter 10 General Pratt. Chapter 10 General Pratt. Soaking in warm water, Merlin closed his eyes. He was not trying to sleep but was feeling the change of his body quietly. Higher strength. My body feels relaxed, but my limbs are sore as if I have done intense sports. Are these the effects of that strange posture? Merlin tightened his fist while his veins engorged under the skin. He could sense that his strength had increased, though not obvious. The sweat earlier was as if he had done some intense sports, but Merlin knew very clearly that he was simply maintaining the strange posture of the relief sculpture. Overall, that pose seemed to develop Merlin's body in a good way, although the background of the relief sculpture was not exactly known. However, since there was this incredible effect, there was no reason for Merlin to discontinue the practice. Merlin soaked for a bit in the bathtub to rid himself of the sweat odor. Then he got up and dressed. When he saw the relief sculpture on the table, Merlin thought about it for a while as he caressed the pattern on the relief sculpture. Merlin had that posture etched in his mind, so this relief sculpture no longer served any purpose. He then hid it under his bed and proceeded downstairs. In front of the dining table, Macy was holding her jaw with her left hand while her right hand randomly drawing on the table out of boredom. The butler was standing at a side. When he saw Merlin, he bowed a little and said respectfully, "Young Master Merlin, dinner is ready." "All right, sorry for waiting." Merlin was elated, so he had a good appetite. After getting a large portion of grilled jigget and a glass of milk, he quickly rid the chill off him. He felt warm throughout and extremely comfortable. Merlin opened his cashmere coat a little and leaned on the chair. With his squinting eyes, he could see snowflakes floating about in the sky outside. "It's so cold. I wonder how father is doing now." Macy had finished her meal as well. She looked at the snow outside and said with worries, "Old Wilson went to his land to collect tax, and it usually took 3 to 5 days. It was about time that old Wilson came back." Doom, doom, doom. Suddenly, urgent knocking sounds came from the main door. Merlin and Macy looked over to the door quickly. Who would come to the castle at this late hour? The butler opened the door quickly, and a gush of chilly wind immediately flew into the house. Amongst the freezing breeze, Merlin's expression changed. He smelled a thick bloody scent in the wind. "General Pratt, what is the matter?" the butler yelled in surprise. The person standing outside of the door was the General of Guards beside old Wilson. Upon hearing the butler's exclamation, memory about Pratt immediately jumped into Merlin's mind. Pratt led all knights in the castle and within the Wilson family's land. Except for old Wilson, he had the most power and influence in the land. He was old Wilson's right-hand man, so even Merlin had to call him Uncle. "Uncle Pratt, why are you back? Did father come back early as well?" Macy quickly stood up and asked excitedly. Pratt followed old Wilson to his land to collect tax. Since Pratt was back now, old Wilson should be back as well. However, Pratt shook his head slightly and spoke in a low voice, "Sir Baron is not back yet." The people's heart jumped to their throat. Could it be something happened to old Wilson? "It's cold outside. Come inside and talk." The butler quickly let Pratt in and shut the door tight. Immediately, the chilly wind stopped, and the house warmed up again. Merlin now had a good look at Pratt. Pratt was tall and strong with a silvery white armor on him. His auburn short hair was ruffled and was sprinkled with white snow. However, Pratt's white armor was stained with fresh blood. There were even a few openings on his huge sword. He had obviously gone through some intense fight. "Uncle Pratt, what is wrong with you? Where is father?" Pratt smiled. He, Sir Baron is, of course, safe. But during our journey to the land, we met a small group of thieves. That's all. Sir Baron commanded us to rid of these thieves. Sir Baron worries that they may come back and threaten the land, so he let me rush back to bring 100 heavy-armored knights from the castle. Merlin relaxed a little. Thieves were not a small matter, but old Wilson returned from the battlefield. He was already used to killing and battling. He had better ideas to deal with these thieves. Moreover, old Wilson had trained a troop of heavy-armored knights, totaling to 150 of them. They could be known as the strongest force in the castle. "Uncle Pratt, the castle is still very quiet now. It shouldn't need so many heavy-armored knights for protection. You should bring all 150 heavy-armored knights away to ensure the safety of father and the land." Pratt hesitated a little and finally nodded. "All right. Let's do as young Master Merlin said. I will bring all 150 heavy-armored knights. Rest assured, young Master Merlin. Those thieves are nothing to worry about. Back when I was following Sir Baron, I have cut down countless of those Easterners. These thieves can't even compare to that," Pratt said as he laughed, apparently confident about himself. He was also one of the soldiers following old Wilson back then. He had experienced the cruel war against the Easterners. After that, old Wilson was given noble title by the kingdom and he brought Pratt back. As compared to old Wilson, Pratt was more of a standard soldier, battle-oriented, loyal and decisive, but also cruel and bloodthirsty. In the castle, many servants were afraid of General Pratt. "Uncle Pratt, you haven't eaten anything, right? You had a rough journey in this cold weather. Thus still half of the grilled mutton. Come and have some." Pratt did not hesitate at all. He had rushed over in the snow for 1 day and 1 night. He was indeed starving, so he grabbed the grilled mutton on the table and gobbled it down. However, Pratt did not take much time resting. He soon gathered 150 heavy-armored knights in the castle and went on their journey. Merlin's frown did not disappear as he watched the knights leaving the castle. He asked the butler, "Blackwater City has always been safe. Why would there be thieves all of a sudden also? Look at Uncle Pratt. These thieves are not weak. Or else, Father wouldn't let Uncle Pratt bring the heavy-armored knights. The butler looked at Merlin and said hesitantly, Blackwater City used to be safe, but for some reasons lately, these thieves have been going around. They have attacked a few towns near Blackwater City. The Knights of Defense troop have been dispatched numerous times, but they never found those thieves. But rest assured, young master, Sir Baron has 150 knights. Along with the knights in his land, there should be no problem dealing with these thieves. Merlin nodded lightly. With old Wilson there, surely the land would be all right. Chapter 11 Change of the Body. Chapter 11 Change of the Body. The servant girls in the castle cleared the dining table quickly. Merlin stood up, getting ready to go upstairs and rest. Merlin, I've news to tell you. What news? Merlin turned and looked at Macy uncertainly. Swordsman Kiro wants to bring us to the church in Grand City tomorrow and socialize with the other youngsters in the city. Merlin's eyebrows furrowed slightly as he knew that the us Macy had mentioned did not include him. They must be those who possessed an elemental affinity with the most potential, where they were worthy of great efforts by the church to nurture them. How many days will it take? About 4 to 5 days, I guess. Merlin nodded and said, all right, I know. With Swordsman Kiro leading you guys, it should be really safe, so I'm not worried. Then Merlin walked upstairs. There was some doubt in Macy's eyes as she watched Merlin's back. In a low voice, she murmured, this fellow Merlin, he seems to be somewhat different from before. Earlier, there was a big change in Merlin's tone of voice and expression as he spoke compared to how he had been previously. In the past, Merlin would never say something like, so I'm not worried. Back in his room, Merlin was sober. Once again, on his bed, he sat in the strange posture found on the relief sculpture. Merlin was already very familiar with this strange posture, so he did not feel awkward at all. He felt so comfortable even to a point where he laid on the soft bed and fell into a deep slumber unintentionally. Early the next morning, Merlin woke up from his dreams. By that time, a thick layer of snow had covered the grounds as it snowed the entire night. As a result, a thin layer of ice crystals had formed on the edges of the window. It was also extremely cold indoors. Merlin shivered involuntarily. It was only after he had awakened that he discovered he had fallen asleep the night before without him knowing. In sweating again, Merlin stretched his hand to wipe the back of his arm and found that it was oily sweat. Merlin could feel the stickiness all over his body, so it was very uncomfortable. Lucier, get me some hot water. Merlin opened the door and called for his maidservant, Lucier. Although Lucier was somewhat puzzled that Merlin still wanted a bath on such a cold day, she did not dare to question him, although she found that it was rather perplexing. All she could do was to follow Merlin's instructions and switched on the hot water tap, filling up the bathtub. Merlin jumped into the bathtub and speedily washed his body to get rid of the sweat stain. Although he had been frozen the entire night before, Merlin did not feel any discomfort at all. Instead, he was invigorated with a face flushed red and energy seemed to fill his body from the top to the bottom. Lucier, Master Merlin is bathing again. An exceptionally frail and old voice drifted into Merlin's ears. Merlin quickly recognized that this was the butler's voice. Apparently, the butler was questioning Lucier. Lucier replied in a soft voice, yes, butler, the master's been in the bath after waking up in the morning. Come tomorrow onward, prepare some hot water every morning. The butler instructed her in a low voice. Then, there were footsteps fading off into the distance. It was assumed that both of them were already leaving. The butler's quite attentive. Merlin smiled gently. He knew that it must have been the butler coming to get him downstairs for breakfast, and so he stretched out his hand and opened the big doors to the bedroom. Why isn't there anyone? Merlin was astonished as he heard the voices of the butler and Lucia clearly. They had obviously been right outside the door, but how could there be no one? He felt weird, so he immediately walked to the corridor and looked downstairs, only to discover that the butler and Lucia were there. Downstairs? How can they be downstairs? Their voices were evidently clear when they were speaking earlier. Merlin raised an eyebrow. Then, a thought came to him. Could it be that he could hear people talking when they were downstairs? When Merlin reached downstairs, he did not give a second glance to the sumptuous breakfast spread on the table. All he did was grab a piece of bread at random and started eating absent-mindedly. The weather today is really odd. It's not winter yet, but it's already so cold. Nop, get to work quickly. If the butler finds out that you're loafing on the job again, don't think about getting to work here at Baron Lord's after today. Merlin ate his bread as he listened carefully to various voices in the distance. They were at least a few dozen meters away from Merlin, and some were even up to 100 meters away, yet Merlin was able to listen, albeit faintly, to them all. This showed that his hearing ability had greatly improved. This was a very sudden change. Merlin was extremely sure that he had not undergone this change, at least before he went to bed last night. Right now, his hearing ability had been enhanced significantly. He could even hear the footsteps of every person within a few dozen meters from him very clearly. Master Merlin, is there anything else you need? The butler's words interrupted Merlin's deep thoughts. Only now did he turn his head, just to discover that the bread in his hand had been finished without knowing when. I'm done eating. Merlin wiped his mouth and hurriedly returned to his room upstairs. In the room, Merlin took out the relief sculpture from the end of the bed, where he had hidden it. He knew that his change had definitely been brought about by the strange posture on the relief sculpture. Furthermore, Merlin's boost in hearing ability was just the beginning. He could also feel his strength, agility, and other attributes had undergone an enhancement as well. As long as he continued to practice the posture on the sculpture, the quality of his body would definitely improve and become more outstanding. Merlin hung around upstairs for a while. After putting on a thick coat, wrapping a gray scarf around his neck, and wearing leather gloves on his hands, he went downstairs. After snowing for the entire night, a thick layer of snow had piled up in front of the castle. The tops of the great bald trees were also covered with snow. Everywhere he looked was white snow. Moss had been waiting for long outside. His face had been blown red by the chilly wind and was currently rubbing his hands repeatedly. Merlin did not feel like admiring the snowy scene, so he hurriedly darted into the carriage and said to Moss, "Let's go." The carriage moved gently. Merlin leaned against the wall in the carriage. Suddenly, he felt as though the carriage seemed rather empty today. "Wait, where's Macy?" Merlin hurriedly asked Moss. "Miss Macy has already left the castle earlier today." Merlin shook his head gently after hearing Moss answer. It was only then that he remembered that Macy had gone to Grand City with swordsman Piero, and would be staying there for a few days, so he would not have to go to the church during these few days as well. The etiquette class was only going to be held in the afternoon, so Merlin could freely arrange his time in the morning. He thought about it for a moment. He had just arrived in this world a few days ago, and the places he had been could be counted using his fingers alone. Only the antique at Nathan's felt somewhat new and strange to Merlin. especially that piece of strange relief sculpture where Merlin had a great interest in. Furthermore, the antiques during the time of the Moulter Empire had attracted his attention. Moss, stop. I'm not going to the church anymore. Go to Mr. Nathan's. Merlin yelled loudly at Moss. Chapter 12 Old Man Ether. Chapter 12 Old Man Ether. The carriage came to a gradual halt. Moss pulled open the curtains in the carriage and said in a low voice, "Master Merlin, we're here." Merlin nodded and alighted from the carriage. Once he was out from the carriage, a chilly wind blew over his face, causing him stinging pain as though he had been cut by a knife. Merlin hurriedly covered his face with both hands. It was only then that he knew how much Moss suffered, sitting outside all that time. "Moss, when I go in, I won't be coming out for a while, so during this time you may just sit in the carriage." A look of gratitude washed over Moss' face as he nodded before darting into the carriage. To be hit by the cold wind outside was also a form of torture. Merlin only turned and walked in after seeing Moss climbed into the carriage. It was still the charming Linny at the counter. Although Anson and Gut were not with him this time, it was evident that Linny remembered Merlin. There was an immediate smile on her face upon seeing Merlin's arrival, and she opened the secret passage in a respectful manner. Merlin darted into the passageway easily as he was familiar with it. It felt much warmer there as there was no backflow of cold wind. Very soon, Merlin reached the underground hall. Perhaps it was because of breakfast, or perhaps the weather was too cold. It was quite empty with not many people in it currently. It seemed that Nathan was not here as well. Alone, Merlin began to stroll about casually. There was no sunlight in the hall. Everything was illuminated by candles made of the fat of a strange sea creature. Although they were more expensive, they did not emit the unpleasant burning smell. On the contrary, they emitted a strange hint of natural fragrance. The antiques were placed on stone platforms surrounded by even more expensive, transparent crystals for viewing. Merlin did not have a clue regarding antiques. After walking around the hall, he did not discover any antique that could cause him illusions like the relief sculpture did. This also indirectly proved the extraordinary quality of the relief sculpture. As Merlin was admiring the antiques, he suddenly heard light footsteps behind him. "Miss Caris." Merlin turned to discover that the person behind him was someone familiar. It was the person that little fatty Gut had been constantly thinking about. Indeed, she was very pretty. She was wearing a white mink coat with tight cotton pants, accentuating her long and slender legs. It seemed that women would never forget to groom themselves no matter what the occasion was. Even on a day as cold as this, she still had to wear body-fitting cotton pants to accentuate her beautiful long legs. Caris looked at Merlin rather hesitantly. It looked as though she did not have much of an impression of Merlin. Anyway, Merlin did not mind. He smiled gently and said, "Miss Caris, we've just met a few days ago, right here. I came with Anson and Gut." Caris's eyebrows loosened up lightly. In a thoughtful manner, she nodded and said, "I remember now. Are you Wilson Merlin?" Merlin nodded before taking 2 steps forward, drawing closer to Caris. "Miss Caris, I've heard from Anson that you're an antique specialist, especially in the antiques of the Moulter Empire era. Recently, I've come to like some extremely special Moulter Empire antiques, but there's nothing here at Mr. Nathan's that I'm satisfied with. So, if there are some special antiques in Miss Caris's possession, could you let me have a look?" After he said that, Merlin looked at Caris. He knew that Caris had collected many antiques. Perhaps one of them would be the mysterious relief sculpture that he yearned. Rare and strange antiques. You like the same things as an old gentleman I know. He also likes collecting rare and strange antiques from the period of the Molter Empire. If you have time, I can bring you for a look now, and perhaps you'll find an antique that you'll like. Karis and Merlin were standing close to each other. As a result, her warm breath blew toward Merlin's neck, creating a weak and numb sensation. Karis's perfume was also exceedingly refreshing, and this made him happy and carefree. Then I thank you, Miss Karis, for leading the way. Naturally, Merlin agreed cheerfully. As long as he could find that mysterious relief sculpture, he would be very contented even with a mere hint of a clue. Thus, Merlin followed Karis from behind and walked out. Light snow was still drifting about outside. The cold wind that blew on their faces felt like knife cuts. Karis had a carriage as well, so she quickly darted into her carriage and it slowly moved forward. Moss, follow Miss Karis's carriage in front. Merlin woke Moss up, who then drove the carriage slowly behind Karis's carriage. As the weather was very cold and there was still light snow, the surface of the road had also been frozen, which made it wet and slippery. Both carriages moved at a very slow pace, and it was only after half an hour that they reached their destination. Karis and Merlin arrived at a small, old-fashioned wooden house. There was a garden in front of this small house with various flowers and trees. However, the garden was currently in a pitiful state. Tiny trees that had yet to grow their big and thick branches were falling all over the place, squashed by the accumulating snow. Snow had fallen the entire night yesterday, and the wind was very strong. A small garden like this would be destroyed easily. All that could be done was to wait for spring to come and replant them. Seeing the mess in the garden, Karis shook her head gently and said helplessly, "Mr. Ether's garden is ruined again. Poor Mr. Ether, he's wasted a few months repairing his garden, but now it's become like this." Both of them walked into the small house as Karis led the way. They went up to the second floor and came to a wooden door that had faded in color and looked extremely old. Karis turned her to give an advice. "Merlin, Mr. Ether likes quietness, so you have to be a little quieter after you go in." Merlin nodded. It seemed that the person Karis had wanted to find was in this room. "Is Mr. Ether here?" "Karis, here to see you today." Karis knocked on the door and whispered into the room. Creak! The old wooden door opened and an old man, around 50 years of age, appeared. The old man was short. The top of his head was balding and had very little hair, but the old man had carefully combed the sparse hair back behind his head. He wore a black overcoat and had a thin face with fair skin, and he kept a pair of beautiful mustaches under his nose. He looked very sharp. Just as Merlin was sizing up the old man was also doing the same. He looked at Merlin and Karis contemplatively. However, he merely gave Merlin a cold glance before shifting his gaze upon Karis. He said in a hoarse voice, "Karis, come in." The old man turned around and walked back into the room. Merlin and Karis followed him from behind before Merlin closed the door after them casually. The fireplace in the house was still burning with fierce flames. The old man immediately walked to a wooden chair before the fireplace and sat down while speaking in a hoarse voice. "Karis, tell me, for what matter have you come looking for this old man today?" A smile broke out on Karis's face. She brought Merlin straight to the spot before the old man. The light from the fiery flames in the fireplace shone upon his face, turning his originally turquoise skin to somewhat rosy. The old man did not even raise his head. He held a thread-bound book with a black cover with both hands, reading it with relish. "Mr. Ether, I've brought my friend here to visit you today." Karis gave Merlin a look, signaling him to introduce himself. Merlin nodded and spoke as he stepped forward slightly in respect. "Mr. Ether, M. Wilson Merlin. I really like some antiques, especially the antiques during the time of the Molter Empire." Today, Miss Karis mentioned that there are many unique antiques from the Molter Empire era in Mr. Ether's house, which is why I've taken the liberty of coming here to trouble you, sir. The old man added more wood into the fireplace. The crackling sounds emitted by the burning wood in the fireplace could be heard clearly. It was after a long time before the old man slowly put down the book in his hands and stood up. He said coldly, "Come with me. Mr. Ether's temper is very weird." Merlin felt that this old man either had a somewhat odd and unpredictable temper. "Shush, lower your voice. Mr. Ether's personality is just a little eccentric and antisocial, but he's a very good man. All right, follow Mr. Ether in." It was obvious that Karis knew Old Man Ether very well. Along with Merlin, she followed Ether into another room. This room was small and seemed slightly cramped with the three of them inside. There were two gigantic red bookshelves which had been arranged in an extremely organized manner. There were no books on the shelves, but some small and exquisite antiques. Some of these antiques were broken and incomplete while some were flawless. However, these were unique and different from the antiques that Merlin had seen over at Nathan's. They were like porcelain in distinctive shapes that Merlin had never seen before, like the ancient bottle which had a curved opening on either side. It was indeed very strange and special. Merlin stretched his hand out, wishing to touch these antiques. Old Man Ether, who was beside him, growled fiercely, "You may only look, but you cannot touch." Merlin felt embarrassed, and all he could do was withdraw his hand. There were approximately over 100 uniquely shaped antiques arranged on the bookshelves. Merlin looked as far as he could, but there was not a single one that was the same as the relief sculpture. He could not help but felt somewhat disappointed, and casually asked, "Are these the only antiques here?" Old Man Ether seemed to be quite disgruntled with Merlin's tone of voice and said in a deep voice, "I've been collecting them for a very long time." "Why do you consider them few?" Seeing that Old Man Ether was somewhat upset, Karis hurriedly explained, "Mr. Ether, don't get upset. It's just that Merlin's only interested in the antiques of the Molter Empire. Also, he has only just come into contact with antiques, so it hasn't been a long time." Karis whispered into Merlin's ear, scolding him, "Don't simply say things. Mr. Ether is quite upset already." Merlin nodded. Old Man Ether really had a weird temper, so it was better to speak less and not provoke him. Although the antiques here at Old Man Ether's were very strange and unique, Merlin did not find the mysterious relief sculpture he was looking for. Thus, he could not help but reveal a hint of disappointment on his face. Shaking his head a little, he spoke to Karis, "Let's go out first." It was after Merlin and Karis had left the room that the odd-tempered Old Man Ether narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Merlin's back for some time. There was a hint of a weird expression on his face. After they left the house, Karis asked in a low voice, "Merlin, did you find any that you like?" Merlin shook his head. Karis did not persist, so she could only bid Old Man Ether goodbye. "Mr. Ether, sorry for bothering you today. Welcome, and visit again in the future." The odd-tempered Old Man Ether suddenly asked, "You're called Merlin?" "Yes, Mr. Ether. What do you wish to request of me?" Merlin looked at Old Man Ether doubtfully. "Are you willing to learn antiques appraisal from me?" As Old Man Ether's voice fell, Merlin became somewhat dazed and was puzzled. Why would this old man with a weird temper want to have him as a disciple now? Although Merlin did wish to learn how to appraise antiques, he thought it would be easier for him to understand the origins of the relief sculpture. He was also absolutely clueless with regard to this weird Old Man Ether. Just as Merlin was hesitating, there was a hint of delight and surprise on Karis's face. She hurriedly spoke to Merlin in a low voice. "Agree quickly. Mr. Ether's appraisal of the Molter Empire antiques can be considered to be the most authoritative in Blackwater City. It's your good fortune that he wants to have you as a disciple. Others don't even get this kind of opportunity even if they beg for it." Merlin was amazed. How could this old man, who lived in such an ugly house and possessed such a weird temper, had such great skills? "Why aren't you willing?" Old Man Ether's face darkened as his anger grew. Chapter 13 Molter Language. Chapter 13 Molter Language. Although Merlin felt that Old Man Ether was rather odd, Karis had already said that the old man had very high attainments in appraising Molter Empire-era antiques. Therefore, he did not have any more misgivings. Bowing slightly before Old Man Ether, he said respectfully, "Merlin is willing to follow and learn from you, teacher." "Very good." Old Man Ether's face, which had just been somewhat ashen, immediately changed into a big smile. "Merlin, come this afternoon and begin by learning some basic knowledge about appraising antiques." Merlin was unable to figure out Old Man Ether's temper. He did not dare to object, so all he could do was nod and indicate that he would come in the afternoon. Following which, Old Man Ether sent Merlin and Karis out the door. "Miss Karis, who on earth is Teacher Ether?" Merlin could not wait any longer and inquired Karis. Karis was in a deep thought for a moment before lowering her voice and said, "Mr. Ether seems to have come to Blackwater City from some other place. It's just him, as I've never seen that he has any relatives. His personality's a bit reclusive, and he only likes to collect antiques. I also met Mr. Ether by accident and asked for his advice on antiques. It has come to a point where I always consult Mr. Ether if I encounter some antiques I don't understand. As for other things about Mr. Ether, I'm not very clear myself." Merlin nodded. Subsequently, they got on their way respectively and Merlin went back to the castle in his carriage. In the afternoon, Merlin came once more before the small house of Old Man Ether. By then, the weather had already cleared up. The snow, which had fallen heavily for a full day, had now stopped. However, the air was still very chilly. Merlin pulled his coat tightly and went up to the second floor before knocking on Old Man Ether's door. The door opened very quickly. Upon seeing Merlin, Old Man Ether's face was indifferent. "Still considered on time, not bad." Old Man Ether said nothing more and let Merlin through the door. Merlin came to the side of the fireplace where Old Man Ether liked to sit. He could see a thick book placed next to the fireplace. Old Man Ether lifted his head, gave Merlin a look, and said casually, "Antiques are the sediments of history. A piece of antique may perhaps be bearing a special period of history. So, if you wish to understand antiques, you've to be knowledgeable and understand the historical background of antiques in depth. For example, the antiques of the Molter Empire era that you like. If you wish to truly be able to identify the antiques of this period, you must first understand the Molter Empire. Do you know what is the most important thing about the Molter Empire?" Merlin shook his head as he lacked knowledge in the Molter Empire. "Its language." Language is indispensable to a great and united empire. Only through language can we understand the many events during the time of the Multer Empire. Of course, language is also a very good method in identifying the antiques of the Multer Empire era. Old Man Ether casually picked up the small book on the table and handed it to Merlin. Merlin casually flipped to a page and discovered strange symbols on it. He had never seen them before. Old Man Ether explained, "This is the Multer language. It's the language used during the time of the Multer Empire." Multer language. Merlin's eyes lit up. This Multer language was very different from the language that was being used in the Kingdom of Light now. The sacred language of light was somewhat similar to the Western Latin alphabets of his previous world, with various letters forming more than thousands of words and phrases. As for the Multer language, every component looked like a tadpole. To Merlin, he was unable to identify the differences between these letters. "Merlin, if you wish to praise the antiques during the time of the Multer Empire, you've to begin by learning the Multer language." So, Merlin began to learn this complicated Multer language here at Old Man Ether's. Learning a language was an extremely dull task, but Merlin was passionate about learning the Multer language. Perhaps this body had been born very sensitive toward languages, where he showed great talents while learning the Multer language. Within an afternoon, he had already mastered a few dozen words. Of course, perseverance was required when learning a new language. One would only be able to grasp it fully after learning for a few months, or even years. The afternoon passed very quickly. Seeing that the sky had gradually darkened, Old Man Ether said coldly, "All right, that's it for today. Go back and practice the Multer vocabulary you've learned today properly. Teacher Ether, I'll definitely do my revision well when I get home." Merlin gave Old Man Ether a slight bow to show his respect once more before leaving the small house. Outside, the cold was biting with a chilly wind. Merlin's mind, which had been somewhat drowsy, became much awake and clearer. He could already see Moss' carriage. "Moss, back to the castle." Merlin darted into the carriage and stretched his legs, leaning his back against the carriage. He lightly massaged his head with both hands. Although it had been tiring learning from Old Man Ether today, this had been the most productive day he had ever since he arrived in this world. A few days had passed. Merlin went to and fro Old Man Ether's place and the castle daily. Life was very simple then as he traveled between these 2 points. "Butler, is there something wrong?" After Merlin had his breakfast, he asked the butler in a soft voice. He had noticed earlier that something seemed to be amiss with the butler today. The butler hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth to say, "Master Merlin, Miss Macy has already left the castle for 9 days and hasn't been back since. Should we send people to look for her in Grand City?" Merlin was stunned. During the past few days he had only been concerned about learning the Multer language. Every day had been very productive, so he had somewhat forgotten about Macy. He remembered Macy saying that the social exchange in Grand City would only take about 3 to 5 days, but it had almost been 10 days now and she had not returned. No wonder the butler was worried. "How about this, let's not send people over to Grand City in haste first. I'll find time later and ask Anson about it to see if he has any news." The butler nodded before ordering the servants to clear the dining table. Walking out of the castle, a burst of chilly wind blew into Merlin, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Although snow had not fallen these past few days and the weather had been sunny, it was still very cold. "Moss, go to Teacher Ether's." Merlin hesitated for a moment. He usually goes to Old Man Ether's in the afternoon. Since he was going to find Anson today to inquire about some news, he still had to first go to Old Man Ether's and explain the situation. The carriage slowly left the castle. Merlin stood in front of Old Man Ether's door and called out softly, "Teacher Ether." After a few moments, Merlin did not hear any response from Old Man Ether, so Merlin stretched out his hand to knock on the door. Squeak! The main door was unexpectedly pushed open the moment Merlin's hand touched it gently. Merlin paused for a while before going inside. He searched all over the place and saw no traces of Old Man Ether. It looked like Old Man Ether was not at home. Teacher Ether is really too careless. The door's not even locked. Isn't he afraid that thieves would come in? Merlin muttered. Recently, the security in Blackwater City could not be considered satisfactory. However, Merlin knew that Old Man Ether had always been weird and mysterious. He had been coming here for almost 10 days now, and still he did not know what on earth Old Man Ether did for a living. He only knew that there was only Old Man Ether in this house. Other than Merlin and Karis, who visited occasionally, no one else had come. Merlin guessed that Old Man Ether had probably come to Blackwater City alone. Seeing that Old Man Ether was not at home, Merlin sat quietly in front of the fireplace and waited, taking the time to review the multi-language he had learned over the past few days. After waiting for about an hour, the temperature in the house seemed to have dropped considerably. Hence, Merlin casually added some firewood into the fireplace. It was at this moment that Merlin heard footsteps downstairs, outside the door. Old Man Ether had most likely returned, so Merlin hurriedly stood up. Bang! The main door was shut harshly. Seeing Merlin in the house, Old Man Ether was startled and asked, "Merlin, why are you here?" Merlin saw that Old Man Ether was wearing long, leather boots which had mud and earth stuck all over them. The big coat on his body was also covered with some dew. His face was slightly pale, and he looked as though he was very tired. Merlin did not know where on earth he had gone to. "Teacher Ether, I've come to ask for a vacation. I might have to attend to some family matters in the afternoon, so I won't be coming today." Merlin watched Old Man Ether for any reaction. To Merlin's surprise, Old Man Ether did not look furious but rather calm instead. A long time passed before Old Man Ether nodded his head and said in a composed manner, "You'll be traveling far these few days, so your education might have to stop for a while." Merlin was astonished. Old Man Ether usually looked like he could have been rather carefree and idle. What matters could he have to attend to? "When is Teacher Ether coming back?" "Can't say for sure, perhaps 3 or 5 days, perhaps 10 days or half a month. But you must remember, even if I'm not around, you've to practice the multi-language well. I've some insights here on learning the multi-language, and some translations in the sacred language of light. I've organized all these a few years ago, so take them and try to figure them out yourself. They should be of some help in improving your level of understanding of the multi-language." While saying this, Old Man Ether took out a stack of thick materials and passed them to Merlin. Merlin was at a loss. This stack of information was not an ordinary item. Was this not equivalent to a dictionary from his previous life? Moreover, these records were written by Old Man Ether, so they were extremely precious. In this era, such things could be considered a priceless treasure. Although Old Man Ether was strict and stern, he still placed a lot of importance upon Merlin. "Don't worry, teacher. I'll definitely practice the multi-language well at home." Hence, Merlin took the materials and turned to leave. "Wait." Old Man Ether's face changed. Finally, as though he had made up his mind about something, he drew a black ring out from within his arms and immediately tossed it to Merlin. He said in a low voice, "I'll give you this little knick-knack, so you wouldn't be calling me teacher in vain." Teacher, this. Merlin was somewhat hesitant, but Old Man Ether waved his hand casually and said impatiently, Go quickly, go do what you should be doing. I'm rather tired, I want to rest properly. The old man had not had a hint of courtesy where he immediately shooed Merlin out the door. Merlin went downstairs and into the carriage, putting the materials inside. He was still in a daze, feeling that something was slightly amiss with Old Man Ether today, gifting him the materials as well as the ring. Old Man Ether's been mysterious, weird and kooky the entire time. I wonder what on earth had happened, but this ring's really strange. It looks like it's been around for a few years. He did not know what material this black ring was made of. It was so light that it felt like nothing as he held it in his hand. The entire ring was as black as ink, and there was a hideous monster with 3 heads engraved on it, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It looked remarkably true to life, and made those who looked at it to feel somewhat strange. Probably, not many people would be willing to wear a ring like that. Merlin fiddled with it carefully for a moment, but he did not discover anything special about it. Thus he put the ring into his pocket and said to Moss, let's go. I'm attending etiquette class today. The carriage slowly left Old Man Ether's small house. Chapter 14 Heretic. Chapter 14 Heretic. Merlin sat in the spacious carriage. Although the journey was as bumpy as always, his physical attributes were no longer what they used to be, so this bit of distance felt like nothing to him anymore. Master Merlin, we've arrived, Moss said to Merlin while pulling the curtains in the carriage. Merlin opened his eyes and alighted from the carriage. Before his eyes was a small 3-story building, with an old man watching at the door. Merlin ignored the old man. Just as he was about to enter, Little Fatty Gut's luxurious carriage, which was drawn by 4 horses, arrived as well. Hey, Merlin. The little fatty poked his head out from the carriage before leaping down casually. Anson alighted from the carriage behind him. It seemed that Gut had picked up Anson along the way. Gut and Anson quickly walked to Merlin. The little fatty Gut stretched his chubby hand out and patted Merlin's shoulder lightly and said with a laugh, Merlin, you've not come for so many days. What have you been up to? Before Merlin could answer, Anson's face suddenly fell. His eyes were staring fixedly on something behind Merlin. It's Turath and Teacher Jeer. Why are they walking together? Anson's expression was dark and gloomy. Ever since he laid his eyes on Jeer, he had always been thinking about her. Never had he thought that Turath would rush in and take the first step. Merlin turned as well to see Turath and Jeer chattering and laughing away. They seemed to be deeply immersed in their conversation. Turath also saw Merlin and the others. The corners of his lips curled into a sarcastic smile. In a high and mighty demeanor, he walked into the small building with Jeer. Gut glanced at Anson, who was next to him. In a deep, heavy tone, he lowered his voice and said, Anson, don't be so crestfallen. This Jeer is not an easy target. Haven't I said the other day that I'd investigate Jeer thoroughly? Within 3 days I've really gone and did my investigation. Guess what I found out, guys? Seeing Gut's serious face, Merlin could not help but ask rather curiously, what did you find out? Is Jeer's background really great? Gut shook his head and spoke in a low voice. Her background isn't great, it's that she has no background at all. To be accurate, I've not found anything. Jir has only appeared in Grand City, and it looks like she appeared out of thin air. I've not been able to find out where she's from, what she does, and who her relatives and friends are at all. My family's business is spread throughout the entire Kingdom of Light, so we're very powerful when it comes to intelligence. If we wish to investigate a person, we'll definitely be able to, but this Jirsh is really mysterious. Gut might be careless and unconcerned most of the time, which made him look like a good-for-nothing rich man's son. But after Merlin had come into contact with him more, he had discovered that this little fatty controlled a part of the Dudland family's business. He was definitely not as deplorable as he seemed on the surface. Even if the Dudland family's powerful web of intelligence could not find out anything about Jir's true identity, then he was afraid that there were really some secrets surrounding this Jir. Gut continued to speak to Anson. Anson, you've to be alert. This Jir might be pretty, but her identity is unclear and is very mysterious. You also need to be more careful and do your best not to have anything to do with her. As for this fellow Tureth, if there's anything wrong with Jir, he'll be sorry by then. Gut curled his lips. It was obvious that he thought nothing of Tureth. Hearing Gut's advice, Anson's expression eased up a little. Merlin did not have much interest in this Tureth and the mysterious Jir, so he asked Anson for news about Macy. Anson, Macy, Swordsman Pierrot, and the others have gone to Grand City for so many days and they haven't returned by now. Have you heard about any news? Macy, I've actually heard some news. Let's get inside first. I'll tell you about it slowly. Anson's eyes were flashing. For a moment, Merlin's heart sank a little. In a single file, the three of them went into the spacious house. This class was a history class, as always. However, Jir and Tureth were both not here and no one knew what they had gone off to do. Anson, has something happened to Macy? Merlin asked hurriedly after they had sat down. Anson shook his head gently and said with a wry smile, "Don't worry, Merlin. Your sister Macy's fine. But you're in quite some trouble, though." "I'm in trouble." Merlin did not know what Anson was talking about. He looked at Anson in confusion. "It's like this. Haven't Macy and the others gone to Grand City under Swordsman Pierrot's leadership to join the social exchange? It's at this exchange that Coffin had a breakthrough and became a true elemental swordsman. And what's more, a light swordsman. This matter has even shocked the bishop of the Grand City Church, who personally blessed Coffin and received Coffin as a guardian swordsman of the Church of Light. That was why they had delayed their return. Tusk, this fellow Coffin can be considered to have reached the heavens with a single step." Anson's face was full of excitement, as though he was the one who had become an elemental swordsman. Merlin knew that an elemental swordsman was not much, but to be a guardian swordsman of the Church of Light was different. A guardian swordsman would receive the full nurturing of the Church of Light. Also, when it came to the position, although he would not receive the title of an aristocrat from the royal family of Light, the position of a guardian swordsman in the Church of Light was, in fact, practically the same as an aristocrat. As the power of the Church of Light grew greater in the kingdom and their influence became more widespread, the position of these guardian swordsmen would also improve, like a ship rising with the water level. After a while, Jir and Tureth walked in together. Jir was radiant and beautiful as always. Tureth, on the other hand, had a long face. His expression was somewhat dark. By the looks of Tureth, could he have been rejected and humiliated by Jir? The little fatty snickered secretly and delighted in Tureth's misfortune. Then, Jir began to explain the history course. Merlin had no interest in Jeer's course, but he was secretly observing her. Even Gut had not been able to figure out Jeer's identity by mobilizing the intelligence network of the Dougland family. She must have kept some secrets. Nevertheless, Merlin was unable to see anything that was out of the ordinary with Jeer even until the end of the course. "Merlin, see you tomorrow." Little fatty Gut and Anson bade Merlin goodbye. Thus, Merlin returned to the Wilson Castle in Moss carriage. A team of more than 20 knights moved swiftly across the wide-open road. The outfits of this team of knights had very distinguishable features. All of them wore white light armor, and on their backs was a great sword each. How much further until Blackwater City? The team of knights came to a gradual stop. A middle-aged, golden-haired man asked in a cold voice. This man had long, brown hair which had been tied into a small braid, tucked behind his head. He wore a white robe with light armor fitted on the outside. He looked rather androgynous. However, there was a silver-crossed sword's imprint embroidered in front of his chest. "Sir Jason, after we go over the mountain in front, we'll reach Blackwater City." A knight wearing a beautiful silver helmet spoke slowly. Fear flashed across his eyes as though he was extremely afraid of this androgynous, white-robed knight. The white-robed knight nodded. His expression was cold and indifferent as he spoke to the knight in the silver helmet. "Swordsman Bog, this operation cannot go wrong. The evil heretic hiding in Blackwater City must be captured. I believe that the bishop has already told you what should be done." The white-robed knight's eyes were sharp, causing Bog's entire head to break out in sweat. "Don't worry, Sir Jason. The bishop has already told us before we depart. This time, all authority over the operation is in your hands, Sir Jason." "Very good, let's go." The white-robed knight nodded satisfactorily. However, the heart of Swordsman Bog was very heavy. He was one of the guardian swordsmen of the Church of Light in Grand City, and also a powerful second-level light swordsman. Despite his level, Bog was still very careful in this operation as the Church had mobilized people from the Inquisition, and Jason was one of them. Bog was not clear about the Inquisition, but all he heard before were some rumors about how the members of the Inquisition were mysterious and strange, and possessed great power which only ordinary people could imagine. Also, they were God's most faithful believers. Every time the religious court sent out its team, it was due to the evil heretic which Bog understood well of. It was a mage in the legends that blasphemed against the god of light and possessed evil powers, the most powerful force in the depraved kingdom of Blackmoon. Faced with the evil heretic and mobilizing the people from the Inquisition, even Bog, a second-level light swordsman, felt ill. He did not know what awaited him in Blackwater City. With his eyes closed, Merlin laid quietly in the bathtub of steaming hot water. He was holding the piece of relief sculpture in his hands. After a moment, Merlin opened his eyes, looked at the relief sculpture, and a deep, thoughtful expression appeared on his face. "For the past few days, there's no longer any sweat on my body in the morning. I don't feel any effect anymore when I perform the posture of the relief sculpture. I think it's already ineffective for me," Merlin murmured quietly. Although he had already expected it, he still felt sorry when this day had really arrived. He felt that the tremendous power he experienced with his body could practically rival that of real elemental swordsmen, and such a change had been brought about by this mysterious relief sculpture. Then, Merlin got up, put the relief sculpture away properly, and headed downstairs. Macy had already given up on waiting for Merlin, and had begun eating breakfast. "I'm going to practice my swordsmanship at the church." Macy quickly finished eating, and spoke in a cold tone to Merlin. Then, she immediately walked out of the castle with her sword. Merlin was already used to this. Ever since Macy had returned from Grand City 10 days ago, her entire personality had become cold and indifferent. Moreover, she had been desperately training her swordsmanship to a point that the liveliness she had possessed previously had disappeared. Merlin also understood the reason for Macy's change. Apparently, Macy had been provoked by Cawthon. Macy and Cawthon had always been the candidates whom swordsman Pierrot looked highly upon, the geniuses who had the most hope of becoming elemental swordsmen. Cawthon, however, had broken through very early and had even become a guardian swordsman of the church. Macy, on the other hand, was a genius like Cawthon, and yet she had not become a true elemental swordsman until now. With this, Macy had changed into a cold and indifferent person. All she could think about was practicing her swordsmanship. It looks like I've to find the time and have a good talk with Macy, Merlin muttered quietly. Perhaps even he had not noticed that he had slowly melded into the identity he possessed now and had completely become one of the inhabitants of this world. After finishing his breakfast, Merlin returned to his room upstairs. Within the past 10 days, he had mastered over 100 words in the Malta language. Including previous ones, he had already mastered over 200 words and phrases in the Malta vocabulary. This was already enough for him to read some simple sentences in the Malta language. To grasp the Malta language well, Merlin had even neglected his swordsmanship training at the church in the morning. It was lucky that Macy was now provoked by Cawthon, so all she could think about was to become an elemental swordsman. Therefore she did not have the time or energy to meddle in Merlin's business. This was why Merlin had been living comfortably for the past 10 days. It's been 10 days, I wonder if Old Man Ether has returned. Merlin was about to continue practicing his Malta language, but upon careful contemplation, it had already been 10 days. He should go and see if Old Man Ether had returned. Although he had the materials Old Man Ether had given him, he would still encounter some problems while self-studying. If Old Man Ether was around, those problems would naturally be solved with the greatest of ease. He would no longer have to make guesses so painstakingly. Thus Merlin put on his clothes and left Wilson Castle, sitting in Moss' carriage as it rumbled toward Old Man Ether's little house. Tien, the Chinese idiom used here is, literally translated, it means to step into the sky with a single step. It is used to describe instant success. Chapter 15 Spellcaster I. Chapter 15 Spellcaster I. The carriage was driven slowly on the main road. Merlin had his eyes closed, resting in the carriage. Suddenly, he felt the carriage being jolted around violently and heard the horses outside neighing and whinnying. Moss, what's wrong? Merlin pulled open the curtains of the carriage, asked Moss with a frown. At the same time, Moss was exerting as much energy as he could to control the panicking black horse. Hearing the dissatisfaction in Merlin's tone of voice, Moss said with some unease, Master Merlin, a team of knights had rushed in from the back. I don't know who on earth they are, rampaging on the street. Merlin raised his head and looked into the distance. Indeed, he saw a team of knights in bright and shining armor in front. They were currently rushing forward, completely ignoring the passers-by and carriages on the road. The entire street was chaotic with the curses of many people. The outfits on these knights' bodies were unlike those of the city defense troop knights. Merlin had never seen them before. I, Merlin. Suddenly, a familiar voice drifted into Merlin's ear from the side. Merlin turned his head to see a carriage stopping by the roadside on the right side of the street. The coachman was doing his best to calm the shocked horses down. As for the person in the carriage, It was surprisingly Karis, whom he had not seen for more than 10 days. "Miss Karis." Merlin hurriedly got down from his carriage and went to Karis's carriage and asked, "Miss Karis, are you all right?" Karis shook her head gently and said, "It's just that the horses have been frightened. I'm fine." "Right, I've gone to visit Mr. Ether a few days ago, but Mr. Ether wasn't home. Do you know what's going on?" "Teacher Ether said he has some personal matters to attend to and has to leave Blackwater City for a period of time. I want to go and see if Teacher Ether has returned today." A hint of a smile appeared on Karis's face. "Such a coincidence. I'm also preparing to go see Mr. Ether. Shall we go together?" Merlin nodded. With their carriages in a single file, they drove toward Mr. Ether's small wooden house. After a short while, the carriages came to a halt slowly. Moss pulled open the carriage curtains and said to Merlin helplessly, "Master Merlin, we're unable to go forward. It's been blocked." "Blocked?" Merlin frowned and lifted his head to look outside. Her location, not far from Old Man Ether's small wooden house, was a circle of people blocking the road. "What's going on?" Karis had also gone down from her carriage. She glanced at Merlin, looking very mystified. "Miss Karis, the road seems to have been blocked. Shall we go and see what the matter is?" So, Merlin and Karis got down the carriage and walked a few steps forward, arriving in the midst of the crowd. Merlin and Karis were tall, so they were still able to see the situation inside even though they were outside of the crowd. "This bunch of knights again, Miss Karis. Do you know these people?" Merlin saw over 20 knights wearing silver-weight armor in the midst of the crowd. They had been the ones who had rampaged on the street and caused the chaos. Now they were blocking the road and not letting anyone pass, resulting in a large crowd around them. Karis frowned and observed the outfits of this group of knights carefully for a long time. Then, she lowered her voice and said, "I don't really dare to confirm it, but looking at their attire, they seem somewhat like the guardian swordsmen of the Church of Light. But we don't have guardian swordsmen in Blackwater City, so I don't dare say for sure." "Guardian swordsmen." Merlin repeated the words. Immediately, he remembered Cawthon because he had become a light swordsman and a guardian swordsman of the church in Grand City. Could it be the guardian swordsman of Grand City? Merlin guessed in a low voice. Grand City, it's possible, but they've mobilized so many guardian swordsmen to Blackwater City all at once. Could there be some great trouble? Karis and Merlin did not dare to say for sure. It was known that every guardian swordsman was a big personality, especially in a small city like Blackwater City. In a sense, the guardian swordsmen of the church were equal to aristocrats. There could have been something serious to have all 20 guardian swordsmen who were equal to aristocrats to be sent out all at once. It was at this moment that another team of knights came from behind. Merlin was very familiar with the attire of this team of knights. They were the Knights Brigade of the City Defense Troop in Blackwater City. The crowd immediately split apart, letting the team of knights from the City Defense Troop through. The leading knight yelled at the unidentified knights, "Where are you knights from?" A knight wearing a silver helmet walked forward. With a high and mighty expression, he said to the knight of the City Defense Troop, "We're the guardian swordsmen from the Church of Light in Grand City." Guardian swordsmen from Grand City. The knights of the City Defense Troop were shocked. On normal days, even the castellan had to give a guardian swordsman careful treatment if one was to come from Grand City. Therefore today, it was needless to talk about it when more than 20 guardian swordsmen had come all at once. May I know what business do these few honorable swordsmen have to come to Blackwater City? The knight from the city defense troop asked cautiously. We've received orders from Sir Bishop to come and capture the evil heretic of the Kingdom of Blackmoon. You should leave quickly or you'll be hurt by the magic of the evil heretic. The evil heretic. As though they had heard about some frightening thing, the crowd, which had just been densely packed, retreated speedily. In the blink of an eye, they were far away from these guardian swordsmen. Even the young knights in the city defense troop were shocked, with looks of horror on their faces. Merlin did not know what that evil heretic was. However, seeing the reaction from those around him, he could more or less guess that it was someone who was extremely horrifying and scary. Swordsman Bog, the evil heretic is in the small wooden house in front. Bring your men and surround the place. A man wearing white robes with light armor instructed the guardian swordsmen around him. There was a chill in Bog's heart. As expected, they had found the evil heretic. He did not dare to waste any time. Unsheathing his great sword in a hurry as though he was about to face a great enemy, he got a dozen or so knights to quickly run forward and surround the small wooden house. Isn't that Mr. Ether's house? Alarmed, Karis cried out involuntarily. It was fortunate that the noises of the surrounding crowd were very loud, covering her voice. Merlin hurriedly grabbed and pulled Karis's hand. He could not bother himself with how it felt, and hurriedly said in a low voice, "Miss Karis, don't make a sound." Of course, Merlin could see that the target of this group of guardian swordsmen was the small wooden house of the mysterious old man Ether. He knew that since this group of guardian swordsmen had arrived, they must have had obtained some sort of news. Merlin, don't know if Mr. Ether's back yet, but the situation now seems to be very disadvantageous for Mr. Ether. I hope it won't involve him. Karis spoke in a low voice. Merlin's expression was grave and heavy where he shook his head slightly. There was a bad premonition in his heart as though this matter and the mysterious old man Ether were irreversibly linked. A few dozen guardian swordsmen surrounded Old Man Ether's small wooden house in groups. Swordsman Bog, who was wearing the silver helmet on his head, asked the white-robed man respectfully, "Sir Jason, what do we do now?" The white-robed man narrowed his eyes slightly, trying to see the situation in the small wooden house. However, the doors and the windows of the small wooden house were shut tight. No one could see what was inside properly. After a long time, the white-robed man waved his hand and said, "Swordsman Bog, go in. It'll be best if the heretic can be captured alive." Swordsman Bog was slightly stunned. He felt suffering in his heart as everyone knew how horrifying the evil heretic was, but Jason had already given the order. Although Bog was a second-level light swordsman, he could only obey. So, Swordsman Bog summoned 3 guardian swordsmen and rushed into the small wooden house together. Everyone stared nervously at the small wooden house. After those 4 guardian swordsmen had entered, there did not seem to be any movement. Even the white-robed man frowned and muttered under his breath, "Could the information be wrong?" Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, there were a few muffled sounds came out from the originally calm and quiet small wooden house. The bodies of the few guardian swordsmen who had rushed into the house earlier flew out immediately from the small wooden house. Their bodies were charred black as though they had been burnt by fire. There was even the charred stench of grilled meat. The bodies of the few guardian swordsmen fell to the ground heavily, unmoving. They were all dead. The knights of the city defense troop who had been nearer to the small wooden house were no longer able to hide the horror in their hearts after seeing the 3 charred bodies. All of them turned and ran, retreating far away. These guardian swordsmen were not ordinary men. Every guardian swordsman was at least a formidable light swordsman, and can be concluded that they were all great and powerful elemental swordsmen. Nevertheless, now, these elemental swordsmen had only gone in for a while to only die mysteriously. Holy light cleave. It was at this time that a loud roaring voice rang out from within the small wooden house. There had been 4 guardian swordsmen who entered the house. 3 were now dead and Swordsman Bog was still inside. This voice came from Swordsman Bog. A figure immediately jumped out from the small wooden house accompanied by a dazzling white light. Astonishingly, it was Swordsman Bog. "Sir Jason, the evil heretic is inside." Bog's body was shrouded in dazzling white light. However, the tattered clothes on his body could still be vaguely seen. There was also fresh blood dripping to the ground from his right arm. It was obvious that he had also been injured. Second level swordsman. It's a second level swordsman. Karis, who was standing next to Merlin, said in a tone of disbelief. There was also a slight chill in Merlin's heart. He was afraid that a second level elemental swordsman would be the #1 master in the entire Blackwater City, and in a way that was rightfully deserving. Swordsman Pyrrha was only a first level fire swordsman, and old Wilson, who had been through the battle for a long time, seemed also to be a first-level elemental swordsman at his peak. However, they had never broken through to the second level. However, right now, a great and powerful second-level elemental swordsman was in such an unexpected and pitiful state. He had practically escaped out of the small wooden house in a flurry. The white-robed man gave a cold glance at Swordsman Bog. Then, he took a deep breath and shouted at the small wooden house, "Heretic, God is forgiving. If you could only return into God's embrace, believe in God and be one of God's people, then the sin on you shall be cleansed. God, is there a God in this world? You Church of Light have been around for so many years, and you're still so pretentious. Laughable, really laughable. You, as a first-level spellcaster, could you still not know about those laughable lies of your church? I only believe in the truth. I believe in the true essence of magic, and not the imaginary God that you men speak of." A hoarse voice rang out from the small wooden house. Subsequently, a figure slowly walked out from there. Chapter 16 Spellcaster I. Chapter 16 Spellcaster Roman 2. It's Mr. Ether. How can it be Mr. Ether? It seemed to be rather difficult for Karis to believe that the figure which had appeared outside the small house was, astonishingly, Old Man Ether, who had disappeared for more than 10 days, and that the evil heretic those guardian swordsmen spoke of was Old Man Ether. Merlin fixed his eyes stubbornly on Old Man Ether. Although he knew that Old Man Ether was very mysterious and seemed to have kept some secrets that no one knew about, he had not realized that Old Man Ether was such a powerful and strong master. Those few elemental swordsmen had died at Old Man Ether's hands. Moreover, that pitiful second-level light swordsman had also been defeated by Old Man Ether. However, what Merlin was paying even more attention to was the question of what sort of power did Old Man Ether, who looked extremely ordinary, used to defeat so many masters. "Shut up, heretic, your soul has already been completely depraved. If you don't believe in God, then you must receive God's punishment." The voice of the white-robed man was very sharp. He waved his hand violently, signaling Swordsman Bog to go forward. Swordsman Bog took a deep breath. He raised his greatsword with both hands, and right at that instant, the greatsword emitted an incomparable dazzling light. Light sword. Swordsman Bog brought the blade down. The strong force in the air spread out into the surroundings. Even Merlin could feel the great power as though he was going to be squeezed open. Such power and might from a second-level swordsman. Merlin could not help but feel a chill in his heart. By relying on the mysterious posture of the relief sculpture, the strength of his body had been improved to a state where it could barely rival that of a first-level elemental swordsman. However, if he was to face a second-level swordsman, Merlin knew without a doubt that he would not have any chance of winning. Nevertheless, although he faced an attack as ferocious as Boggs, Old Man Ether behaved as though he had not seen it. He even shook his head gently and said, "Still sending a normie to die. You Church of Light are hypocritical to the extreme." All they could see was Old Man Ether waving his finger around. A cluster of fireballs with the size of a fist each appeared in the direction of his finger. This cluster of fireballs floated in midair and was even spinning around furiously. Though, the moment Old Man Ether's voice fell, this cluster of fireballs charged toward Swordsman Bog and collided brutally against that strong and bright light of his. Swordsman Bog was a light swordsman, so he could channel and erupt the powerful force of the light elements. Nevertheless, when Swordsman Bog's greatsword encountered with the fireballs, the solid greatsword was immediately melted by the scorching heat. The fiery flames even continued burning directly toward Swordsman Bog's body. Swordsman Bog made a quick decision and threw the greatsword in his hand away promptly. The light on his body flashed once more as his body speedily retreated backward. The greatsword that had been thrown by Swordsman Bog onto the ground turned into a clump of metallic liquid in the blink of an eye. It was enough to show how terrible the temperature of the cluster of fireballs earlier had been. The 3 guardian swordsmen who had died previously had probably been burnt to death by them. Old Man Ether's eyes narrowed slightly and shifted his gaze at the white-robed man. In a hoarse voice, he laughed coldly and said, "Hee, first-level spellcaster, could it be that you still want these normies to die in vain?" Being stared at by Old Man Ether, the white-robed man's face turned ashen and green. He said, "Evil heretic, you're courting death." The voice of the white-robed man was shrill beyond compare, causing a stinging pain in the ears. It was evident that he could not be more furious. He sat on his horse as always, with both hands propped up before his chest as he began chanting in a low and deep voice, "The Lord of Mercy, the omnipotent Lord, your faithful believer needs to borrow your strength and eliminate that evil heretic holy light adjudication." For a moment, the sun in the sky dimmed. Beams of gigantic white light condensed above the small wooden house, bringing humongous airwaves and slashing down directly, whistling toward Old Man Ether's head. Old Man Ether had originally been wearing a black bowler hat, but following the spell cast by the white-robed man, the great airwaves that had surged up immediately blew Old Man Ether's hat away, revealing a head of sparse hair. Old Man Ether's expression slowly became grave and serious. He pointed his skinny hands into the airspace in front of his body. Clusters of fireballs appeared promptly, spinning non-stop. This time, there were 4 or 5 fireballs floating in the empty space. Old Man Ether's face had also turned pale. It seemed that 4 to 5 fireballs were already his limit. A first-level spell, Holy Light Adjudication. There were faint traces of craziness in Old Man Ether's serious expression. Pointing with both hands, the 4 to 5 fireballs charged toward the holy light in front at a great speed. Fizz it was as though those 4 to 5 fireballs had fallen into the water, and they were drowned by the vast holy light. All they did was emit some strange noises before they moved no more. Seeing that his fireball seemed to be useless, Old Man Ether hurriedly took a few steps back. However, his feet staggered slightly, causing him to almost fall to the ground. Apparently, he had already retreated until the front steps of the small wooden house. Behind him was the building. There was nowhere else he could retreat to. Whirlwind. Old Man Ether gritted his teeth slightly and waved his hand where a whirlwind appeared in the garden in front of the small wooden house, whistling away and uprooting the plants and trees that had originally been all over the place. Earth was being mixed into the whirlwind endlessly, showing off its tremendous destructive powers. The gigantic whirlwind whistled as it rushed toward the holy light, which was closing in quickly. Suddenly, both powerful forces collided and, in that instant, sand and pebbles flew everywhere as the earth shook. The small wooden house seemed to be somewhat unable to withstand such a violent shock, and it looked as though it was about to break apart and collapse. Finally, the holy light drowned the whirlwind that Old Man Ether had cast. The vast light was like a giant web, enveloping Old Man Ether ferociously. Old Man Ether seemed calm. A hint of a smile slowly appeared at the corners of his lips. Boom! A cluster of flames appeared above Old Man Ether's body and swallowed him entirely. In the blink of an eye, Old Man Ether had been burnt into ashes by the flames. The holy light struck the ground brutally, blasting the steps in front of the small wooden house into powder where tiny gravel flew in all directions. Old Man Ether was dead. His body had been instantly turned into cinder by the fire. The corners of the white-robed man's lips contorted. His expression looked very dark as he stared at the spot where Old Man Ether had been standing. A long while passed before he gave his instructions to Swordsman Bog. The evil heretic has died. Swordsman Bog, bring your men into the house where the heretic had lived and search it at once. Don't let go of anything inside the house. Take them all away. Swordsman Bog nodded. He immediately led the remaining guardian swordsmen and dashed into the wooden house. Having witnessed such a dreamlike battle from the sidelines for a long while, everyone's faces had become rather agitated. Perhaps everything that had happened today would become memories they would never forget for the rest of their lives. Sir Pastor, please pray and bless us. Help us cleanse the filth of the evil heretic. The normies around them bowed slightly toward the white-robed man, expressing their respect for this honorable pastor. They did not know the true identity of the white-robed man. Amongst the people they could see in the church, only the pastor who specialized in leading the people into prayer seemed to fit the identity of the white-robed man. The thoughts of these people were very simple. Unbeknownst to them, an evil heretic had slipped into their midst. Perhaps their bodies had also been stained with the filth of the evil heretic. This was why they were begging the honorable pastor who had eliminated the evil heretic to cleanse them. A smile broke out on the face of the white-robed man. The pastor was the most basic clergy member in the church as well as one of the lowest positions. He, on the other hand, was a wizard in the Inquisition. When it came to the position, his was naturally higher than that of a pastor. However, at the moment, he was glad to be a pastor. Thus, he said in a high voice, "Don't worry. The evil heretic had used evil magic to hypnotize all of you, but if you would only believe in God sincerely, God will not abandon you." Then the white-robed man spread out his arms and chanted loudly. Vaguely, a hint of faint white light enveloped everyone and put their hearts at peace. Many stayed where they were, praying to the God of light in low voices. Only Merlin and Karis were somewhat at a loss. Karis's face was turning slightly pale, and her lips had become purplish-blue. It was evident that there was utter horror in her heart. Anyone As long as they had been living in the kingdom of light and had stayed under the influence of the Church of Light for a long time, would be horrified at the evil heretics. Karis was not an exception. She was unable to imagine that old man Ether, who had not seemed any different from any ordinary old man who had extensive knowledge, was a terrifying and evil heretic. Merlin's face looked bad as well, but he was much calmer than Karis. Merlin did not feel horrified by old man Ether's identity as an evil heretic. Rather, he felt that this matter might get him into trouble. "Miss Karis, let's go." Merlin stretched out his hand to hold Karis's. Her palm was sweaty, showing how nervous and scared she was. Luckily, many people were still praying. No one really noticed Merlin and Karis, so they went into their carriages and left without a sound. Back at Wilson Castle, Merlin hurriedly entered his room. It was only after he had returned to his room that Merlin let out a long sigh of relief, feeling much more at ease. Thinking back to everything he had just seen, he still felt it had been rather unimaginable. The battle between Old Man Ether and the white-robed man seemed to have opened up an entirely great, new door for him. Previously, he had thought that elemental swordsmen were strong and powerful beings in this world. The energy that a forceful elemental swordsman could break out into with all his might was downright terrifying. However, the energy of Old Man Ether and the white-robed man from the church was completely beyond Merlin's imagination. The usually superior and aloof elemental swordsmen did not have the slightest bit of resistance before Old Man Ether, as they were extremely weak. Old Man Ether and the white-robed man were the ones who possessed the truly great and powerful energy. "Right, Old Man Ether has given me a ring before." It was then that Merlin remembered the ring that Old Man Ether had given him. He had originally thought that it was a normal handicraft, but after having discovered how abnormal Old Man Ether was, naturally, Merlin no longer considered the ring to be an ordinary handicraft. Thus, Merlin began to search the room in haste. Chapter 17: The Ring. Chapter 17: The Ring. Merlin finally found the ring in an inconspicuous corner on the writing desk. Back then, Merlin had not taken the ring seriously after Old Man Ether had given it to him, so he had casually placed it on the writing desk. Merlin took the ring and lightly rubbed off the dust on it. The ring was still as black as ink. Holding it in his hand, it seemed to have a cold and gloomy aura. Although Merlin had not given this strange ring much thought before, this ring was not going to be that simple now that he knew Old Man Ether's true identity. Merlin carefully recalled Old Man Ether's every move when he had given him the ring. Old Man Ether was pale with a rather exhausted expression. Merlin also did not know what he had gone to do. Could Teacher Ether have foreseen that Hell be in danger at the time? The more Merlin thought about it, the more suspicious he felt. Otherwise, Old Man Ether would not have suddenly gifted this ring to him for no reason. A savage and terrifying monster had been carved on the ring. Using his finger, Merlin lightly caressed every part of the ring, but he did not discover anything out of the ordinary. Thus, Merlin placed the ring close to his eyes and carefully scrutinized every inch of the ring. He wished to see if there were any prompts in the form of writing on the ring. Surprisingly, just as he was focusing all of his attention on the ring, there was a spell of trance, as though everything around him had darkened in an instant. Right when Merlin was feeling panicky and confused, he had a strange sensation where it seemed like this darkness was completely unable to block his senses, and he could clearly see everything around him. This was a space about 10 square feet wide. There was darkness everywhere and it looked exceptionally empty and vast. Merlin could only see a book with a black cover that had been placed in the space. In this spacious place, the book looked extremely eye-catching. Space. A hint of doubt flashed across Merlin's head. Then, he was awakened in the blink of an eye. Slightly stunned, he looked around to discover that he was still sitting on the wooden chair, holding the ring in his hand. It was as though everything that had happened earlier was merely his illusion. No, it isn't an illusion. Merlin pondered deeply for a moment. He could clearly recall everything he had seen in that dark space. He believed that it was definitely not an illusion. Therefore, he focused his mental energy and stared at the ring once more. After a while, just as he had expected, he was back in the dark space that he had been a while ago. It seems that this ring contains a space. Merlin thought in his heart quietly. Old Man Ether had given the ring to him, so he had certainly left something behind for him. Merlin wished to see what on earth Old Man Ether had kept here for him. The space in the ring was wide and empty. There was only a book with a black cover. Without a doubt, it was this book that Old Man Ether had left behind. Thus, Merlin tried to meditate in his heart to get the book out. This method proved to be very useful. The book with a black cover disappeared in the blink of an eye. By the time Merlin came back to his senses, he discovered that the book with a black cover had already appeared on the writing desk. The book with a black cover was very thick and was divided into a few sections and was bound with black thread. Merlin flipped to one of the pages lightly, only to see some strange images drawn on it. They looked similar to some mathematical models that belonged to the world in his previous life. There were densely packed words written under the images. The words were in the Malta language and the handwriting was very familiar. It was Old Man Ether's handwriting. Malta language. Merlin frowned. He had only mastered over 200 words in the Malta language so far, so he could only merely read out some sentences with difficulty. For example, Merlin could recognize words like fireball, model, and magic. Nevertheless, Merlin could not understand when it came to the majority of the other content. However, through these simple intermittent words, Merlin had already been able to guess for the most part that this book was very possibly Old Man Ether's handbook, or perhaps he recorded some of the experiences he had while practicing magic during his everyday life into this handbook. This was a spell manual that was true to its name. Thinking about this, Merlin's heart was beating excitedly. Ever since he had seen the great powers of Old Man Ether and the White-Robed Man, he could never again forget such immense power that was beyond imagination. Moreover, this spell manual of Old Man Ether had opened up a completely new door for Merlin. In the end, despite his escalating emotions, Merlin still shook his head helplessly after reading the handbook for a while and closed the handbook. There were many words in the Malta language on this spell manual, and many of them were extremely rare words. With only the 200 or so words that Merlin had mastered so far, he was unable to understand even a complete sentence, let alone understand the content of the handbook. Thus, if he wished to understand what was written in the handbook, he had to first learn the Malta language. At the very least, he needed to master over 1,000 words before he could understand the content in the spell manual at a minimal level. Dong dong dong. A series of hurried knocks sounded from the door, startling Merlin. Hurriedly, he hid the spell manual away properly before opening the door. Master Merlin, a few knights from the city defense troop have arrived at the castle, saying that there are some matters which Master has to talk to them. The butler was standing outside the door. There was a deeply worried expression on his face. Knights from the city defense troop. There was a shock in Merlin's heart. After he had returned to the castle, he had vaguely felt like a premonition that the matter with Old Man Ether would be made into a huge issue and everyone related with Old Man Ether would be in trouble. Only, he had not expected trouble to come so soon. "Let's go, Butler. I'll go and meet with them." Merlin went downstairs and arrived at the hall. In the hall, there was a man wearing light silver armor sitting on the chair. Next to him were 3 knights who were wearing the uniforms of the city defense troop. Merlin merely cast an indifferent glance at the 3 knights from the city defense troops, and as for this man in silver armor, Merlin was even more certain in his heart now that this must be related to the matter with Old Man Ether, because the attire of this man was of the guardian swordsman from Grand City. "Are you Wilson Merlin?" the man in the silver armor asked coldly. "I'm Wilson Merlin. What are you here for?" There was no change to Merlin's face as he asked the question calmly. "We're the guardian swordsmen from the Church of Grand City. There are some issues we've to investigate. Let's go." The 3 knights from the city defense troop quickened their steps and went behind Merlin, fixing their eyes on him fiercely. Merlin frowned slightly. He knew that the power of the church was extremely great, and if the knights of the city defense troop had been mobilized, then they must have obtained permission from the castellan, so he had no choice but to follow them. "All right, I'll go with you guys for a while." Merlin arranged his clothes for a moment before following the silver-armored man out of the castle. The butler hurriedly ran a couple of steps. Next to Merlin, he anxiously asked, "Master Merlin, what's this about? Are there misunderstandings? Shall I go and get Sir Baron to return?" Merlin was the only son of the Wilson family and the heir to the title. Thus, it was natural that the butler would be very anxious about such a big incident. Merlin shook his head. There was a hint of a smile on his face as he spoke. "No need to trouble farther. It'll be fine. I'll be able to settle this matter very quickly." "Right, don't tell Macy in case she gets impulsive and does something irrational." After Merlin had given his instructions, he leisurely sat in the carriage prepared by the city defense troop and left the castle slowly. In the carriage, only a knight from the city defense troop and the silver-armored guardian swordsman watched Merlin. The other 2 knights were riding the horses and guarding the carriage. After all, Merlin was different from the others. Merlin was the only heir to the title in the Wilson family. He held a very high position, so a guardian swordsman had been specially sent forward. Otherwise, there would really be no way to get Merlin out from Wilson Castle by relying on just these city defense troop knights. "Master Merlin, you don't have to be nervous. We're only getting you to accompany us for an investigation. After we've confirmed that there are no relations between you and the evil heretic, we'll let you return." The person speaking was the knight of the city defense troop in the carriage. He was very afraid of the Wilson family, as old Wilson did not have a very good temper. In Blackwater City, there was really no one old Wilson was afraid of other than the castellan. Now that the men of the city defense troop had taken Merlin again, how horrible it would be if old Wilson knew about it. Although the knights of the city defense troop had to obey orders and have taken Merlin again, they did not dare to treat him harshly. Merlin nodded slightly and no longer paid attention to this knight from the city defense troop. Instead, he fixed his eyes on the guardian swordsman who was in the carriage. This guardian swordsman was not very old and was no more than 30 years old, but his expression was very cold. After he had sat in the carriage, he had been still. There was no intention of him to pay Merlin any attention. Merlin still wished to dig out some news from the lips of this guardian swordsman. Therefore, he spoke in a soft voice. I have a friend who went for an exchange in Grand City some days ago, and he has become a guardian swordsman. I heard that he has even received the blessings of the Honorable Bishop of Grand City. I don't know whether you'd know him, guardian swordsman, sir. Are you talking about Cawthon? This cold guardian swordsman finally opened his eyes wide, speaking in astonishment. Merlin's heart moved. He hurriedly nodded, saying, That's right, it's Cawthon. Seeing Merlin nod, the expression of this guardian swordsman finally warmed up. He said, Now that you've mentioned it, it's quite a coincidence. After Cawthon was blessed by the Honorable Bishop, he's been sent to our small team, but because Cawthon has just become a guardian swordsman, he isn't allowed to come this time. The relationship between Merlin and this guardian swordsman had been drawn a lot closer due to Cawthon. Thus, Merlin finally voiced the doubt that had been long hidden in his heart. The evil heretics are very powerful. According to the legends, all of them possess evil powers, and normies wouldn't be able to fight against these evil heretics at all. However, you guys unexpectedly killed that evil heretic this time. Who on earth is that Sir Jason? After Merlin had asked this question, the atmosphere in the carriage became dense immediately. Even the knight from the city defense troop looked at the guardian swordsman expectantly. The guardian swordsman looked at the hopeful expressions on Merlin and the city defense troop knight. He seemed very satisfied as a hint of a smile showed at the corners of his lips before he said in a low voice, You guys have really asked the right person this time. Anyone else doesn't know Sir Jason's identity at all. Sir Jason is a high-ranking official in the Inquisition. His position is higher than even us guardian swordsmen, and he directly reports to the jurisdiction of the headquarters. Even the Honorable Bishop doesn't have the authority to direct the members of the Inquisition. The Inquisition only sets out to deal with evil heretics, and they're usually extremely mysterious, so no one knows what they do. However, in the Church, it's rumored that the members of the Inquisition are the people who are closest to God, where they've even been granted all sorts of mighty powers by God. After he finished speaking, a hint of envy showed upon the face of this guardian swordsman. Chapter 18 Interrogation. Chapter 18 Interrogation. The Inquisition, huh? Merlin etched this place into his mind. That strong, white-robed man came from this Inquisition of Church of Light. Merlin felt even more alert. If he met anyone from the Inquisition in the future, he would need to treat them with care. The carriage slowly came to a halt. Led by the guardian swordsman, Merlin went out of the carriage. He raised his head to see, and to his surprise, he had reached the Blackwater City's church. There were many people same as Merlin, but most of them did not have such privilege as him. They were all normal citizens and were brought into the church by the city defense troop. Let's go. Tell them everything they need to know. As long as it's not related to the evil heretic, they'll let you go soon. The guardian swordsman said to Merlin with a smile. Due to Merlin's relationship to Cawthon, he had a good impression of Merlin. Merlin nodded and entered the church with this guardian swordsman. In the church, there were up to 100 people. They lined up in a few rows. Some were asking the crowd about matters related to Old Man Ether. There were also some clerks who were responsible for the records. Merlin had a good hearing. Listening closely, he heard a few people in front of him interrogating a middle-aged man. When have you met the evil heretic? For many years now. I'm a tailor. Whenever there's a change of season, Mr. Ether will come to my shop for tailored clothes. Except for clothes, have you seen him anywhere else? Except for clothes, I haven't seen Mr. Ether anywhere. He's very secretive, always hiding in his wooden house. Usually he doesn't even come out. Who would've thought that he's an evil heretic? Good. Next. That was the whole process of the questioning. Those who had gone through the process would be brought away swiftly for the next round of interrogation. If it was such a simple interrogation, there's nothing to be afraid of. Merlin finally calmed himself. Soon, it was Merlin's turn. The clerk standing in front of Merlin seemed neat and tidy. He was responsible for recording the conversation, while the one doing the questioning was a guardian swordsman. This guardian swordsman only took one boring glance at Merlin before he asked, "What's your name?" "Wilson Merlin." After hearing Merlin's name, the guardian swordsman's expression changed slightly. Then, he took a good long look at Merlin and his expression obviously became stern. "What's your relationship with the evil heretic?" Merlin did not hesitate and said directly, "I don't know Ether's true identity, so I learned antique authentication from him for a while." Merlin was also observing this guardian swordsman closely. He saw that there were not many changes to his expression, and Merlin immediately understood. These people were clear who Old Man Ether had contacted with before the interrogation. They had also gotten hold of some information of the people Ether had contact with. Surely, they knew of Merlin's relationship with Old Man Ether. The guardian swordsman asked Merlin more questions, and Merlin had also answered truthfully except for the ring. Merlin would not hide any fact regarding the old man. Otherwise, the people would doubt him. After a long while, the guardian swordsman had asked all he needed to ask. He raised his head and said to another guardian swordsman by his side, "Bring him in. Let Lord Jason do the last bit." Hence, another guardian swordsman came forward and brought Merlin to a small house in the church. "Go on in." The guardian swordsman stopped after he sent Merlin to the door. He said to Merlin without much emotion. Merlin sighed deeply before he pushed the door open and stepped inside. The house was a little dark and humid. As soon as Merlin stepped inside, he could feel a few gazes upon him. "Miss Caris." Merlin squinted his eyes. He saw that there was someone he knew in the house. It was Caris. She was brought here too. Caris also saw Merlin, and only nodded her head slightly as an acknowledgement. It seemed that her emotion was much stable and she was not as afraid as she was yesterday. Other than Caris, there were a few more strangers in the house. A bald old man, a fat madam, and the tailor who was questioned by the guardian swordsman before. They stood in the small house feeling unrest. They gazed up to the white-robed man sitting in the chair with fear. After seeing this white-robed man, Merlin knew that he was the wizard who killed Old Man Ether, Wizard Jason of the Secretive Inquisition. Merlin was the same as others, standing idly in the house. Jason did not speak, and he was simply waiting silently instead. After a while, a few people came in. In total, there were 8 of them. They were feeling unrest. Sometimes a hint of fear escaped their eyes. They did not know what sort of interrogation awaited them here. There was a large religious mural behind Wizard Jason. It was about God of Light who was punishing a bunch of devils who committed all sort of atrocities. Accompanied by this mural and the indifferent Wizard Jason, it was inevitable to induce fear in the people's heart. After a long while, Wizard Jason finally stood up. His sharp gaze scanned everyone briefly before saying slowly, more or less, "You're the people who've spent a long time with the evil heretic." That evil heretic is cruel, sly, and extremely capable of evil spells. So, I want to test for myself if you've been tainted by the evil heretic." Upon hearing Wizard Jason, that bald old man and the fat madam were already full of trembles. If there were no one holding them, they would have already passed out. In Church of Light, those who were related to evil heretic would receive the cruelest punishment. The most serious of all was to be strapped to the stake and be burnt alive. So, the fact that Wizard Jason questioned if they were related to the evil heretic had caused insurmountable fear in them. Wizard Jason's mouth quirked into a smile. With both of his hands crossed in front of his chest, he spoke in a low pitch, "Don't be afraid. If you're not tainted by the evil heretic, God will definitely forgive you." After that, Wizard Jason began to murmur. From his body, he began to emit a faint white light that felt holy and noble. In the blink of an eye, it covered the whole house. Meanwhile, Wizard Jason had already taken off the light armor he wore. Along with a huge white robe and the brightening of the holy light, the mark of a silver cross on his white robe became clearer as well. The people who were engulfed in the holy light felt as if they were seen through completely. They could not hide even the slightest secret. Merlin took a sideways glance at Karis to see that she was bright red with a slightly awkward expression. Merlin frowned because he felt it too. Albeit well-dressed, in this holy light, clothes did not seem to have any effect of covering one's body. It was as if they were seen naked by others. He could not blame Karis for being awkward about it. "Is this the magical spell? Luckily, I didn't bring the ring with me. Or else, there's no way I can escape Jason's investigation." Merlin became stern and more terrified of the secretive wizard because the magical yet strong spells were powers that he could not fathom at all. The others were horrified by the holy light Jason emitted as well, but Merlin remained calm. He even had the energy to observe Wizard Jason. Merlin then noticed that obvious mark of a silver cross on Jason's white robe. Merlin had only seen such a unique mark on Jason. Even the guardian swordsmen of Grand City did not have such a mark. Merlin guessed that this mark represented Jason's status and identity in the Inquisition. The holy light continued for a while and then dissipated slowly. Then, Wizard Jason showed a slight cheerful smile and said in a high voice, "Good. I've completed my investigation. You're all loyal believers and haven't been tainted by the evil heretic." Upon hearing Jason's words, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Some even prayed silently. The door to the house opened wide and Jason waved his hands. "You all can leave." Thus, everyone bowed slightly to Wizard Jason, then left the house hurriedly. After experiencing that scene just now, no one would like to stay any longer with Jason. Swordsman Bog, who was outside, walked into the room. With a hint of uncertainty, he asked, "Lord Jason, did you find anything else?" Jason shook his head, "Nothing. I investigated with magic detection. These people don't have any magic power, not to mention anything that has the aura of that evil heretic. It seems that evil heretic came to Blackwater City by himself." Swordsman Bog nodded and continued, "The things in that evil heretic's home. How should we deal with them?" "Put them in the carriage and bring them back to Grand City. Let the bishop deal with them. Maybe from his things, we'll be able to find other heretics," Wizard Jason said to Swordsman Bog. Walking out of the church, the wind was chilly. Merlin could not resist the urge to pull up his shirt to his neck. However, he was fiery hot within. He had finally overcome the hurdles with the church. Following that, he could properly plan to study Old Man Ether's spell manual in secret. "Miss Caris, are you all right?" Merlin asked out of courtesy as he saw Caris, who was behind him. "I'm fine." Caris pulled a forced smile. He could see that she was still exhausted. Surely the matter with Old Man Ether had pulled a great deal on her. "Miss Caris, you should go back and rest for a few days." Merlin consoled Caris while the latter nodded. She then bid Merlin goodbye, entered her carriage hurriedly and left. Ensuring that Caris's carriage had left his view, Merlin looked at the church. He knew the butler would definitely come. As expected, Merlin saw the familiar figure of the butler and Moss. However, beside Moss, in this chilly weather, there was yet another familiar figure. Chapter 19 Spell Manual. Chapter 19 Spell Manual. Macy. Merlin frowned as he shot a questioning glare at the butler. The butler shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "Young Master Merlin." Young Lady Macy got hold of the news herself. Macy had a dark expression on her as she shot deathly glare at Merlin. Merlin was extremely troubled by his sister Macy because in Macy's eyes, Merlin always seemed to be the rich kid who needed to be restricted. When Macy was about to speak, Merlin quickly held Macy's hand and lowered his tone. "Don't say anything. Say it when we get home. Let's enter the carriage first. Let's go." Macy was pulled by Merlin into the carriage. The butler and Moss were sitting in front of the carriage. It then slowly left the church. In the carriage, there was no chilly wind, so it seemed a little warmer. However, the air in the carriage seemed stagnant. Macy was gawking at Merlin as she tried to say something, while Merlin seemed calm. After a long while, Merlin raised his head and looked at Macy. "Ask away. What do you want to know about?" Macy frowned and had a complicated look on her. She only spoke after a long pause. "Is there any trouble?" "Most of them have been dealt with. After some time, the people from the church should be back in Grand City. There won't be anything more." Merlin stated the facts as calmly as he could be. "That's good, then. This matter involves the church. It isn't anything big and farther is away. So, from now on, you shouldn't go out too often. I'll ask for leave for you from Swordsman Piero. I'll say that you're ill," Macy said in a serious note. She knew it clearly that once things had involved the church, even the smallest matter could become detrimental. She was not clear with the whole matter, but restricting Merlin from going out could at least save him from some troubles. This was the best solution Macy could think of. Merlin nodded in agreement. "Yeah, I'll stay in the castle for the meantime and not go out." He had the thought of studying Old Man Ether's spell manual wholeheartedly anyway. Now that Macy was able to explain the situation to Swordsman Piero, he could save some trouble for himself. The carriage slowly came to a halt in front of Wilson Castle. After they had entered the castle, Merlin ordered the old butler to tell anyone who came for him lately that he was not home. After he had given that instruction, Merlin returned to his room upstairs. After a short rest, Merlin carefully took out the Weldon ring from under his bed. Upon seeing this ring, Merlin felt a warm sensation drawing into his heart. He recalled how small he seemed in front of Jason at the church. Once Jason decided that Merlin was acting odd, he would have died in that place. Wizards who had gotten hold of strong spells were the true powerful people. Merlin sent his mind power into the ring. With a thought, that thick spell manual in the ring appeared in Merlin's hands, but he was not rushing to flip it open. He placed the manual lightly on the study table and studied the ring instead. If he can store the spell manual in the ring, Then I should be able to store other things in the ring as well. Merlin guessed in his heart. He intended to test it, so he took the mysterious relief sculpture out. According to the method provided in the manual, he had to use his mind power and touch the ring at once. Swoosh! It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Merlin squinted his eyes slightly to check the ring with his mind power. As expected, the relief sculpture lied quietly in the ring. Knowing that the ring could store other things as well, a weight was lifted off Merlin's chest. This relief sculpture was extremely mysterious and unfathomable. Putting it in the ring would be safer. After that, Merlin grabbed the spell manual and flipped it open lightly. Even though he had seen it before, he was simply surprised by it and did not have a good look. Now, Merlin would like to study the content in the manual. However, Merlin only tried a few sentences before giving up helplessly. Even if he had the information from Old Man Ether as reference and he could understand it word by word, but doing this was nearly ineffective. He was extremely slow and he could not attain the effect he wanted. Thus, the most urgent thing was to have a grasp of Molter language. At least, he needed a strong foundation in it. This required Merlin to grasp hold of more than 1,000 vocabulary in the following days to at least try to understand the content of the spell manual. So, Merlin directly placed the manual back into the ring. As long as he could not grasp hold of more than 1,000 Molter words, he would never retrieve the spell manual. The butler entered the hall of Wilson Castle hurriedly. Young Master Merlin, the guardian swordsman from Grand City, had left Blackwater City this morning. The butler flashed a smile. He was ordered by Merlin to observe the guardian swordsman of Grand City. Once they had left, he needed to report it to Merlin. Merlin stood up suddenly and said in a low voice, "Butler, are they all gone? Is there anyone who stays behind? What about the leader, Wizard Jason? Has he left?" The butler answered, "They've all left." Led by Lord Jason, the guardian swordsman brought 3 carriages of things away. "I heard they're all things moved from the evil heretics' home. Their pace is slow, but they've left Blackwater City this morning. I only returned after confirming it repeatedly." "Butler, you've done well." Merlin was relieved. Even though he had not left home for a while lately, he was still taking note of the movement of the guardian swordsmen who came from Grand City closely. Only after making sure that they had already left, he felt truly relaxed. "Right, did anyone find me lately?" Merlin asked the butler. The butler hesitated for a while and said, "Yesterday, young Master Anson and young Master Gut came for your, but they were chased away by young Lady Macy." Merlin shook his head with a bitter smile and let the butler left first. However, Merlin did not take this to heart. Anson and Gut should not have any urgent matter. They were better off chased away by Macy. That way he could learn the Molter language at peace. Without other disturbances, Merlin's pace of learning Molter language was quick. In just a few days, he had grasped hold of more than 100 words. Now, he had the vocabulary of about 300 words. As the number of words increased, the speed to learn Molter language would increase significantly as well. Since these Molter words were highly correlated, the few first hundreds of Molter words were the hardest to learn. However, as time passed by and when he had understood Molter words enough, he was able to correlate the words and learn new vocabulary in a much higher speed. With my current speed, I'll be able to understand more than 1,000 words and at most, a month. At that time, I can read the content of that spell manual. Merlin was looking forward to that day. The heat from the burning furnace warmed the entire hall. Now that it was October, the weather had become even colder. The ground outside was already faintly frosted and extremely slippery. The servants of the castle were also bearing the freezing wind as they rid the ground of the frost with shovel as quickly as possible. In the hall, Merlin and Macy were dining. There were butter bread, wheat porridge and a glass of milk prepared on the table. Macy took a glance at Merlin, who was gobbling up food. She seemed to have something to say to her brother hesitantly. "Macy, I've finished." Merlin used his white handkerchief to wipe away the food on his mouth. Then, he stood up and was about to leave when Macy stopped him. Macy frowned and said, "Merlin, wait a minute." "Anything wrong?" Merlin turned and looked at Macy. Macy put down her fork and knife and wiped her mouth. She said softly, "Merlin, yesterday Gut and Anson came to look for you. Why didn't you go out with them?" Merlin showed an odd expression. Macy had not liked seeing Fatty Gut and Anson before and said they were Merlin's bad influence. Once she met them, she would not show any good expression. However, Macy's attitude today was a little strange, but Merlin did not think too much about it. He said nonchalantly, "Anson and Gut didn't have any urgent business with me. The weather's so cold. It's better staying in the castle." "Merlin, you've been staying in the castle these days." "It's been more than a month. It's better to go out for a walk some days." Macy's gaze showed a hint of worry. Right now, Merlin also realized that his lack of socialization these days was too abnormal as compared to his previous behavior and had caused Macy to worry about him. She probably still thought the incident with the church had caused some effect on Merlin somehow. Thinking about that, Merlin smiled and nodded. "I will when I have time." After saying that, Merlin turned around and went upstairs. Meanwhile, Macy was still frowning. She was worried about Merlin's current condition. Usually, Merlin would not stay at home even for a day. The butler hesitated for a while before saying with a smile, "Young Lady Macy, even though young Master Merlin did not go out much during this period, he was energetic and cheerful all this while. There shouldn't be any problem." After hearing what the butler said, Macy finally relaxed her eyebrows. She wore a thick coat and left the castle in a hurry. Merlin returned to his room quickly. He did not take Macy's words by heart. If there was no important matter to attend to, he would not leave the castle during this time. This was because he had understood more Malta vocabulary. Until now, he had grasped hold of 1,100 Malta words. He could be deemed as he understood the basic Malta language. Thus, Merlin was prepared to retrieve Old Man Ether's spell manual today and study its content. Taking the ring he hid under his bed, Merlin's mind power reached into the ring quickly. With a thought, a thick spell manual appeared in Merlin's hands. Merlin only briefly flipped through this spell manual the previous time. Since his Malta vocabulary was limited, he did not understand its context at all. Now, Merlin flipped the spell manual open once more. Chapter 20 Spell Model. Chapter 20 Spell Model. The manual was basically written in the format of diary and notes. Many were comprehensive thoughts of Old Man Ether toward spells. Even if Merlin had grasped hold of more than 1,000 Malta words, reading and understanding the content of the manual was still difficult for him. However, this was also partly due to the manual, where it consisted of many technical terms about spells and spellcasters, so Merlin could not understand those parts easily. As for other content in the manual, Merlin could read them in a breeze. Soon, Merlin found some descriptive text about spells where it discussed the methods to become a spellcaster. To be a spellcaster, the most basic thing to have is mind power. Only those with a strong mind power can simulate the spell model. It was only then that they etch it in their mind, where it eventually becomes the source of spell strength. Merlin pondered about these words over and over again. Even if he did not understand what a spell model really was, he could understand most of what these words were saying. Mind power was the foundation to become a spellcaster. Maybe Old Man Ether had realized Merlin's extraordinary mind power in the first place. That was why he had given the ring that hid the spell manual to Merlin. As to why Merlin's mind power was different than others, that was easy to explain since he was reborn into this world. Since he knew he possessed the condition to become a spellcaster, Merlin was exalted. Thus, he continued to read the text to find the way to become a spellcaster. Soon, Merlin found Old Man Ether's words on the 3rd page of the manual. Mind power is the basis of a spellcaster, while the buildup of a spell model determines the strength of the spellcaster. The words spell model had appeared in the manual quite frequently, but even after searching for a long time, Merlin could not find any spell model. Merlin now knew most of the steps required to be a spellcaster. Firstly, one must have extraordinary mind power. Next, it was to construct a spell model and imprint the spell model into one's mind using mind power. This was the same as simulating a spell model in the mind using mind power. If everything went well, then one could become a spellcaster. Old Man Ether's spell manual had many volumes. Merlin read through the first volume and saw that it was all about Old Man Ether's experiences when he cultivated spells. It did not record about any spell model that was the key to become a spellcaster. Then, Merlin picked up the 2nd volume. As soon as he flipped it open, he saw an extremely complicated drawing. Under the drawing, there were some explanatory notes from Old Man Ether. Zeroval Spell Fireball's spell model. I have improved this spell model several times. Its specialty is its stability. Although it may come off a little weaker than other fireball in power, its forte lies in its stability. Once this spell model is used, beginner spellcasters don't need to worry about the issue of spell model falling apart in their minds. This complicated drawing of Zeroval Spell Fireball's spell model was the spell model Merlin was searching for. Other than this spell model that was more stable, there were other models of fireball that were stronger. However, Old Man Ether had made his notes under these models. If these spell models were exceptionally strong in power, then one must always take note of the possible issue of the spell model falling apart. These strong spell models did not have a stable construction. Once these were used by force and fell apart in one's mind, this could cause detrimental effects on the spellcaster and even jeopardize his life. Therefore, for a spellcaster, the most important thing was to construct a spell model that suit himself. Merlin did not pause long at the spell model of Fireball. He flipped the pages and found that the manual also had the spell model of Whirlwind. Same as the Fireball, the Whirlwind was also a zeroval spell. There were 2 zeroval spells in total, and these were all the spells recorded in Old Man Ether's manual. Merlin was slightly disappointed as these were only 2 zeroval spells that could be considered as the most basic spells. However, when Merlin began to further study the important detail to become a spellcaster, he did not dare to look down on these 2 zeroval spells anymore. Take Fireball as an example. Though it was simply a zeroval spell, the complexity of its spell model was unfathomable to Merlin. This spell model resembled some complicated mathematical model during Merlin's last life. To completely imprint such complex spell model into his mind in addition to mind power without a single mistake was very difficult. It brought upon a heavy burden on his mind power. No wonder the basic criteria for one to become a spellcaster was to have strong mind power. If a person's mind power was simply passable, he could never be able to simulate such complicated spell model in his mind using mind power. Without considering the complexity of the spell model, the spellcaster needed to choose which spell model to use, a stable spell model or a stronger spell model. Like the fireball, Old Man Ether had built more than 10 spell models for himself, all of which were extremely complex. Merlin only looked at it briefly and he had already felt dizzy and exhausted. The other spell, Whirlwind, was the same. Its spell model was complicated. 2 spell models had been expanded into many different types, and all of these had been written in the manual in more than 30 pages. The second volume of the manual was mostly spell models for these 2 spells. Merlin sat on his chair and placed the spell manual on the study table. He rubbed his forehead lightly. He was not relaxing, but was thinking about these 2 spells in silence instead. He was considering which spell model he should adopt. In comparison, the power of Fireball is slightly stronger than the Whirlwind. Moreover, it's the spell teacher Ether is most familiar with. My first spell should be Fireball. After comparing the pros and cons of both Fireball and Whirlwind, Merlin finally chose the 0-level spell Fireball. Of course, there were no limitations to 0-level spell. Normally, a spellcaster would possess at least 3 0-level spells because only with 3 0-level spells the mind would be in a more stable state so it would not collapse easily this way. In the future, he would be able to upgrade the level of his spell model to become an even stronger spellcaster. 3 spell models were the basic, but there were some strong spellcasters who could possess 4 or 5 or 6 or even more 0-level spells. However, the prerequisite for that was to have enough mind power to support all spells. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to construct more spell models in their minds. Entrance-level spellcaster like Merlin had mind power that could support only 1 spell model at his best. Having decided on the spell, Merlin would have to face Old Man Ether's spell models again. There were all sorts of Fireball's spell model, and this was the part that gave him a headache the most. Although Fireball was simply a 0-level spell, Old Man Ether had created 13 different spell models according to his understanding all these years. Some were stable, some were explosive. However, each of them had their own unique traits. Merlin read Old Man Ether's spell manual again. In it, he found that some basic spell model had to be modified according to personal needs. The overall structure of Fireball was this way, but if the spellcaster wished to have stronger power and make his Fireball explode when he cast the spell, he would only need to make a slight modification to the spell model. Some spellcasters wanted to have a more stable spell model to support his upgrade in the future to become a first level, a second level, and even a high-level spellcaster. Therefore, he needed to modify his spell model a little to make it more stable. Merlin was troubled facing these spell models. Old Man Ether had mentioned in his manual that it was best for him to modify the spell model to suit his needs. However, Merlin was only a beginner. How would he be able to modify these spell models left by Old Man Ether? Although there were only these few dozens of spell models in Ether's spell manual, in reality, the calculation and simulation involved in producing these spell models surely took Old Man Ether a long time to complete. Merlin had no time to slowly study these spell models at all. It'll be much easier if I have the matrix. Merlin could not help but sigh. The matrix was a quantum calculator. As a supercalculator, the most basic function of matrix calculation, function drawing, and data analysis could be considered as a top-notch in the industry. Moreover, the most important aspect was its intelligent core. According to the user's needs, it could construct the perfect model for mathematical or physics purposes. If he had the matrix, Merlin would be able to find the most suitable spell model without much effort, no matter how complicated these spell models were. Will you like to initiate the matrix? Merlin was stunned for a minute. He seemed to hear a weak sound, a notification to initiate the matrix. After a while, there seemed to be no change. Merlin could only shake his head helplessly as he mumbled to himself. It seems that spell models are definitely too complex for me that I even hallucinated. How can I possibly have the matrix here? Merlin thought the voice earlier as a hallucination that appeared out of exhaustion. Just when Merlin continued to think about the spell models, suddenly a crisp voice rang in his mind. Will you like to initiate the matrix? The voice this time was extremely clear and kept echoing in his mind. Merlin was stunned for real, but soon he was elated. He could not believe this. Could it be the matrix followed me here? Though full of doubt, Merlin said in a deep voice, "Initiate the matrix." The order had been placed. Merlin was filled with anticipation as he waited. Chapter 21 The Matrix. Chapter 21 The Matrix. Instruction confirmed. Initiating the matrix. Scanning owner's identity. Creating folders. Owner's identity confirmed. Do you want to bind account? After a long while, a monotonous digital voice rang again and echoed in Merlin's head. Yes. Merlin did not hesitate. He knew once he had bound his credentials, he would be able to use the matrix. Others could not even see it because this advanced quantum calculator was injected into the blood in the form of liquefied metal. It merged completely in the flesh and blood of the owner, and no one could destroy it. Collecting blood samples. Binding successful. Reading folder. Folder crashed. Building a new folder. Please name the new folder. New folder, huh? Merlin's eyes shone and said in a deep voice, folder name Merlin. Naming new folder successful. Welcome, Mr. Merlin, to use the matrix, the quantum calculator. At this time, the voice of the matrix had turned into a sweet girl's voice. Her voice sounded relaxing. Merlin was sitting on the high wooden chair quietly. Although he seemed calm, his shining eyes had betrayed the excitement he felt on the inside. For a spellcaster to construct a suitable spell model, he would need to spend a few dozen years to make all sorts of simulation and calculation of the spell model. Even so, many final spell model of the spellcasters was still not satisfying. The creation of spell model had wasted many of the spellcasters' time. Now, Merlin had this quantum calculator with him. It represented the most advanced technology in his previous life. With its aid, maybe Merlin would not need to waste much energy on creating a spell model. Anyhow, let's test it. Let's see if the matrix is useful. Though excited, Merlin still kept his head cool. He knew he had to use the matrix to test these spell models. He needed to see if this could work. Merlin immediately ordered the matrix, create a fireball database. The matrix immediately began its scan and recorded all the spell models of fireball that Old Man Ether had studied for years into the database. Fireball database successfully created. Immediately analyze these spell models. Along with Merlin's order, the powerful quantum calculator began its work. Its speed was unfathomably fast. In the blink of an eye, the Matrix had immediately created up to 10,000 of spell models for Fireball with Old Man Ether's spell models as the base. On top of that, the number was still increasing. D-analysis completed. In total, 186,519 models created. Hearing the voice of the Matrix, even Merlin was dumbfounded. 180,000 spell models. Just from Old Man Ether's few spell models as the foundation, 180,000 new spell models were created. This was the forte of this calculator. If it was pure manpower, they could not have thought of all the possibilities, no matter how creative they were or how strong their mind power was, not to mention creating 180,000 spell models. Of course, most of the spell models found were not what Merlin needed. Merlin still had to filter the overall best and the most suitable spell model for himself. Merlin thought the first element of choosing a spell model was its stability, not power. With stability as the foundation, he would increase the strength of the spell. Spell model created from this line of thought would be the best spell model for him. Merlin closed his eyes. With a serious look on him, he placed his hands lightly on the table, hitting a frequent yet dynamic rhythm. This was Merlin's habit. Whenever he was thinking and preparing to make a decision, he would naturally do this action. After a long while, Merlin opened his eyes and said, "The Matrix. Use the spell models in the database and choose all spell models that have stability above spell model No.1. Merlin's so-called spell model No.1 meant the spell model created by Old Man Ether with the highest stability. It was the one Old Man Ether was most satisfied with among all. Its specialty was its stability. Once he simulated it in his mind with mind power, the possibility of it falling apart was very low. Merlin's choice was undoubtedly focused on stability. Without chasing after the mere strength of a spell, Merlin knew only a stable spell model would be a good foundation for higher-level spell model in the future. This was just like a building. Zero-level spell model was the foundation. The more stable the foundation, the higher the building could be possibly built in the future. Merlin had thought a lot about it before making the decision. Filtering begin. In total, 138 spell models are more stable than spell model No.1. The Matrix had completed filtering in lightning speed. In addition, the result also surprised Merlin. There were 138 spell models that were more stable than the spell model created by Old Man Ether after building it for several years. This was the effect of high-speed calculation incomparable to the human mind no matter what. From these filtered results, Merlin wanted to filter them further. From these spell models, choose the spell model that causes stronger explosion than No.13. Merlin issued his order to the Matrix. No.13 was the most powerful model among the spell models created by Old Man Ether. However, its structure was greatly unstable. Once No.13 was forcefully used, it could fall apart easily. Since it was highly dangerous, Old Man Ether advised in his spell manual numerous times against choosing such spell model which was easily collapsible. Defiltered ended. There's no spell model that fits the criteria. Merlin frowned. There was no spell model among these 138 that was stronger than No.13. However, after some thoughts, he calmed down. A spell model that was stable and powerful was not easy to find. Stability and strength, one could only choose one trait or reach a compromise. After understanding this point, Merlin continued his order, change of filter criteria. Find the strongest one among these 138 spell models. Soon, an extremely complicated spell model appeared in Merlin's head. It was the spell model that the Matrix had found which fit Merlin's criteria. This spell model was stable enough. As for its power, Merlin thought about it, then asked the Matrix softly, as compared to No.13, how strong is this spell model? According to the structure of this spell model's strength was about 70% of No.13. 70% more than enough. It's much better than Teacher Ether's spell model No.1. Merlin sighed in relief. It was good enough to have 70% of the strength of spell model No.13, and it was far stronger than Old Man Ether's spell model No.1. Then, Merlin closed his eyes slightly. He began to carefully study this spell model that was chosen from 180,000 spell model where it was deemed the most suitable for Merlin. Moreover, this spell model could be considered as the best compromise between stability and strength. The spell models Old Man Ether used a few dozen years to create could not compare to the spell model that was created using the Matrix in a short amount of time. After choosing the spell model, the last step was to simulate it in his mind with mind power. This process was the step that took the longest time to complete and easiest to fail. If he had weak mind power, even remembering the complex spell model would be difficult, not to mention simulating it in his mind. That would be more than difficult. Although Old Man Ether had left a note noting Merlin's strong mind power and his potential to become a spellcaster, Merlin had to complete the last step to become a true spellcaster. Thus, Merlin closed his eyes in silence and focused his mind. He began to simulate the spell model of Zeroval Fireball. The spell model modified by the Matrix was even more complex as compared to Old Man Ether's spell model. It was even difficult to draw all the curved lines on a paper, and moreover, he had to simulate it with mind power. Facing such a complicated spell model, the consumption of mind power was beyond imagination. Merlin had already felt the exhausting effect from trying to simulate the spell model with mind power. 1 hour, 2 hours. Snow suddenly fell outside the window, and so, the temperature in the house seemed lower. Merlin had sat on the wooden chair for 2 to 3 hours. His legs were numb from the cold, but he could not feel a thing right now. This was because his attention was all focused on the spell model in his head. After simulating it repeatedly, Merlin finally felt a slight change in his awareness. Awareness was the place where mind power resided and was the most mysterious place in the brain. The spell model in which Merlin simulated with mind power had taken its form by now and appeared in the empty awareness. Finally, it's done. Suddenly, Merlin opened his eyes. His voice even trembled from excitement. Finally, after spending 3 hours, Merlin had successfully simulated the spell model of Fireball in his mind with mind power. As soon as the spell model had formed its shape, Merlin had a feeling that was slightly different than before. Even though he had sat without moving for a few hours and his limbs had gone cold, but now there seemed to be a ball of heat surrounding him. He could see it if he closed his eyes. The spell model of Fireball in his awareness was spinning slowly right now. There seemed to be a small spark of fire being absorbed into the spell model from the outside. That fire spark made Merlin thought of fire element. When Merlin was asking Macy how he could sense fire element, Macy had described the shape of fire element. Since Merlin did not possess an affinity to the fire element, he could not attract fire element into his body by nature, so he could not become an elemental swordsman. However, now that he had the spell model of Fireball, he could feel endless fire element entering his body in a frenzy. They were rapidly merging into the fireball's spell model. It was as if the spell model in the awareness was a black hole, crazily engulfing the endless fire element around it. Chapter 22 Fireball Spell. Chapter 22 Fireball Spell. It was chilly outside the castle. Snow was falling heavily and formed a thin layer of frost on the ground. However, Merlin could not feel the cold at all. Instead, he felt overly warm. He even took off his thick coat, leaving only a thick shirt on. The spell model of Fireball finally formed in his awareness. What Merlin was about to do now was to test the strength of the fireball. Merlin scanned the room. His surrounding was not suitable for him to do the fireball testing, so Merlin wore his coat and headed out. He recalled there was a secret basement in Wilson Castle. It was very hidden and wide. Only old Wilson, the butler, and Merlin knew about this basement. Merlin wanted to test the fireball, and the basement was the perfect place for him. Recalling his memory, Merlin went straight to old Wilson's room. He pressed a brick on the wall lightly. That was the switch that gave the way to the basement. Kachak! With a creak, a wall in old Wilson's room gradually pulled apart from two sides. Dust flew about and fell on the ground. In a couple of moments, a dark tunnel stood before Merlin. He took a candlestick on old Wilson's table and lit the candles. With a weak light, he walked into the opening. The passage was extremely dark as no one had come in for a long time. There was a heavy and unbearable stench in it. Merlin proceeded cautiously without stopping. This passage headed downward. A long stone staircase led him to a place 100 meters below ground. At two sides of the passage, there were many candlesticks. Whenever Merlin met a candlestick, he would light the candles. Thus, the dark passage turned bright and clear as he walked further. Walking on for a few minutes, the stone staircase had disappeared and Merlin had reached a wide basement. This basement was just a hall. There were more than 10 small rooms storing weapons, shield, and armors. Merlin could still recall the few times he was brought here by old Wilson when he was 10 years old. When old Wilson was repairing the castle, he had referenced the structure of a few military fortresses. Thus, there was a basement which only allowed one person to enter. If there was any danger, one could simply hide in it. If one had prepared way beforehand and stocked the basement, the supplies here would be enough to feed a few hundred people for a year. However, many years had passed. Blackwater City was peaceful without many wars, so the basement was gradually neglected. Albeit neglected, the basement provided enough space for Merlin to test the power of Fireball. Thus, Merlin stood at the center of the underground hall and began to sense the spell model in his awareness quietly. The spell model in his awareness was still rotating slowly. Even the slightest fire element underground was absorbed into the spell model. The fire element that was absorbed by the spell model was the magic power of the spell caster itself. The longer the time spell model existed, the more the magic power it accumulated. So, once the spell model was created in the awareness, one could just leave it alone. The spell model would automatically accumulate magic power. Merlin read Old Man Ether's spell manual carefully and was clear about the method to cast a spell. It was easy where he would need to stimulate the spell model with mind power. Fireball! Merlin shouted. His mind power directly stimulated the spell model of Fireball. In the blink of an eye, a fireball which emitted scorching heat appeared from the empty space less than a meter away from Merlin. Merlin was filled with elation, but he was not able to control his mind power, so the fireball dissipated as quickly as it had been formed. The fireball dissipated because Merlin had not controlled his mind power properly. Once the fireball was cast, the spellcaster had to control it with his mind power. Even though he failed the first time, Merlin did not give up. He concluded his experience and lesson and cast another fireball. This time, he controlled the fireball well with his mind power and began to direct the fireball to fly around in the air. Boom! The fireball crashed into a stone wall. This fireball in the size of a fist seemed to contain a large amount of energy. It caused the tough wall to tremble and burned a half-inch hole in it. That was not enough to show the true strength of fireball. Merlin took a heavy armor from the storeroom in the basement. This was the standard equipment of a heavy-armored knight. Once he had this on, even the sharp knight's spear could not pierce his armor. It was naturally just right for Merlin to use this armor to test the power of fireball. He hung the armor on the wall, but he did not continue to cast fireball. Instead, he sat down for a rest. Merlin rubbed his head with both hands. Since he had cast fireball for 2 times, he realized the magic power accumulated in the spell model had been emptied. If he wanted to cast it again, he would need to wait for his magic power to recover. Looking at the spell model in his awareness, which absorbed the fire element from outside slowly, Merlin thought to himself as he murmured, "It seems like the time is too short since the creation of the spell model. I can only cast fireball for 2 times. As for lack of magic power, Merlin could not do anything. The accumulation of magic power could only rely on the time the spell model was given to accumulate. There was no shortcut to it. After an hour, the spell model slowly recovered. Merlin could cast fireball once again. Go! Merlin cast it again. This time, he was already familiar with the casting of fireball, so he could do it swiftly. He controlled the fireball in front of him and smashed it into the armor on the wall. SSSS. There was no huge noise as he had imagined. A fist-like hole burnt through the protection of the armor that covered the front chest by the small fireball. The hole was still hissing smoke. Even Merlin had broken into a cold sweat. He was aghast. Even though he had assumed the strength of the fireball would be remarkable, he did not expect it to be this powerful. This was a heavy armor made from iron. Its defense was top-notch among other armor. Even the knight's spear could not pierce it. However, the fireball could easily burn a hole in an armor of such defense. The small fireball Merlin cast contained a terrifying power and temperature. What's this? Merlin came back to his senses. When he was checking the spell model in his awareness, he found something new. In his awareness, there was a gray horizontal frame beside the slowly rotating spell model. Merlin was worried about the appearance of this gray frame in his awareness, especially near his spell model. When does this appear? Merlin furrowed his eyebrows. He remembered clearly that this gray frame was not there when he built the spell model. It must have appeared lately. Thus, he observed it more closely. He realized half of this gray frame was slightly bright while the other part remained dull. Merlin observed for a long time, but he still did not know what this frame was, nor did he know when it had appeared in his awareness. However, he did not plan to waste his time studying this frame. He needed to spend a long time trying to familiarize the process of casting the fireball. Thus, Merlin released the fireball again. His mind power guided the fireball and crashed it into the heavy armor. Boom! This time, the whole fireball exploded and flew all over the place. Even the armor with high defense strength was blown into pieces. This was the effect of mind power. Not only could it guide the direction of the spell, but also made many changes to it. For example, he could let the fireball explode when it approached the enemy. If he needed to deal with hard objects, he would not let it explode, and instead, he would burn a hole through it due to the heat. These were all techniques used in casting spells. It required long practices and battle experiences to gradually discover all effects of spells. Since Merlin had just built his spell model, he would usually empty his magic power after casting 2 fireballs. He must rest during this time to wait for his magic power to recover. If he forcefully stimulated the spell model, he could cause the spell model to fall apart and caused a detrimental effect on the spell caster indirectly. These taboos during the process of casting spells were recorded in detail in Old Man Ether's spell manual. Merlin had memorized all by heart. When he was resting, Merlin found that gray frame again in his awareness. However, the strange thing was that the frame was no longer gray. It had become red. Looking at the red frame, Merlin had a strange feeling, so he tried to touch it with his mind power. Whoom! After being stimulated by Merlin's mind power, the red frame shone a bright light. The static spell model, which was slowly recovering, suddenly spun in a fast movement. At the same time, the magic power that had recovered was rapidly emptied by spell model. Before Merlin even understood what was going on, a large fireball immediately appeared in front of him. It slowly hovered in the air and its internal part seemed greatly unstable. It seemed it was about to explode anytime. Merlin gawked at the large fireball in shock. If his previous fireballs were the size of a fist, then this fireball was almost the size of 3 to 4 fists. Not good. The fireball was not guided by Merlin's mind power. Moreover, its internal part seemed greatly unstable and seemed as if it might explode anytime. Merlin felt a sense of danger and immediately directed the fireball with his mind power to collide with the ground. Chapter 23 The Incident I. Chapter 23 The Incident I. Vroom! A huge yet heavy noise rang. It was as if the whole basement was shaking. After a while, Merlin stood up from the ground. He patted his head slightly to find that his head and clothes were covered with dust. The place where the large fireball collided with directly caused a gigantic hole, almost half a meter in diameter. It only showed what terrifying power was contained within that fireball just now. Merlin quickly checked his awareness. He noticed that the frame had turned gray again. Meanwhile, the spell model remained the same except that it had exhausted its magic power. Looking at the gigantic hole, Merlin still felt overwhelmed. The power of that fireball was out of his expectation, and its appearance must be closely related to the horizontal frame that appeared out of nowhere in his awareness. After that, Merlin tried all ways to observe the change of frame in his awareness. Finally, Merlin found the usage of the frame. It turned out that after Merlin had cast Fireball for 3 times, the color of the frame would turn from gray to red. At this time, once he used mind power to stimulate the frame, the spell model would be triggered and released a gigantic fireball. Its power was terrifying and at least 3 times stronger than the normal fireball. Merlin could not understand the reason behind the appearance of the frame. Maybe it was because the Matrix had redesigned the spell model, or maybe it was because Merlin had passed through from another life. However, no matter what, this frame at least brought a great advantage to Merlin. It could bring out a spell which had a force 3 times greater than that of any normal 0-level spell. Even though Merlin did not know how strong a first-level spell was, the fireball created from triggering the frame would not be any less than the first-level spell. Moreover, this was Merlin's hidden power. He could use it as his trump card. With a gigantic fireball released by the frame in mind, Merlin named this triggered fireball as Large Fireball since the name fit the image well. Merlin then continued his fireball practice in the basement. When the night had fallen, Merlin was bending over his writing desk under the weak candlelight. He was flipping through the final volume of the spell manual carefully. Old Man Ether's spell manual consisted of 3 volumes. The first volume talked about his introduction about spellcasters and his experience of casting spells. The second volume recorded all sorts of spell models in which Old Man Ether had spent years to create relentlessly. Merlin had completed reading the first 2 volumes of the spell manual. He had rebuilt his spell model and even simulated the spell model of Fireball in his awareness. However, during his practice of Fireball in the basement, he found some weaknesses he had currently. The most crucial weakness was his lack of mind power. Spell model determined whether a person could become a spellcaster, while mind power determined whether the spellcaster could become a strong one. So, a strong spellcaster must be excellent in both creating spell model and using mind power. Only with this, he could be able to overcome all difficulties and become the ever-strong spellcaster. To increase his mind power, his only way was to meditate. Merlin's current mind power could barely control a spell model. If he wanted to construct a second spell model in his awareness, he would not be able to do it. Thus, Merlin decided to read through Old Man Ether's spell manual. He believed that Old Man Ether must have left a mind meditation method in his spell manual. Merlin slowly flipped the mysterious 3rd volume open. From just a few pages, he found a few mind meditation methods, but according to these notes, these were only beginner methods where their effects were limited. These methods had their own specialties. Some specialized in mind power recovery. Once he had exhausted his mind power, he could recover himself quickly through this method. Some could increase mind power. This was what Merlin needed: mind meditation method that could increase mind power. After careful consideration, Merlin chose a beginner meditation method and began to do as this method told. He closed his eyes and maintained the steady state of his mind power. Mind meditation method like this had to be practiced for a long time to properly induce a change. So, after Merlin had grasped the steps of this method, he opened his eyes and stood up. He did not check the state of his mind power since he did not expect the method to have any immediate effect. Young Master Merlin. Outside his door, Lucia's voice reached him. Come in. Merlin had already woken up and dressed properly by now. Lucia pushed the door open and entered the room with her head lowered. She said to Merlin, Young Master Merlin, the butler asked me to take young Master's body measurement so that we can make some clothes for you. Merlin lowered his head to look at his body. He felt it too recently. The clothes on him seemed to be slightly smaller. For some reason, his body shape had turned muscular rapidly in these few months, as if he was an inflated balloon. His usual clothes seemed to be ill-fitting and restricted his movement greatly. All right. Merlin hesitated for a moment, but he still took his coat off. Wearing only a thin shirt, he opened his arms wide and signaled for Lucia to take his body measurement. Lucia came forward hurriedly. With a body tape measure, she measured Merlin's height. Merlin had become a lot taller in these few months, so Lucia was unable to reach his head. She could only stand on tiptoe and stood lightly against Merlin's front chest and measured Merlin's height in difficulty. Lucia was raising her head as she measured it. She wore her white-maid uniform, and the neckline was rather wide. Merlin could see her fair skin the moment he lowered his head for just a little. Lucia was a beautiful woman to begin with. She had freckles on her face which did not affect her beauty, but it made her look fetching. Merlin squinted his eyes while his unscrupulous gaze fell all over Lucifer. Suddenly, even if it was freezing outside of the castle, Merlin felt a scorching heat rising in his body. "Young Master Merlin, I'm done." Lucifer seemed to notice Merlin's stare and she looked nervous. She took a few steps back and lowered her head. She did not dare to look at Merlin. "All right. You may go now." Merlin waved his hand and asked Lucifer to leave. He walked in front of the mirror and stared at his young face. Merlin smiled a little and mumbled to himself, "It seems I've abstained for too long." Since Merlin had arrived in this world, he had always felt a sense of danger. No matter what he did it carefully, and because of that, he seemed meticulous and cautious. Then, he found magic and immersed himself in it. However, this body was only 16 years old. It was the age that was filled with passion and excitement. Even if he did not have those thoughts, his body would react nonetheless. Merlin wore his coat back and went downstairs, but he did not find Macy anywhere in sight. "Butler, where's Macy?" Young Lady Macy had left for the church. Merlin nodded. He had been busy practicing Fireball for this whole month, sometimes not even seeing Macy at all. However, since Macy had been going out early and coming back late every day, it seemed like she had not overcome the barrier to become an elemental swordsman. Merlin only knew a little about elemental swordsmen. To overcome the barrier to become one, Merlin was unsure about the exact ways as well. However, he knew the most important thing to be an elemental swordsman was the accumulation of element. Only when the element had been stored in the body to a certain extent, she could become an elemental swordsman. Macy had an affinity to fire element, so she needed to accumulate fire element. Merlin's spell model in his awareness also absorbed fire element. Both matters should have something in common. When Macy is back, let's find a time and test it out. Let's see if I can help her to overcome the barrier to become an elemental swordsman. Merlin decided in his heart. After having breakfast, Merlin wore a gray scarf and headed straight out of the castle. The butler asked in surprise, "Young Master Merlin, you're heading out." "I'm going out for a walk." "Young Master Merlin, please wait. Let me call Moss." Merlin shook his head. "Don't have to. I want to go for a walk by myself." After that, he left the castle directly despite the butler's surprise. Merlin walked for a while and reached Old Man Ether's small wooden house. Staring at the small house, Merlin had a complicated expression. The small house had been abandoned completely because this was the place where the evil heretic had lived, so there was no one around. The garden in front of the small house still had some flowers, but they were covered by snow at the moment, where it formed a blanket of whiteness. Merlin stuck his hands into his pocket. With a hat on him, he looked around the place. After making sure there was no one around, he pushed the rusty iron fence open and climbed the wooden stairs. Merlin took off his hat and gently brushed the snow off. He raised his head and took a glance at the second floor. When he was about to go upstairs, suddenly his expression stiffened as he squinted his eyes. "Footsteps. Someone's here." Merlin said it softly. He noticed a series of clear footsteps on the supposedly dusty staircase. Moreover, the footsteps were covered in moist mud. Obviously, these footsteps were not left here a long time ago. Someone was here. The person might even be upstairs now. So Merlin looked upstairs cautiously. Then he wore his hat lightly and went up softly and quietly. The footsteps still seemed clear as no one had cleaned the house for a long time. So, the stairs were exceptionally dusty. That was how he was able to spot the footsteps so clearly. Reaching the second floor, Merlin checked the door handle carefully. There was almost no dust on it. Someone had opened this door by this handle. Who is it? Merlin did not enter the room bluntly. He squinted his eyes. In his mind, multiple familiar figures flashed across his eyes. The footsteps looked small. Rather than a man's footsteps, it seemed more likely to be a woman's. Could it be Miss Caris? Merlin could not help but think of Caris. After all, Old Man Ether was the evil heretic. People of Blackwater City would not come to this place at all. The people who were friendly with Old Man Ether and used to frequent this place was Merlin and Caris. Right at this time, Merlin's sharp hearing suddenly caught the soft sound of footsteps outside of the house. Someone was heading toward the main door. Merlin responded swiftly and hid on the left side of the main door. His eyes stared at the main door sharply. Chapter 24 The Incident I. Chapter 24 The Incident Roman 2. Merlin listened closely to the sounds in the house. Since he had practiced the posture of that mysterious relief sculpture relentlessly, Merlin's senses had been greatly sharpened. He could hear any slight sounds in the house. Why isn't there any sound? Merlin frowned. He heard a series of light footsteps just now and it seemed the person had reached the door. Suddenly, all sounds had stopped. Boom! With a loud bang, the wooden door beside Merlin was smashed broken by someone, sending the broken wooden debris flying around. Following that, a hand quickly reached out from the hole made in the wooden door. A white light flashed by. Phew! It was a sharp dagger headed directly toward Merlin. I have been found. Merlin immediately realized that he had been found out. The dagger came at him at the speed of lightning. Merlin could not even defend against it. The only thing he could do was to roll sideways, barely dodging the hit. FCK. Merlin was so infuriated that he spat out a curse. He almost got killed even before he had a clear view of the person's face. It turned out he was still too clueless. After that, Merlin did not wait for his doom. Instead, his body curled up like a fierce leopard and dashed toward the wooden door brutally with his explosive strength. Katchak! The wooden door was completely destroyed by this hit. Merlin felt himself crashing into a soft body, bringing the person into the wooden house. The wooden house was dark with all the curtains shut tight. They must have been shut off by the people from the city defense troop. The whole house was almost sealed off. Moreover, since the place was not ventilated for a long time, the house reeked of an unbearable, moldy stench. After crashing into the person, Merlin quickly jumped up from the ground. His alerted gaze set tightly on the person as he asked, "Who are you?" The secret person in front of him wore a long black coat. The wide coat had covered his body shape so her figure could not be seen. Also, she wore a large, black cloak over her head so her face could not be seen. Faced with Merlin's question, the secret person did not speak. Instead, she held up her dagger. Her wide black coat slowly began shaking. It was as though there were gusts of wind blowing beside her. Wind element, elemental swordsman. Merlin was already extremely sensitive toward elements. The wind element on the person was extremely strong and surrounded her completely. She was an elemental swordsman. From the wave of wind element about her, she should just be a versatile elemental swordsman. Swoosh! Her figure flashed when her speed had reached its peak. In the dark wooden house, Merlin still could not grasp the secret person's figure even when his senses had already been sharpened greatly. His opponent's speed was simply too quick. Merlin could only stay still and remain imperturbable in this incident. Once he sensed some movements near him, he would send his fist that way without thinking. However, each punch seemed to only hit empty air. This made Merlin fairly upsetting because all his strength had not been put to correct use. Tusk! Suddenly, Merlin felt a chill at his neck. A sense of immediate danger could be felt, and he quickly turned his neck sideways. The sharp dagger directly pierced Merlin's skin. It was great fortune that Merlin was able to dodge in time. Moreover, his body had become extremely sturdy due to the practice of posture. So, this attack only ended in a scratch. However, this made Merlin break into a cold sweat. Just by a small margin, his neck would have been pierced. Damn it. Too fast. Merlin cursed in a low voice. His opponent was a wind swordsman that specialized in speed. Her figure that came and went like a shadow was simply too quick. Merlin even had difficulty to catch the person's figure by sight, not to mention getting a hit. The house was too dark. Under such an environment, fighting with a wind swordsman only put him in a disadvantaged situation. Thinking about that, Merlin turned around abruptly and dashed outside. Hoo-hoo. However, the secret person's speed seemed to be quicker. She came right in front of Merlin and stabbed at Merlin's chest. Got you. Go to hell. Merlin's mouth quirked into a smile. With the light by the door, he could clearly see the shadow in front of him. This was the time he struck. Fireball. A fireball appeared out of nowhere and flew right at the secret person. The flying fireball emitted terrifying temperature and was more apparent in the dark house. The fireball's speed was quick. The person also seemed to be shocked by the fireball that appeared abruptly. She only managed to dodge sideways as the fireball got a direct hit on the person's black cloak. The heat given off by the fireball was extremely high. Without almost anything to stop it, it quickly burnt off half the person's black cloak, revealing her beautiful blonde, long hair. The house was still dark. Although Merlin could not see the person's facial expressions, he could guess that the person must be aghast. When the person was still in shock, Merlin dashed forward. With his hands like leaf fan, he caught hold of her long coat and smashed her onto the ground. Bang! Merlin's strength was exceptionally strong. She was immediately thrown into a state of confusion from this smash. Still, she was an elemental swordsman nonetheless. Her physical attributes were still excellent, so she still had the energy to stab at Merlin's neck. HMPH. Merlin groaned as his left hand grabbed the person's and his right hand grabbed her hair. Without the slightest hesitation, he smashed her head into the wall. Bang, bang, bang. After smashing her in the wall consecutively for 3 times, the secret person no longer struggled and went slumped. Merlin only stopped after seeing that. Merlin took in large mouthfuls of breath. This was his first time facing such a dangerous opponent. Moreover, it was a matter of life and death. Although in terms of their actual strength, Merlin was a strong wizard who could easily win against any first-level and second-level elemental swordsman. He almost died in the person's hand just now. If he could not apply his spells in real battles, then it would be totally useless even if he got hold of strong spells. Old Man either had only grasped 2 zero-level spells back then. He was the same as Merlin, an entrance-level spellcaster. Amongst the ranking of spellcaster, entrance-level could be counted as non-professional. Those entrance-level spellcaster could not even be counted as true spellcaster. Only those who had grasped 3 zero-level spells and had upgraded all 3 into first-level spells were able to become first-level spellcaster. Even if Old Man Ether was only an entrance-level spellcaster, he still dealt with a guardian swordsman from Grand City with ease. Even second-level elemental swordsman like Swordsman Bog was far from being his opponent. This also proved the strength of the spellcasters. It was not something that could be compared to elemental swordsmen. However, Merlin was almost killed by a first-level elemental swordsman today. This showed how alarmingly lacking he was in terms of battle experiences. In the beginning, he did not even have a chance to cast his spell. As a spellcaster, this was a deadly weak point. Merlin touched his net with his palm. He could feel some thick blood flowing out of it, but it was simply a small cut on the surface. Moreover, there was no more blood, so the figure was fine. This was a great lesson to be learned. If I have cast Fireball and blasted the door open in the beginning, he won't be able to hurt me regardless of his speed. Merlin was concluding his weakness from the battle just now. He had not gotten used to his identity as spellcaster and his habit to attack first. Spellcaster should finish his enemy off from afar, not fighting close combat with an elemental swordsman. The woman in a black clothing was still lying on the ground. Since she was smashed by Merlin for a few times, it might still take a while for her to regain consciousness. Thus Merlin stood up and approached her. He uncovered half of the black cloak that remained on her. After fighting for such a long time, Merlin had not gotten a close look at her face. The black cloak was uncovered, revealing her blonde hair in which a part of it was burnt. The hair was still releasing a burnt odor. Too bad she had such a beautiful hair. Merlin shook his head slightly as he praised this beautiful, long hair. It was a shame that Merlin's fireball had burnt a part of such beautiful hair. The blonde hair also appeared slightly black and extremely odd. The person was lying on her side with her hair covering her face. Merlin put her hair slightly off her face and looked at her. Merlin's eyes squinted. His stare became sharp immediately. Jeer. The person lying on the ground was, to his surprise, Jeer, who taught his history class. Merlin could still recall that even Gut had not found Jeer's true background with his family's influence back then. He did not expect to see Jeer at this place. Moreover, according to how she acted, she was not a normal teacher. It was not as simple as that. Just when Merlin was guessing the relationship between Jeer and Old Man Ether, Jeer groaned slightly and was about to wake up. Merlin stood up and took a step back, with his eyes staring dead at Jeer. After a while, Merlin heard Jeer's breathing became rapid, so he pulled a light smile. "Stop pretending. Why don't you open your eyes if you're awake?" Hearing Merlin's words, Jeer opened her eyes as expected. She looked at Merlin and said in a calm tone, "Wilson Merlin, I can't believe Mr. Ether has really taken you as his true disciple." Just when Jeer was struggling to stand up, Merlin waved his hands. Following his motion, a fireball appeared and directly collided towards the ground beside Jeer. Boom! The fireball hit the ground and exploded directly. It blasted a hole off the wooden floor, leaving black smoke sizzling above the hole. Done with the game. Otherwise, the fireball will be exploding on your body the next time. Merlin warned Jeer directly with his action. After a month of an excruciating practice of his mind meditation spell, his mind power had finally improved. Most important of all, he was even more skillful in manipulating his fireball so the situation of fireballs going out of control would not happen again. Chapter 25 True Identity. Chapter 25 True Identity. A fireball emitting a scorching heat that was floating around Merlin. Deterred by the fireball, Jeer did not dare to move. She only looked at Merlin silently. Merlin nodded in satisfaction and said with a low pitch, "When I ask a question, you answer." "Merlin, we are not enemy. You are Mr. Ether's disciple. You—" Even before Jir finished her sentences, Merlin waved his hands again. A fireball dived right towards Jir, who was still lying on the ground. She was shocked and quickly shook her dagger, trying to block this fireball. Chink! Although the fireball was only the size of a fist, its temperature was enough to melt iron. Thus, once Jir's dagger met the fireball, it immediately melted into liquid iron. Meanwhile, the small fireball went forward, brushed by Jir's arm, and hit the wall. Jir's sleeve was directly burnt off, becoming torn pieces of debris. A black mark was also burnt on her white and delicate arm by that horrifying heat. An odor of grilled meat even filled the wooden house. The excruciating pain made Jir break into a sweat. A tinge of fear was mixed in her gaze at Merlin. "Now you should understand. When I ask a question, you answer." Jir gritted her teeth and nodded. She did not dare to utter a single word more. "What is your relationship with Teacher Ether?" Merlin began the questioning. Jir lightly pulled her body to lean on the wall. She answered, "Mr. Ether is my boss. I work under Mr. Ether. We are sent here by the Kingdom of Blackmoon." Merlin finally understood. It turned out Jir and Old Man Ether were the people sent by the Kingdom of Blackmoon to the Kingdom of Light to fish for information. No wonder Gut could not attain Jir's background at all. "Teacher Ether is found by the church. Why aren't you found as well? We almost never see each other. We have always exchanged information with codes." "Mr. Ether is found because he is a spellcaster. Mr. Ether made a trip to Grand City and was accidentally found out by the church. No matter what identity he holds, a spellcaster will be eradicated by the church. If so, the church did not realize Teacher Ether was sent here by the Kingdom of Blackmoon. It's simply because his identity as a spellcaster was found out. It should be this way. Or else, with the church's capabilities, I would have been taken away by them a long time ago." Merlin stared right at Jir. From her response, Merlin did not find anything illogical, so her response should be true. Merlin was clear that heretic was not tolerated in the Kingdom of Light. Old Man Ether was also hunted down by the wizard in Inquisitor because his identity as spellcaster was found out. Perhaps even the church had not realized his true identity. Except as a spellcaster, he was also a member of the secret intelligence unit sent by the Kingdom of Blackmoon. The atmosphere became heavy. Merlin's silence had caused great unrest in Jir's heart. She knew the man before her was thinking how he should deal with her. "Other than you, does anybody else know about Teacher Ether's identity?" Merlin thought about it for quite a while. His tone had become stern. If someone still knew about Old Man Ether's identity, then the person might use this fact against him. Merlin did not want to get involved in the matters between the Kingdom of Blackmoon and the Kingdom of Light. So, once there was someone who still knew about Old Man Ether's identity around, then Jir could not be left alive. Seemingly realized Merlin's intention, Jir appeared rather flustered. She quickly said, "Except for me, no one else knows about Mr. Ether's identity. Merlin, I am still of use to you, even though you have become an honorable spellcaster, but in the Kingdom of Light, you are seen as a heretic. You still bear the risk of being found out by the Church of Light anytime. With me, at least I can scout for information for you. Until you decided to leave the Kingdom of Light, I can help you too." Jir's pitiful figure and her beautiful face truly hit a soft spot in people's heart. "Get up. Finally, Merlin spoke slowly. The fireball before him also gradually dissipated, turning into a wisp of smoke. Jir, who leaned against the wall, finally sighed in relief. She took a large mouthful of breaths as she wiped the cold sweat on her forehead. Holding her injured arm, she stood up in jittery. She stood up, but she did not leave immediately. Instead, she began to take off her clothes. First, she took off the black cloak, revealing a thick, white fur coat. Without the cover-up of the black cloak, Jir's prideful shape then showed itself. Only that she seemed pale and covered with sweat now. It appeared that her arm was badly injured. This made her beauty seem less attractive at this moment. "Please, take care of this for me." Jir pointed to the clothes she had thrown to the floor. There were some blood stains on the black cloak. Wearing that out would alert others without fail. Merlin simply raised his right hand, and a fireball flew off instantaneously. It fell on the floor and burnt the clothes in a blink of an eye. Soon, the clothes on the floor had turned to ashes. "I will leave first. The people from City Defense Troop will come around here sometimes. It's not safe here." After saying that, Jir pressed her injured arm lightly and dashed out of the house. Merlin looked at Jir as her figure disappeared out of his sight rapidly. Then, he moved around in Old Man Ether's small house. Almost everything in the house had been moved away. Only the empty room was left about. Seeing that there was nothing more of value left in the house, Merlin was prepared to leave. After all, staying long hours in this place was definitely unsafe, regardless of whether there were people of City Defense Troop poking around. A beautiful figure went to the streets for a few rounds before pausing. It was Jir, who had just left the small house. Jir bit her lips as her arm was still bleeding. The clothes tied around her arm had almost turned red. She turned around to look at the direction of Old Man Ether's wooden house and groaned. She cursed in a soft voice, "Idiot." After that, Jir seemed to have touched her injury again, causing her unimaginable pain. She could only lean against the wall and slowly moved towards one of the courtyards in front. The courtyard had a high fence built around it. There was a classic-styled penthouse inside. The environment was comfortable, but the garden was empty. Not a single human could be seen. Jir held her arm as she entered the garden totteringly. At this moment, the clothes could no longer stop the bleeding wound. Drops of blood dripped onto the ground. It was a ghastly sight to behold. "Master Rollin." Jir came to the small house, but she did not knock. Instead, she called out softly with respect. "Jir, are you hurt? What happened?" A husky voice came from within the house. It came with a tone of shock. "Master Rollin, when I went to Mr. Ether's house, I saw Wilson Merlin." "I can't believe Mr. Ether actually took Wilson Merlin as his true disciple. He is now a spellcaster. I was hurt by him." Jir explained the incident briefly. The person in the house said slowly after a long pause, "These spellcasters are always reckless and unscrupulous. They don't think for the kingdom at all. Old Ether even went to Grand City without warrant for a casting tool. In the end, he is found out by the Church of Light HMPH. Thank goodness he is dead now. He didn't give away us. Or else, our effort in these few years are all in vain." Master Rollin in the house seemed to be resentful against spellcasters, especially Old Man Ether. Jir did not dare to discuss such a matter much. No matter if it was spellcaster like Old Man Ether or Master Rollin in their status was still far above her. After Master Rollin ranted about his dissatisfaction with Old Man Ether, he asked in a heavy tone, "This Merlin, does he know about us?" Jir's expression changed slightly and quickly explained, Master Rollin, Mr. Etha seemed to only teach Merlin about the knowledge of spellcaster. He did not talk about us to Merlin. Otherwise, I am afraid I won't be coming back today. This Merlin is a hidden danger after all. We must not give ourselves away. So, we must eliminate Merlin Jir. Since he has let you go, then he should be less cautious about you. You must find a way to bring him here. HMPH. At that time, I will eliminate him myself. Master Rollin was full of killing intent. Master Rollin, this Merlin has already become a spellcaster. I am afraid it's not easy to kill him. Jir said, a little worried. No need to worry. He has just become a spellcaster. Since I am doing it by surprise, killing him is a piece of cake with his guard off. These spellcasters are nothing different than normies. Master Rollin said without a doubt. Jir could only nod, but her expression was a little dark. Jir, it has been almost a year since you are sent to the Kingdom of Light. I will ask for your return to the higher-ups. Although spoken softly, Jir had heard the words. Her dark expression immediately showed a hint of happiness. Her pale face due to blood loss seemed to recover a little due to her excitement. Thank you, Master Rollin. Upon saying that, Jir left the place quickly. In the Wilson castle, Merlin returned to his room and took off the scarf lightly. Blood stains could be seen on the scarf. Merlin stood in front of the mirror and looked at the injury on his neck. The cut had already formed a scab and the bleeding had stopped. The cut was not long. It only looked like a cut caused by the branches. Cuts like this would heal completely in 2 days. Not even a scar would be left. Merlin threw the blood-stained scarf into a bowl and threw a fireball into the bowl. Then, the scarf slowly burnt into ashes in the scorching fire. Following that, Merlin opened his window for ventilation. Until the strange odor caused by the burning scarf had disappeared, he opened the door and went downstairs. The butler was still directing the servants in the castle to cut down a huge tree in the yard and move it out of the castle. The tree had collected a thick amount of snow on its branches. Due to the howling wind yesterday, the tree had been uprooted by it, now lying on the ground. Merlin squinted his eyes to see the servants busy running about in sweat. Suddenly, he could hear a series of sound made by horse hooves outside of the castle. Moss carriage that was sent to pick Macy up had returned. Merlin quickly stood up. The reason he was here was to wait for Macy's return. Chapter 26 Whisper. Chapter 26 Whisper. Macy entered from the door. Her face was red from the cold. After she brushed off the snow on her, she quickly came near the fireplace and kept rubbing her hands to keep warm. Macy, you returned so early today. Merlin also came in front of the fireplace as he said casually. Macy took a glance of Merlin in surprise and said softly, Swordsman Piero said it was too cold. He let us return early for these few days. Merlin nodded, but did not say anything more. He sat in front of the fireplace, seemingly keeping warm. In fact, he was observing the fire element within Macy. Since Merlin had constructed the spell model of the fireball in his awareness now, he had become more sensitive toward fire element. He could clearly feel that the fire element around them was entering Macy's body in small amounts at one time. This was the unique part of Macy's affinity to the fire element. It could attract fire element into the body. If the fire element was accumulated to a certain extent, Macy would be able to control the fire element in her body and triggered the burst of strong power of the fire element. However, Merlin noticed that even if there were a lot of fire element entering Macy's body from outside, a lot of fire element were also leaving Macy's body at the same time. That was to say, in this situation, Macy could not trap the fire element that entered her body at all. This was the largest difference between an elemental swordsman and a spellcaster. Once a spell model was constructed, a spellcaster's spell model would be able to absorb the elements around him by force. The elements could be trapped in the spell model and became the magic power of spellcaster. The elements would not be lost in this case. Meanwhile, elemental swordsmen could not trap the elements by force. They could only collect more elements by relying on their unique physical attributes to absorb the elements. The difference between the two was obvious. The difference was too large and could not be discussed on the same level. Merlin wanted to see if he could help Macy to overcome the barrier to become true elemental swordsman. However, after careful observation, he found that when he stood beside Macy, the spell model would, in turn, forcefully absorb the fire element around them. Even the fire element in Macy's body was forcefully absorbed into the spell model. Therefore, Merlin could not help Macy at all. He would get in the way of Macy trying to collect fire element. There was nothing Merlin could do in this situation. Instead, he shook his head and stood up. Macy, since it's so cold, you should rest early. After that, he went upstairs and returned to his room. Sitting in Moss' carriage, Merlin was meditating with his eyes closed. After cultivating for a few days, his mind power had an obvious enhancement. However, it still forced for him to construct the second spell model in his awareness. Young Master Merlin, we are here. The carriage came to a pause. Moss pushed back the curtain and said, Mind meditation method could be cultivated anytime and anywhere. He could also wake up from it anytime and anywhere. He did not particularly need a quiet room to cultivate it. Thus, upon hearing Moss' words, Merlin opened his eyes and jumped off the carriage. Merlin was going to his etiquette class today. He found that there was not much meaning to practicing fireball more in the castle anymore. He could already control the fireballs with precise mind power now, so he did not need longer practices anymore. Merlin walked straight to class. He saw Gut and Anson on the second floor, but they seemed to have not noticed Merlin. They were staring at the faraway Turath. Turath was holding many invitation cards in his hands as he handed to the people who came to the etiquette class. Merlin approached the two and patted Gut's shoulder. He asked softly, What is Turath doing? Gut jumped in surprise. He only relaxed after seeing it was Merlin. He curled his lips. What more, today's Turath's birthday. He is going around to invite people to attend his birthday ball. Birthday ball. Merlin was not interested in this at all. Moreover, with his relationship with Turath, the latter would never invite him. Hey, Merlin, you may not know about this. The good part always comes last. Turath came here today to specially invite Teacher Jir. Gut sneered. As soon as he finished his words, Jir came down from upstairs. Merlin squinted his eyes slightly. Jir was not lightly injured yesterday, so her face still appeared slightly pale. However, the red mark caused by Merlin on her forehead had now disappeared. He did not know what medicine Jir had used that could heal her wound that quickly. After Turath saw Jir, he quickly approached her. With proper noble's etiquette, he handed the invitation to Jir with both hands respectfully. He said with smiles, Teacher Jir, today is my birthday. I have organized a birthday ball, and I hope you will attend the event. Your ball. Jir raised her head and took a glance at Turath. Following that, her expression became cold and stiff as she said, "Apologies. I have some business to attend to today. I'm afraid I can't attend the event." After that, without caring about Turath's shocked expression, she headed straight towards Merlin. "Merlin, come with me. It's something important about you." Jir came close to Merlin's ear and whispered to him. Merlin's expression changed but quickly recovered. He saw the people around him were full of shock. Jir's whispering to him and her coldness towards Turath had caused a distinct comparison. It had obviously caused some misunderstandings amongst the crowd. "Let's go." Merlin had a calm expression. After that, he followed Jir and left the building. Turath glared at the backs of Merlin and Jir as they disappeared from his line of sight. He stayed rooted at the same place for a long time, with his face livid. The invitation card in his hands had also fallen to the floor. He had not thought that Merlin had gotten hooked up with Jir silently just like that. "Har har," said Turath. "What a surprise. Little did I expect Merlin to hook up with Jir just like that. Look at them. Something must be going on between them." Fatty Gut snickered, but he also seemed a little confused. So, he asked Anson, "Anson, do you know when Merlin and Jir got together?" Anson's expression kept changing. After a while, he heaved a long sigh and shook his head. He said, "I don't know." "How many times have Merlin come here in total?" Anson felt complicated. After all, he could not forget about Jir as soon as he met her. Now that Merlin had become so close to Jir, it was hard for him to accept this. Merlin was right behind Jir. They came directly to the wide yard. The view here was great. They could see if there was anyone around in just one glance. They would not have to worry about people listening in on their conversation here. "Jir, say it. What's the matter?" Merlin gradually halted his footsteps and asked calmly. Chapter 27 Fierce Battle I. Chapter 27 Fierce Battle I. Jir also came to a halt. She turned around and said softly, "The thing is Mr. Ether has left something with me. I didn't know what it was before. Yesterday, after I went back, I opened it and found Mr. Ether's message in it. He asked me to pass the thing to you. Teacher Ether's thing is with you." Merlin stared right into Jir's eyes and continued asking, "Where is it now?" "I have hidden it in a secluded place. Come with me." After saying that, Jir turned around and left. Merlin squinted his eyes and stared at Jir's back. At last, he followed Jir away. Walking out of the building, Moss approached him and asked, "Young Master Merlin, do you need the carriage?" Merlin waved his hands. "No need for that. I'm only out for a while. You just wait here." Moss saw Merlin going out with a beautiful woman, so he did not ask any further sensibly. He returned to his carriage again. Thus, Jir and Merlin walked around a few streets to finally arrive at a pleasant courtyard. "Let's go." The things inside. A gleam that was not easily noticeable flashed in Jir's eyes. She brought Merlin into the place. The yard was extremely wide. There were only a few bald trees, but there was no snow accumulated on the ground. This showed that someone had often cleaned this place. There was a staircase made of rock here. Going up the stairs, they reached the main door. It appeared to have led to the parlor. The door was shut tight. As Jir came to the front step, she suddenly turned around and asked, frowning, "Merlin, the thing's inside. Why have you stopped?" Merlin paused. He looked at the door and a smile appeared on his face. "Jir, how many people are there inside?" Jir was stupefied, but she still acted calmly and said, "This is my secret stronghold. Only I know about it. Is that so? Let me test it out then." As soon as he finished his sentence, 2 fireballs appeared beside Merlin. They floated silently in the air, emitting horrendous heat with their presences. "Master Rollin, do it." Jir immediately howled. Her whole being retreated into the house at a great speed. However, Merlin was even quicker. The fireballs flew towards Jir at an incredible speed according to the guidance of Merlin's mind power. They left a whiff of smoke in their track. Boom, boom. With 2 explosions, a fireball was crashed into Jir's thigh directly, but she seemed to have prepared for this. A delicate shield in her hand had blocked the fireball just in time. However, since the fireball exploded, the strong impact had pushed her into the house. Merlin did not know if she was alive or dead. Another fireball crashed into the sturdy door. The scorching heat had burnt a hole in the door. Swoosh, swoosh. A series of black arrows shot out from the house. These arrows were very short and blotted out the sky and land. One glance at it, one could tell that these arrows were shot from a crossbow rather than a usual bow. The arrows had a great speed. In an instant, 10 arrows had approached him. The spell model in Merlin's awareness trembled violently, then 2 fireballs appeared again. Merlin quickly jumped to the back. Right after that, 2 fireballs instantaneously exploded. A strong impact had blown off the approaching arrows that instead fell to the ground. The yard was quiet again. Merlin looked at the house on alert. A figure slowly came out of the house. He stood at the top of the stairs, gazing upon Merlin condescendingly. "You actually found us out. Have we shown a floor, or does the problem lie in Jir?" After the dust had fallen, Merlin could clearly see the figure standing on the stairs. He was a middle-aged man about 40 years old. He was near 2 meters in height and seemed muscular. His face was also bearded. He held a huge sword that imposed a strong, condescending air around him. It was as if he was a beast in a dormant state. The spell model in Merlin's awareness was absorbing the fire element from the outside with all its might. He had cast 4 fireballs in total just now. That gray frame had already turned red, indicating that he could trigger the large fireball. "Jir lied to me. But haven't I used her as well? Her words are full of loopholes. I didn't kill her in Teacher Ether's house because I want her to bring you guys out into the light. Although the Church of Light is dangerous, they won't notice a small city like Blackwater City, so I will be safe. But you are different. You know my identity. You bunch are a hidden danger to me and have to be eliminated." Merlin's tone had turned cold and stiff. In truth, back when he was still in Old Man Ether's house, Merlin had already realized Jir was lying. However, if he killed Jir on the spot, the people behind Jir from the Kingdom of Black Moon would track him down by following the clues. Thus, Merlin let Jir go in the meantime, and went with her plot. He prepared to deal with everyone behind Jir who came from the Kingdom of Black Moon. The bearded man seemed calm and said faintly, "Young spellcaster, you are indeed smart. But, you spellcasters are all the same. Egoistic. Arrogant. Especially Ether, that old thing. He doesn't even listen to my order. For his casting tool, not only did he leave Blackwater City without a warrant, he even took you as a disciple. HMPH, he should feel lucky that he died so early. Or else, I will let him know spellcasters are nothing to be arrogant about." The bearded man's spirit elevated once again. The incredible pressure pressed towards Merlin and invoked a sense of danger in Merlin. His opponent must not be a normal elemental swordsman. He might be a third-level elemental swordsman or above. Moreover, from the man's words, Merlin felt that he seemed to resent the old man either a lot. He even had a biased opinion against spellcaster. This was a person that abominated spellcaster greatly. How can you compare yourself to teacher Ether? Stop the trash talk. Well, no, after we fight. Merlin stopped the talking. He waved his hands slightly, and a fireball flew straight towards the bearded man in a swoosh. Even before it had come close to the man, he stomped his feet to seemingly caused trembles to spread throughout the whole yard. In a blink of an eye, a devouring flame rose around his body. The flame was 1/2 meter tall and almost warped the air around him due to the heat. He was a strong, third-level fire swordsman. This was Merlin's first time seeing a third-level fire swordsman. The strongest elemental swordsman he had seen before was Swordsman Bog, who followed the church wizard Jason to Blackwater City recently. However, Swordsman Bog was only a second-level elemental swordsman, and was far less strong than the bearded man. He. 0-level spell. Fireball. Young spellcaster, let me show you the power of flame controlled by fire swordsman. Flame cleave. The bearded man raised the huge sword in his hands, as if he was not afraid of the fireball emitting horrifying heat at all. His huge sword was swung down ferociously downwards. Chapter 28 Fierce Battle AI. Chapter 28 Fierce Battle Roman 2. The flames on the greatsword leaped up another meter ferociously when the blade was slashed down. The power of the violent flames immediately erupted. Even Merlin, who was a few dozen meters away, was able to feel the violent impact. Before this violent impact, the fireballs that Merlin had unleashed were instantly swallowed up by the ferocious flames on the greatsword. A slight chill went through Merlin's eyes. This was his first encounter where the fireball had not worked. Moreover, his fireball had been broken through with such a violent, forceful method. Your fireball is only a 0-level spell. If you want to talk about brutality, my 3rd-level fire swordsman power can completely suppress your fireball. Young spellcaster, you will be the first spellcaster to die under my sword, har. The bearded man began to guffaw. His eyes were filled with fervor and craze, as though to be able to slash a spellcaster to death was something he had always dreamt of. Merlin hurriedly took a few steps back. The bearded man seemed to understand spellcasters and magic very well, and the reality was, indeed, just as the other party had mentioned. Merlin was currently at a disadvantage. His fireball was unable to be of much use at all against the bearded man. Of course, Merlin was also clear that his current feeling of being overextended was not because a 3rd-level elemental swordsman was truly more powerful than a spellcaster. Even an entrance-level spellcaster was definitely not someone a 2nd or 3rd-level elemental swordsman could match. Merlin was now at a disadvantage because, in reality, there were just too few spells that he had mastered by now. He only had one spell. If he could build and structure a binding sort of spell in his awareness, then the situation right now would be greatly different. Therefore, he also had to be very prudent when choosing his spells. A powerful spell might not be suitable for himself. The best spells should be the ones that were in tandem with his usage, to be able to achieve the optimum results. The offensive nature of Merlin's current fireball could be considered very strong amongst 0-level spells. However, no matter how powerful it was, he was still bound hand and foot now without a binding spell, being suppressed by the bearded man. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. All of a sudden, a few black arrows flew out from the house, shooting toward Merlin silently. Nevertheless, Merlin's mind power had enveloped the many meters surrounding him. He could immediately sense any changes the moment they occurred, so he was already aware of when the arrows flew out of the house. Merlin was unable to dodge the violent attack of the bearded man in front. He could only unleash another fireball to block him. There's not much magic power left. At most, only 4 or 5 more fireballs can be cast. Although Merlin had been constructing the spell model for quite some time, it had still only been slightly more than a month. He was already at his limit to be able to cast a dozen plus fireballs now. Looks like they can't be killed if the large fireball isn't cast. A glimmer of light flashed across Merlin's eyes. Judging by the direction the arrows from which the arrows had been shot, there should be 2 people in the house holding powerful bows, paying as much attention as they could hear. Once they found a suitable opportunity, they would not hesitate in shooting and unleashing their arrows. This was an extremely great threat to Merlin. So, he had to fight and end the battle quickly. Having thought until there, Merlin no longer hesitated. His mind power was immediately triggered and was already turning into a red horizontal frame. Large fireball. Merlin stretched his hand and pointed a cluster of fireballs that was thrice the size of the previous smaller fireballs appeared in the air. The terrifying temperature burned the air so much that it became contorted. The internal structure seemed to be extremely unstable and needed Merlin's mind power to forcefully suppress it. Otherwise, a huge explosion could happen. Such a gigantic fireball could be said to be a Leviathan one. It was impossible for it not to attract attention. Not good. Is this a forcible spell? The bearded man's face changed when he felt the immense energy contained within the gigantic fireball. His entire person made an immediate decision and instantly backed off. He had an excellent understanding of magic, even though the gigantic fireball before him was not a forcible spell. It was already impossibly close to it. Such tremendous power was definitely not something he, as a third-level fire swordsman, could block. By then, the bearded man was no longer thinking about how Merlin could suddenly cast such a powerful spell. Instead, with a burst of energy, he frantically retreated backward, wanting to distance himself from the gigantic fireball in the air. Even as he was retreating, he took the greatsword in his hand and, as though he was throwing a flying spear, concentrated all of his power and swung his right hand forwards brutally. The greatsword turned into a beam of white light. In a beautiful line of a parabola, it shot speedily toward Merlin. The friction between the greatsword and the air even produced slivers of sparks. It could be seen just how fast it was. Explode. Merlin's eyes narrowed slightly. His mind power immediately triggered the detonation of the gigantic fireball. Boom. Despite the fact that the fireball was still a meter or 2 away from the bearded man, the power produced from the explosion of the fireball was far too great. The violent impact immediately sent the body of the bearded man flying. As for the greatsword thrown out by the bearded man, it had also been blasted by the fireball into a few pieces. After the smoke and dust settled, Merlin saw the bearded man lying on the ground. He was facing downwards, sprawled over the stone steps, unmoving. There was a pool of blood on the ground. It was a startling sight. Merlin did not go up hastily. Instead, he released another fireball, which landed directly upon the back of the bearded man. A bloody hole was blasted open on his back, revealing the densely packed white bones inside. Merlin only went forward upon seeing that the bearded man was not moving at all, bent over the ground with half his brains practically blasted open. He was already dead. The might of the large fireball caused even Merlin to be somewhat astonished. However, Merlin did not think about it further. There were still people in the house. He had to kill them all before he could breathe easy. Swoosh! With a swift step, Merlin immediately leaped into the house. Inside the pitch-dark building, he instantly dodged a few cold glistens of light. Those were black arrows. Luckily, Merlin had come prepared. 2 clusters of fireballs speedily flew towards the direction from which the arrows had been shot. Explode. Merlin immediately detonated the 2 fireballs. The people hiding in the dark instantly let out agonizing cries the moment the fireballs had exploded. In the weak light of the fire, Merlin saw 2 men in black outfits being sent flying by the explosion and falling to the floor, never to move again. Having gotten rid of the 2 crossbowmen, Merlin continuously searched the house with his eyes. He had blasted Jir into the house using his fireball previously, but seeing that Jir's corpse was not on the floor, it was very clear that Jir was not yet dead. She must have concealed herself. The house was very dark inside, but some traces of blood could vaguely be seen on the floor, stretching to a corner in the house. The corners of Merlin's lips revealed a hint of a smirk as he followed the traces of blood on the floor and searched. In the corner of the wall, Jir was stubbornly clutching at her thigh, with her back leaning against the wall. The blood on the floor had flown out from her thigh. Although she had blocked Merlin's fireball just now with a shield, her thigh had still been injured by the impact of the violent explosion. "Merlin, don't kill me. I'm forced to do this as well. Now that you've killed Master Rollin, and the headquarters set in Blackwater City by the kingdom have been completely destroyed by you, I can serve you from now on. I can help you seek out information. You can do whatever you want to." Forcing herself to withstand the pain in her thigh, Jir straightened her torso and proudly puffed up her ample bosom, her eyes filled with provocation. Chapter 29 in Unexpected Gain. Chapter 29 in Unexpected Gain. Whatever I want to. Merlin's eyes narrowed slightly as they swept across Jir's ample bosom unscrupulously. "Yes, I'll follow you by your side from now on. You can do whatever you want to." A smile broke out on Jir's face as she spoke in a charming and fascinating manner. "Too bad. You're already of no use." Merlin's slightly narrowed eyes revealed a cold glint of his intention to kill. Swoosh! A cluster of fireball immediately shot out from Merlin's hand and brutally crashed into Jir's chest. Instantly, a bloody hole was burnt through on her voluptuous chest. The flesh that had been charred black sharply contrasted the pale white skin of her breasts. Jir's eyes opened up, big and wide, as though she was finding it somewhat difficult to believe. After Jir had been killed, Merlin once again walked to the corpse of the bearded man. After fumbling about with the body, Merlin found a few pieces of paper which were slightly yellowish from the body of the bearded man. Is this a spell model?" Merlin was rather stunned. He had not imagined that he would be able to find a spell model from the bearded man's body, something that only spellcasters could use. However, this was not the time to carefully look at what the spell model was in particular. He still needed to deal with it quickly here first. Thus, Merlin dragged out those few corpses and piled them up in the yard before releasing a fireball. Eventually, these 4 corpses were quickly burnt in the fiery blaze, becoming deformed. No one could recognize who they had been. Following that, Merlin simply dug a hole in the yard and buried the ashes that had been produced after the 4 corpses had been burnt. After he had handled all that, Merlin left the yard immediately. Merlin had just walked out from the yard when a chilly wind hit him, as though there was still a faint scent of blood. He turned his head once more to glance at the yard. After tonight, there would not be any smell of blood anymore, basically. As long as no one went in and looked carefully, no one would be able to see the bloodshed that had happened here. Going against the cold wind, Merlin wrapped his clothes around him and walked along the street corners with a calm expression on his face. Merlin returned once more to the small building. Seeing that Moss was still sitting inside the carriage, he went forward and called out softly, "Moss, send me home." Moss gave Merlin a glance of suspicion, but he did not ask any questions. Driving the carriage quickly, they went back to Wilson Castle again. In the room, Merlin sat on a high wooden stool. The dim, yellow candlelight flickered unceasingly as Merlin closed his eyes. He was still reflecting on today's fight and kills. This was his first time killing people, both in his past and present lives, and he had killed four. However, Merlin had not felt uneasy at all while he had been killing them. Instead, he had felt very calm. That courtyard was the secret headquarters of Jeer and the others, so definitely no one knows about it. They'd even refrained from communicating with the other people in Blackwater City to maintain their secrecy. That's a good thing for me. At least no one will notice it. Merlin carefully thought about the possible dangers that this incident might bring. If there was any danger, he was afraid that it would be because Jeer and the rest still had companions out there. However, the probability of this was very small. They would definitely have gathered their strongest forces to face a spellcaster. After pondering for a while, Merlin stopped thinking about it. He took out the yellowish pieces of paper that he had found on the bearded man's corpse. Surprisingly, there was a spell model on them. Merlin had not looked at them carefully while he had been getting rid of the corpses, so he was not sure what kind of spell this was. Merlin pushed the candle lightly and put the yellowish papers under the candlelight, carefully looking through them. Frost, an ice-step zero-level spell. There was a burst of glee in Merlin's heart. This was a zero-level spell, and coincidentally, also a binding spell he had been dreaming of. Merlin already had the spell model for a whirlwind. It was the second type of zero-level spell recorded in Old Man Ether's spell manual back then. The Old Man Ether had also cultivated the whirlwind. Nevertheless, the whirlwind and the fireball were the same. Both of them were offensive spells. After analyzing, Merlin had come to the conclusion that this whirlwind was actually not a spell that was the most suitable for him. He already had the fireball, and its power was immense. What he urgently required was a support type or a binding spell. Now, he had obtained a binding spell by accident, which coincidentally matched the usage of a fireball. The combative effect would definitely be excellent. As a fire swordsman, the bearded man had kept on him the spell model of spellcasters. This was very strange in itself. However, thinking about how the bearded man seemed to be mysteriously hostile towards spellcasters, Merlin could make a vague guess. The bearded man must have also wanted to be a spellcaster. Perhaps it was because of the fact that his mind power was too weak. He was unable to become a spellcaster. Therefore, although he had the spell model of a frost, there was nothing he could do with them. Therefore, as time passed, the bearded man had nurtured an animosity toward spellcasters. The bearded man possessed a spell model but had been unable to cultivate it. Now, that had become an advantage for Merlin. Mind powers still somewhat insufficient and unable to support two spell models. Looks like I'll have to wait a while before I can cultivate the frost. Merlin frowned. There was some resentment in his heart. Although he was already cultivating the mind meditation method, the growth of his mind power could only take place after a long period of time. It would take days and months for it to accumulate and grow. Merlin was unable to support a second spell model with the standard of mind power that he currently possessed. Looks like I have to spend some time meditating. Merlin's mind power had now become his shortcoming. Because he owned the Matrix, All spell model construction problems that plagued every spellcaster were not a bother at all to Merlin. What he lacked was a tremendous amount of mind power that would be able to support even more spell models. On the second day, Merlin sat in Moss' carriage. He got Moss to drive the carriage on the streets, making a huge round. In actual fact, he was observing the courtyard where the bearded man and the others had lived in. Just as Merlin had expected, there was no more scent of blood outside the yard now, and there were not many people in the area. To maintain their secrecy, the bearded man and the others kept minimal contact with the people around them. Therefore, even if they were to disappear for a year or so, it would not attract much attention. Merlin let out a soft sigh of relief. The best ending to that would be for him not to be discovered. However, there was still Jir. Her appearance was unusual in itself, therefore it had been very easy for her to attract attention. Moreover, she was the etiquette class teacher. Some suspicions would definitely arise if she were to disappear. Therefore, Merlin attended etiquette classes over the next few days to understand the reactions of the people regarding Jir's disappearance, so that he could prepare himself to take countermeasures at any time. The landmark building of Blackwater City was indisputably the Castellan's mansion. The Castellan's mansion was encircled by great city walls. There was a castle inside with conical roofs. In front of the castle were even more knights of the city defense troop walking to and fro. It was difficult for normies to even get close to the Castellan's mansion. Suddenly, a troop of knights who were charging ahead quickly appeared not far away from the Castellan's mansion. By the looks of the attires on this troop of knights, they were vastly different from the knights of the city defense troop. It was only until this troop of knights had come close that they could gradually be seen more clearly. There were 20 or so men in this troop of knights, counted from both the front and the back. They seemed to be escorting a carriage in the middle. Escorting the carriage, these knights closed in on the Castellan's mansion at high speed. Chapter 30 A Distinguished Guest. Chapter 30 A Distinguished Guest. The captain of the Knights of the City Defense Troop immediately stepped forward, shouting at the troop which was galloping toward them from the distance, "Which aristocrat is it?" Ordinary people were not allowed to form troops of knights. Only aristocrats had the right to form them, with a certain amount of knights to guard the safety of their territory. As for the others, such as merchants, wealthy men, and so on, all of them were not allowed to form troops of knights. They could only employ the services of some powerful swordman at best. The troop of knights before them slowly decreased their speed. The leading knight was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a helmet that looked like fire and a suit of heavy armor. Riding a mighty black steed, he slowly came forward and said in an indifferent and condescending manner, "Baron Vingeltbor, I've brought an important guest to visit the Honorable Castellan today." "So, it's Baron Vingelt. Please hold on for a moment, I'll go and inform the Honorable Castellan about your arrival." Naturally, the captain of the city defense troop knights knew who Baron Vingelt was, as he was an important aristocrat in Blackwater City. However, before he left to make his report, he gave a deep, hard look at the carriage that was in the middle of the knights. The identity of the person in the carriage must be extremely respectable to be personally escorted by Baron Vingelt. Therefore, the captain of the knights did not dare to tarry. He hastily entered the Castellan's mansion. As Baron Vingelt gazed at the great Castellan's mansion, a hint of a blazing glow flashed across his eyes, following which he called out softly to someone behind him, "Turath." Turath had followed as well, in the midst of the troop of knights. Hearing Baron Vingelt's voice, he hurriedly took a few steps forward and said in a respectful tone, "Father, What are your orders? Baron Vingolt's eyes narrowed a little. He lowered his voice and said, in a while, Augustin definitely won't allow entry to all of you, so you take charge of the knights in the castle and be on guard here. Wait for me to come out. Teref squinted his eyes slightly. He asked somewhat worriedly, farther, would there be any danger if Augustin disagrees? Disagrees, it'd be even better if he disagrees. After the business is done, who knows, the master of this castellan's mansion might have to be changed. As for danger with the presence of that honorable sir, what danger could there be? Baron Vingolt looked to the horse carriage behind him. There was even a hint of fear on his face. In just a short while, the knight who had gone to send his report returned. He respectfully looked at Baron Vingolt and said, the honorable castellan has ordered that only the baron and the distinguished guest in the carriage may enter. Baron Vingolt nodded. Lead the way. Saying thus, Baron Vingolt and the mysterious carriage slowly followed the knight and entered the castellan's mansion. Inside the reception hall of the castellan's mansion, the current castellan of Blackwater City, Baron Augustin, sat on a chair. He furrowed his eyebrows as he gazed out with bright, piercing eyes. Castellan, sir, Baron Vingolt has arrived. Baron Augustin hurriedly waved his hand, saying, Welcome, Baron Vingolt. His voice fell when Baron Vingolt strode into the hall with a big smile before bowing slightly toward Baron Augustin as a form of etiquette between aristocrats. Baron Augustin's expression did not change. He merely gave Vingolt a cold look before saying calmly, Baron Vingolt, is there anything of importance that pushed you into not staying in your castle, and instead coming to this castellan's mansion of mine? Despite Augustin's chilly tone of voice, Vingolt was not offended. His expression remained the same. All he did was to lower his voice as he spoke, Baron Augustin, I'm not the one who has come to find you this time. It's a distinguished guest instead. Having finished speaking, another man dressed in a white robe, with a silver-crossed sword's embroidery in front of his chest, came into the hall. When he saw this white-robed man, Augustin's expression changed greatly. He immediately stood up and said in a deep voice, Wizard Jason, haven't you already killed the evil heretic the last time? Could there still be evil heretics in Blackwater City? Astonishingly, this white-robed man was Wizard Jason, who had previously come from Grand City to Blackwater City and killed Old Man Ether. Wizard Jason had a pair of extremely clear eyes that seemed to be able to see through a man's heart. He did not reply to Baron Augustin's question. Instead, he said with a spurious smile, Baron Augustin, you should be making your decision already. Hearing those words, Augustin could no longer maintain his composure. He sat on his chair with a stunned expression as he hung his head, his face as dark as deep water. Wizard Jason's purpose did not have anything to do with any evil heretic. It was for him to make his decision. Is the church finally taking action? Can't they wait a while longer? Augustin asked with an ashen white face. However, Wizard Jason's expression was somewhat indifferent and cold. He said with a sneer, Baron Augustin, we've given you ample amount of time to consider this matter. Once we take action, the promise before this would be considered invalid. Augustin's lips were drying up. He looked at Vingolt, who was beside Wizard Jason. He knew that if he still did not agree, the Vingolt family would be the ones gaining an advantage eventually. As for the Augustin family, they might go on a complete decline due to a wrong decision made by him. He could not afford to pay such a huge price. After a long moment, Augustin slowly lifted his head. He took a deep breath and said in an extremely grave tone, emphasizing every word, Wizard Jason, my city defense troop knights will obey your every assignment at any given time. Har har, Baron Augustin. You're willing to return into God's embrace, and you'll still be God's most faithful believer. God will never abandon a faithful believer. Don't worry, we'll not be moving immediately, but we still need the cooperation of the Castellan for what comes next. Wizard Jason, tell me, what should be done? I, from the Augustin family, am God's most faithful believer. Since the decision had already been made, Baron Augustin's heart relaxed instead. It's very simple. The Castellan only has to invite all aristocrats in Blackwater City to the Castellan's mansion for a discussion on the recent problem of frequent bandit attacks on the small towns. I believe all of them will come. By then, we'll naturally treat the aristocrats who are willing to have faith in God and become a believer well. But if they're stubborn and foolish, I'll personally strike and kill them. After hearing Wizard Jason's plan, a chill pierced through Baron Augustin's heart. If this plan really succeeded, they would be able to capture all of Blackwater City's aristocrats in a single swoop. Seeing that Wizard Jason's eyes had looked over to him, Augustin hurriedly said, "Wizard Jason, please don't worry. I'll surely inform all aristocrats of Blackwater City to come forth in my capacity as the Castellan." The matter was just about to be settled when Baron Vingalt, who was on the side, suddenly stepped forward. In a low voice, he said, "Wizard Jason, Wilson is currently not in Blackwater City. He has gone to a land within his territory and has not returned until now. If he isn't dealt with, I'm afraid that, by relying on the heavy armored knights in his hands, he would bring us a lot of trouble. Wilson Castellan, what do you think should be done?" Wizard Jason's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at Baron Augustin coldly. Baron Augustin glanced at Vingalt. Everyone in Blackwater City knew about the grudges between Vingalt and Wilson. After a moment of contemplation, Augustin said in a low voice, "Wilson has been in the army for 20 years and has accumulated various achievements in war before finally becoming a baron. He could be said to have plenty of experiences on the battlefield. The heavy armored knights trained by him, close to 200 of them, are the most elite amongst the elite. Even my city defense troop knights wouldn't be able to block the attack of the heavy armored knights under Wilson, I'm afraid. Moreover, Wilson himself is a second-level elemental swordsman. His power is great, making him very difficult to fight. But you can't dismiss getting rid of Wilson if you wish to control Blackwater City. Based on his nature, it's absolutely impossible to get him to betray the royal family and rely on the church, so he has to be eliminated. In this case, we could delay the time of the meeting slightly so that Wilson has time to hurry back from his territory. By then, with Sir Jason in the city personally, what trouble could Wilson stir up that we should be afraid of?" Wizard Jason nodded, seemingly in approval and praise. With a smile he said, "Not bad, not bad. Wilson has to be dealt with, but it's unnecessary to delay the time. The Castellan should still send people out to pass the invitation to all aristocrats, including Wilson Castle. As for Wilson, he won't be able to return forever." Chapter 31 Territory I. Chapter 31 Territory I. Merlin sat in Moss' carriage, laying down on his side slightly and going along with the bumps of the carriage. He was unmoving. Merlin was currently meditating. This type of mind meditation method did not require any stringent conditions to be met. It could be cultivated whenever and wherever. Right then, Merlin wanted to construct the second spell model in his awareness as soon as he could. To do that, it was necessary for him to strengthen his mind power, and so far, the only way to increase his mind power was to meditate. "Master Merlin, we've arrived." Moss' voice sounded out softly. Following which, Merlin opened his eyes and pushed the curtains of the carriage aside before jumping down. This was already the third successive day that Merlin had attended etiquette class. During these past 3 days, Jeer's disappearance had already begun to arouse the suspicions of some people. Therefore, Merlin had to pay even closer attention to the reactions of the people there. He had just walked into the room on the 2nd floor when he saw the little fatty gut. He was sitting in front of an organ with his 2 fat hands on the keys, currently performing a piece. Although Merlin did not understand music that much, even he could not stomach the music played by Gut. This was not music at all, it was a racket. How could all 10 of little fatty's fingers that were full of meat like thick firewood sticks be suitable to play music? They had a music class today. There were some other people in the room who just could not stand the torturous sounds Dut was making. Thus, with angry roars, they chased Dut off the organ. The little fatty Dut did not mind at all. After seeing Merlin come in, he came over to Merlin's side cheerfully. With one hand on Merlin's shoulder, he said casually, "Merlin, you've been so punctual these past few days arriving here. This isn't your style. Could it be that you're waiting for Jeer?" Little fatty Gut had a mischievous grin on his face and even made eyes at Merlin. Merlin was already used to Gut's jokes, so he did not mind. Instead, he asked in a low voice, "Right. Gut, you're well informed, so do you know why Teacher Jeer hasn't been coming these few days?" Gut shook his head. "I don't know. Jeer's identity is mysterious, and she was hired on a temporary basis as well. No one even knows where she lives, so don't even talk about knowing of any news about her. I heard that there's already a candidate as the new history teacher, and they'll be coming to class tomorrow. Perhaps she'll be even more charming and touching than Jeer." Merlin did not contribute any further to the conversation, but there was a slight sigh of relief in his heart. Jeer had been sent by the Kingdom of Black Moon, so naturally, her identity had to be kept a secret. It would not have been discovered by anyone. In that case, however, she had disappeared and no one was able to investigate and discover the real reason why. This was extremely fortunate for Merlin. By the time the new history teacher took office, who would still remember Jeer? "Merlin, you be careful around Turath recently. Ever since he failed at inviting Jeer to the dance for his birthday, he's never come here again. He's been shifty and mysterious lately, don't know what he's up to," Gut advised Merlin out of kindness. "I'll take note." Merlin nodded, but he did not mind it much in his ear. Right now, he was most concerned about his mind power and when he would attain the level at which he could construct the second spell model. After returning to Wilson Castle, Merlin was just about ready to go back to his room and meditate. Nowadays, other than eating and sleeping, practically all of his time was spent on meditation and increasing his mind power. Awareness was still necessary for meditation, which was why the effect of meditation would not take place in the unconscious state he would be in after he fell asleep. Meditation had to happen in an indistinct, seemingly real yet unreal state for his mind power to grow gradually. Therefore, Merlin could not meditate when he was sleeping. Otherwise, he would use all 8 hours of sleep to meditate so that his mind power would grow faster. Nevertheless, it was at this moment that the butler came up to him. He said to Merlin, in a soft voice, "Master Merlin, there are 2 city defense troop knights outside. They say that they've come to look for the Baron on the orders of the Castellan." Knights from the city defense troop. Merlin frowned. He did not feel favorable towards the knights from the city defense troop now. The last time they came, they had taken him away and sent him to the guardian swordsman of the church for interrogation. He had even faced the extremely dangerous wizard Jason. He had been lucky that wizard Jason had not discovered anything out of the ordinary, allowing him to escape danger. Let them all in. Merlin spoke coldly. Although he felt dissatisfied with these knights from the city defense troop, they had still been sent by the castellan, so he could not choose not to see them. After all, in Blackwater City, the most powerful person was still the castellan. Very soon, 2 tall and big knights wearing silver light armors came into the hall. After the butler introduced Merlin to them, they gave a small bow as a form of salutations before speaking in a respectful manner. Master Merlin, we're here on the Honorable Castellan's orders. We've come to inform Baron Wilson to come to the Castellan's mansion after 3 days for a meeting with all the aristocrats in Blackwater City to join forces in dealing with the issue of the bandits. It turned out to be the problem of facing the bandits. Merlin had also heard about how great numbers of bandits had suddenly appeared around Blackwater City and continuously attacked some small towns surrounding the city. Even with the city defense troops mobilized, they had not been able to eliminate those bandits. In addition, Old Wilson seemed to also have encountered some small gangs of bandits on his trip to collect taxes on his territory this time. He had even sent General Pratt back to dispatch some heavy armored knights. The appearance of the bandits could already be considered a certain threat to Blackwater City, which was why the castellan had not hesitated to mobilize all the aristocrats of Blackwater City. He wanted to unite in fighting against those bandits. All right, I know, I'll definitely inform farther as soon as I can. Merlin beckoned with his hand, getting the butler to send the 2 city defense troop knights out. In just a short while, the butler had sent the 2 knights out before coming back into the hall. He spoke to Merlin. Master Merlin, I'll immediately send someone to inform the Baron. However, Merlin waved his hand and said calmly, that's unnecessary. I'll personally go to the territory this time and inform father. Master Merlin, the area around Blackwater City isn't safe now. The butler advised him against the idea hurriedly. He did not wish for Merlin to encounter bandits on the way there and suffer an untimely death. We can dispatch more knights as escorts. Even though there are no more of father's heavy armored knights in the castle, if we send a few dozen more of the other knights to go with me, nothing bad will happen. All right, that settles the matter. I'll set off early tomorrow. Merlin spoke in an unquestionable tone of voice. He was so determined because, in actual fact, he merely wished to take this opportunity and have a look outside of Blackwater City. Ever since he had arrived in this world, Merlin had not been to anywhere other than Blackwater City. This was such a good opportunity. How could he miss it? Master, I'll go and make preparations now. Seeing that he was unable to dissuade Merlin, the butler could only go downstairs and make preparations. After all, Merlin's safety was very important. Even without the might of the heavy armored knights, the power of Merlin's convoy must not be weak. It would take some time just to pick and choose the knights who would be part of the convoy. Chapter 32 Territory I. Chapter 32 Territory Roman II. On the next day, just as dawn broke, the Wilson Castle bustled with activities. Troops of light-armored knights, comprised of more than 60 men, assumed their positions near the main doors. Be careful, don't stop along the way, go straight to your father's territory. Macy urged Merlin to be cautious. She had received news that Merlin was going to the territory last night. By then, The butler had made arrangements for everything. Even if Macy had wanted to stop him, it would have been too late. Merlin nodded before stepping into the horse carriage. The journey this time was far and would take almost a day to complete. The person driving the carriage was still Moss. Hence, Merlin would have someone familiar with him. "Moss, let's go." At Merlin's orders, Merlin slowly left Wilson Castle under the escort of many knights. The carriage quickly drove out of Blackwater City. This was the first time that Merlin was coming out of the city to see the outside world, therefore he did not meditate. Instead, he pulled the curtains in the carriage aside and observed the scenery outside the city everywhere. The roads outside the city were very bumpy. They could not be compared to the roads in the city that were inlaid with flat stones. The roads outside the city were, at best, some mud mixed in with some gravel that had been spread at random on the ground. There were gullies everywhere, causing the ground to be high in some places and low in the others. Even if Moss could be more skilled at driving the horse carriage, he would still have no way of stabilizing the carriage. It was fortunate, then, that Merlin's current body had already become very strong and fit after going through the nurturing of the mysterious posture on the relief sculpture. Therefore, Merlin could still withstand being slightly tossed about like this. Merlin's carriage was in the middle of the team of knights. Pulling aside the curtains in the carriage, Merlin was able to see a knight on the side. He was around 16 or 17 years of age and still looked very young. However, his hands were full of thick calluses, caused by long years of wielding the sword. "What's your name?" Merlin asked the young knight. The young knight hurriedly answered in a respectful manner. "Master Merlin, I'm called Yegs." "Yegs, how many years have you been in Wilson Castle?" "Master Merlin, I was chosen by the Honorable Baron 3 years ago. Then, after 2 years of hard training, I was finally promoted to a knight." There was a hint of gratitude and pride on Yegs' face. Merlin knew that to be a knight of an aristocrat was already a glory in the eyes of the common folk. The entire family of a person who had become a knight of an aristocrat within his territory would receive some tax exemptions or reductions. Therefore, it was the dream of many civilian children to be a knight by the side of an aristocrat. To become a knight at the age of 16 or 17, Yegs should also have really great talent in addition to his hard training. "Do you have a fire-type physique?" Merlin continued to ask because he could sense that some fire elements in the surroundings were entering the sides of Yegs' body without ceasing. "Yes, Master Merlin. I possess a fire-type physique, but had I not met the Honorable Baron, I'd have starved to death a long time ago. The Baron has said before that a knight must be loyal, righteous, brave, and devoted. I will follow the Baron and be his subordinate throughout my entire life and be his knight. This is also my first time carrying out a task, Master Merlin. Don't worry. Even if we encounter bandits, I will definitely protect you." Yegs spoke in a solemn and extremely sincere voice. Merlin could feel that those were the true thoughts coming from Yegs' heart. Looking at Yegs' sincere face, Merlin nodded gently before putting the curtains of the carriage down and drawing his head back into the carriage. "Protect me." Merlin could not help but shake his head. The current physical fitness of his body was such that he could basically match the peak of a versatile elemental swordsman already. In addition, he was also a mysterious and powerful spellcaster. Who would he need to protect him? Nevertheless, this also indirectly reflected old Wilson's methods. Every knight under him was extremely loyal to old Wilson. This also caused vigilance to be raised in Merlin's heart. Old Wilson had an abundance of tricks and was extremely perceptive. If he met Old Wilson in the territory, he could not say much and must be careful and prudent to avoid revealing any telltale flaws. Merlin had only watched the sceneries outside the city for a while before he lost interest. Thus he laid down on his side in the carriage and began to meditate on his mind power. Master Merlin, we've arrived at the territory. After who knew how long, Merlin woke up from his meditation. We've arrived. Merlin lifted the curtains in the carriage and discovered that it was already sunset. The color of the sky was gradually becoming somewhat dusky. At the end of the small, winding road was a gigantic castle. It was the castle in Old Wilson's territory. This castle looked extremely ancient with pointed and conical roofs. The bricks on the walls were already turning black, and he could see that there was a section of the wall that had been repaired. Merlin leaped down the carriage and walked forward. A few knights guarded Merlin by staying around him. Although they had already reached the territory, they still did not let down their guard. "Stand still, who are you people?" The moment they came near to the castle, 4 guards blocked the road. A knight next to Merlin hurriedly stepped forward and said, "This is Master Merlin. He has come to the territory to see the Baron for an important matter." Master Merlin. Those few guards were somewhat doubtful. They had never seen Merlin, but they had also heard that Baron Wilson had a son called Merlin. "Master Merlin, please wait for a moment. We're getting General Pratt to come forward and confirm." The guards did not let Merlin into the castle. Instead, they sent people off into the castle to look for General Pratt. Merlin frowned. It was not because he felt disgruntled over being blocked, but because the guards in the castle were somewhat too careful and prudent. Could it be that something had happened to the castle, causing the security of the castle to be this tight? I'll ask Pratt in detail after he arrives. Merlin was already aware that something might have happened in the castle during this period of time. However, he could only learn everything after Pratt had come. After waiting for a moment, Pratt's figure finally appeared. He walked over with quick steps and berated, in a loud voice, "Let me through quickly. He is Master Merlin. All of you take a good look now and remember him well. When Master Merlin comes in the future, you're not allowed to stop him." General Pratt reprimanded the guards severely for a while before bringing Merlin into the castle. As they walked, Merlin inquired, "Uncle Pratt, has something happened on the territory? Why are such strict precautions being taken?" Pratt hesitated for a moment. After that, he lowered his voice and said, "It's all because some time ago, a huge gang of bandits was discovered around the territory. For security, the entire territory has been plunged into a state of war. Precautions are very strict." Merlin was rather surprised. He had not encountered a single bandit on his way here. He had originally thought that the territory had not been invaded or harassed by the bandits. Never had he imagined that the situation had already become so severe. Chapter 33: A Strange Wind. Chapter 33: A Strange Wind. Translator: Endless Fantasy Translation. Editor: Endless Fantasy Translation. Merlin followed Pratt from behind and entered the castle. The moment he stepped into the castle, Merlin felt that the style in which the castle had been decorated seemed to be rather strange and unique. Bright and colorful murals had been painted on the slightly yellowing walls. Some were blurred and indistinct, while others were extremely mottled. Practically not a single one of them was clear. "This castle seems to be very old, huh?" Merlin asked Pratt. Pratt nodded and said, "That's right. This castle is very ancient indeed. Even the oldest person in the territory isn't clear when the castle was built. We only know that the castle is already very old, with at least 500 years of history. Perhaps even more than that. The Baron has gotten people to repair and maintain the castle ever since he moved in, but the decorations in his hall have never been touched. Their original appearance is still maintained. Merlin nodded. Most of the buildings in this world were immensely fortified, and many castles could be kept for a few hundred to 1,000 or more years. Perhaps this castle had been constructed by some aristocrat several hundred years ago. Oh, right. Where's farther? Merlin looked everywhere, but all he could find were some servants. He could not see old Wilson. A glint flashed through Pratt's eyes. He lowered his voice and said, "Because there have been great amounts of bandit activity around the territory lately, the Baron has brought his men to patrol the areas surrounding the territory. He'd only return at night, roughly." Although old Wilson was not home, needless to say, there was a housekeeper within the castle, an extremely beautiful female housekeeper at that. After Pratt handed Merlin over to the housekeeper, he left the castle to patrol the grounds outside. The female housekeeper's body was particularly curvy. She was around 30 years of age, with bright red lipstick applied on the lips. Her eyes did not stop sizing Merlin up. "Master Merlin, you've become tired after rushing through an entire day's journey. I've already instructed people to prepare hot water in your chamber." Following which, the housekeeper brought Merlin into a spacious room with a gigantic bathtub inside, filled with steaming hot water. "Master Merlin, allow me." He did not know when, but the housekeeper had already shut the doors to the room and come to the side of the bathtub. It looked like she was intending to serve Merlin by bathing him. Ever since Merlin arrived in this world, he had always been very inhibited. Now that he had come to a completely strange place, and faced with such a gorgeous woman, his heart immediately flared up with heat. Splash! Thus, Merlin took off all his clothes immediately and jumped into the bathtub. The housekeeper, with ever so charming eyes, smiled gracefully as she continuously moved her soft hands up and down Merlin's entire body. Merlin narrowed his eyes slightly. Desire and heat arose and boiled quickly in his body. With a vigorous move, he grabbed the hands of the housekeeper and chuckled in a low voice. "Come in." Exerting force with his hands, Merlin immediately pulled the female housekeeper into the bathtub. Although the housekeeper still had her clothes on, the curves of her whole body were already exposed and evident, adding even more to the temptation. Her hands were also caressing Merlin's chest gently. Merlin had been unrelenting in practicing the posture on the mysterious relief sculpture for long periods of time. Although he had never specifically trained himself, his body had become very strong and fit. Contained within his tight and solid muscles was a terrible explosive force. At the moment, however, Merlin had his eyes closed. He was enjoying the touch of the housekeeper's tender hands. Master Merlin is the Baron's son. Indeed, this body is not inferior at all, compared to the great Baron's. The beautiful housekeeper breathed into Merlin's ears, speaking softly. "In what you've served farther before?" Merlin's eyes shot open. He asked in a low voice. The housekeeper pouted her lips as she laughed gently. "Of course I'm always the one serving the great Baron every time he comes to the territory." While she spoke, the housekeeper even held her ample bosom out, as though she was very proud of herself. A hint of a strange expression appeared on Merlin's face, however. Although the housekeeper was riding on Merlin's body in an incomparably ambiguous pose, there was no longer any desire in his heart. Instead, he felt a sense of horrible disgust. Merlin had already understood how most of the personal lives of the aristocrats were exceedingly atrocious. For example, having such a beautiful maidservant serve Merlin after she had been done serving old Wilson was a common sight amongst the aristocrats. It was not a big deal, but Merlin was still somewhat unable to accept it. "Go out, I don't need your service." Merlin's voice was as cold as ice as he shooed the housekeeper out. Immediately she was still in a daze. With Merlin's entire body soaked in the warm water, the fatigue in his body seemed to be disappearing little by little. However, the desire and heat aroused by the beautiful housekeeper moments ago had caused his heart to be somewhat agitated. Having no choice, Merlin closed his eyes and began to meditate with his back against the side of the bathtub. Meditation must occur in the strange state of being real and unreal. Therefore, very soon, Merlin's emotions gradually calmed down. He seemed to have forgotten everything around him, and remained unmoving in the bathtub, completely immersed in his meditation. Woo, woo, woo. After who knew how long, Merlin's ears seemed to pick up noises that sounded like the whimpering of a baby. Splash! Merlin was awakened with a startle by this strange noise. He hurriedly stood up, but a shiver went through his entire body. Looking down, he realized that the hot water under him had already cooled down. He had meditated for at least 2 hours. What's that sound? Merlin got out from the bathtub and put on his clothes, cocking his head to the side as he listened. He discovered that the whimpering noise was becoming more and more distinct, causing a chill to run down his spine. Thus, he left his room and went downstairs. Coincidentally, he bumped into General Pratt, who was on patrol duty. "Uncle Pratt, what was that noise just now? It sounded like a crying child," Merlin asked in a low voice. He saw that there was no change at all in the expressions of the few guards next to Pratt. It was as though they were already used to it. It was pitch black outside the castle. Pratt took 2 steps forward and said to Merlin, "Master Merlin, it's no big deal, actually. It's the sound of wind at a location not far from the castle. There's a strange wind that blows often. That sound's caused by the strange wind. It's not some child crying. Oh, there's such a strange place, Uncle Pratt. Could you bring me to take a look?" Merlin felt curious. He wanted to take a look at this strange wind that had been letting out those terrifying noises. "Actually, there's nothing much to this strange wind. Since Master Merlin wishes to see it, let's go." Pratt frowned and hesitated slightly. However, perhaps remembering that the place was not far from the castle and could not be considered to be outside of the castle perimeters, he finally nodded in agreement. He ordered someone to bring him a candelabrum, lighted 5 candles and started leading the way. Merlin followed after Pratt closely. Chapter 33 Meeting. Chapter 33 Meeting. It was somewhat cold outside. Merlin wrapped his big coat tightly around himself and followed Pratt. They walked approximately 100 meters before they came to the bottom of a mottled wall. All of a sudden, Pratt halted his footsteps and turned around to speak to Merlin. "Master Merlin, we've arrived." "It's here." Merlin looked to where Pratt was gazing. As expected, not far in front of them, a strange wind had appeared in the air. The area occupied by this strange wind was not large. A vortex was formed, spinning without ceasing at the moment. It was emitting noises like the whimper of a baby. "That's strange, the wind isn't rising." Merlin frowned. This was a really strange wind. Other than this, there was no wind in any other places. Merlin took a few steps forward to get closer to this strange wind. He acutely discovered that this strange wind was not in a disorderly state. It followed a certain regularity, as though some mysterious energy was controlling this strange wind. "Master Merlin, this strange wind is exceedingly strong. We've had a few knights who'd wanted to check it out, but they were bruised by the flying stones in the strange wind. By the time we waited until the wind had disappeared to take a closer look, we couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. It's extremely odd." Pratt glanced at Merlin and said in a soft voice. However, Merlin was no longer paying attention to Pratt's words. At the moment, he was using his mind power to check out this strange wind. Sensing through his mind power, Merlin could feel numerous wind elements. They were all very violent, but these violent wind elements seemed to have been confined by an orderly energy, so they could only turn according to a certain rule. The typical characteristic of a spell was to cause elements to move according to a certain rule. The spells released by a spellcaster was, in actual fact, elements operating according to a defined pattern under the effect of spell models. For example, the fireball that Merlin had mastered at the moment was to operate according to the spell model of the fireball. Those violent fire elements were condensed into a small fireball, which made it possible for it to possess a terrible destructive power. The strange wind in front of him seemed to be a sort of spell. However, this sort of spell was really scattered. Its power had been reduced to the lowest possible, and could only maintain control over wind elements within a few square meters. Therefore, this would not have been produced by a spellcaster prompting a spell model, but a spell automatically released by a casting tool without being controlled by anyone. Casting tools were tools created by spellcasters to help cast magic. For example, magic staffs and scrolls belonged to the category of casting tools. Merlin had also seen from Old Man Ether's spell manual that every casting tool was extremely precious. Usually, only powerful spellcasters above the first level could, after expending great amounts of efforts and materials, create casting tools. Therefore, even Old Man Ether had not had any casting tools. When the thought came to him that the appearance of this strange wind was possibly caused by a casting tool, Merlin's heart became very excited. Any piece of casting tool would be something a spellcaster had always dreamed of. However, although Merlin felt very excited in his heart, he did not reveal any changes on his face. Instead, he said in a cool voice, "Uncle Pratt, wait here, I'll go near and take a look." General Pratt exhorted, "Master Merlin, you have to be careful. Don't get too close to avoid getting hurt." Merlin nodded, following which, he took a few steps forward and approached the strange wind. The force of the strange wind was very strong, indeed. Furthermore, it was such a cold day the strange wind sliced across his face, causing a pain that felt as though he had been cut by knives. However, Merlin did not stop. He unleashed his mind power and began searching for the source of this strange wind. He could only find the casting tool that was unleashing the strange wind if he could find its source. Uncle Pratt and the others have already searched, but they've not discovered anything. This means that, perhaps, the casting tool is not on the ground, but buried underground. Merlin carefully did his analysis. He had the help of his mind power, so he was able to easily explore the source of this strange wind. It was under a corner of the wall, directly stretching down into the ground. Just as he had concluded after his analysis, there was definitely a casting tool buried underground there. Merlin had found the source of the strange wind and had come to the conclusion. After analysis, it was very possible that a casting tool had been buried somewhere underground. However, with Pratt next to him now, watching him, Merlin did not have the opportunity to search for this casting tool. He could only quietly commit the approximate position to memory and wait until daytime tomorrow before he could come and look for it. Having made a firm decision in his heart, Merlin withdrew. Pratt hurriedly took a few steps forward and shone the weak candlelight upon Merlin, asking in a concerned manner, "Master Merlin, are you all right?" Pratt had seen Merlin stand without moving in front of the strange wind just now. He felt that it was strange and had even thought that Merlin had been injured by the strange wind. Merlin shook his head gently. "I'm fine. Go back." Pratt took a careful look over Merlin's entire body but did not find any wounds. He felt relief in his heart and followed Merlin from behind, ready to return to the castle. However, they had just gone halfway when they suddenly heard noises made by the hooves of horses outside. A team of cavalry was directly charging towards the castle. Delight sprang up in Pratt's heart. He hurriedly said to Merlin, "The Baron must be back. Master Merlin, let's go and receive the Baron quickly." "Farther," Merlin murmured in a low voice as his expression kept shifting. It had been a while since he arrived in this world. Finally, he was about to meet with Old Wilson. Old Wilson was the person closest to Merlin, so he did not know whether old Merlin would discover some signs. "Master Merlin, let's go quickly. The Baron often talks about you even in the territory." Seeing Merlin was just standing there without making a move, General Pratt hurriedly urged him. Let's go. It's time you should meet up." Pratt did not notice the change in Merlin's expression. Thus, they speedily walked towards the castle. After a short while, many servants came out of the castle. They lit up the lights that embellished the inside of the castle, causing the place to look as bright as day, before respectfully welcoming the return of Old Wilson. "Baron, sir." With a quick step, Pratt immediately knelt to the floor with one knee and saluted Old Wilson. Old Wilson was riding on his horse at the moment. He wore a black armor and had a burly body build, thick eyebrows and big eyes. His body emitted an aura that felt as horrifying as a wild beast. Currently, Old Wilson wielded a great sword in his hand. There were even some traces of fresh blood left on the body of the sword. It seemed as though he had just been through a great battle. Merlin. Finally, Old Wilson's eyes fell on Merlin. His body had just been releasing the aura that felt as terrifying as a wild beast. However, after seeing Merlin, the aura immediately turned into a thick emanation of love, causing Merlin to feel very intimate. Farther, Merlin took a deep breath and walked a few steps forward as well, letting out his voice in a yell. Chapter 34 Casting Tool I. Chapter 34 Casting Tool I. Merlin had always imagined the moment when he would finally meet Old Wilson, picturing all sorts of possibilities in his mind. However, he felt unusually calm when it actually happened. "Merlin, why are you here?" Old Wilson jumped off the horse swiftly and paced to Merlin, his eyes brimming with gentle love. Merlin had to tilt his head slightly upward when speaking to Old Wilson, who had a great stature. He was nearly 2 meters tall and appeared as strong as a horse. A bloody smell assailed Merlin's nostrils as soon as his father came near. "Father, have you encountered bandits?" Merlin did not hurry to answer but replied with a question. Old Wilson gently sheathed his bloody greatsword back into its scabbard and replied nonchalantly, "It's not a big deal, just a few bandits that I've killed. Come on, let's head inside." Hence, Merlin followed Old Wilson into the castle. Old Wilson took off the black suits of armor with the help of servants. Merlin was shocked as he watched the 3 servants walked away carrying the armor with difficulty. Old Wilson's black suit of armor must have weighed at least 300 katas. Having a normie put on an armor that weighed nearly 300 katas was already a question, not to mention to travel in it. However, old Wilson could move about freely and even combat in that armor. It showed that old Wilson's physical quality was rather extraordinary. Initially, Merlin thought old Wilson was only a second-level fire swordsman, but now it seemed that old Wilson was more than he appeared on the surface. A usual second-level fire swordsman could never manage such a heavy armor. Not only was old Wilson a second-level fire swordsman, he was also endowed by nature's natural gift. He who possessed exceptional force had extremely outstanding physical quality. Even his pure physical force was stronger than any other second-level elemental swordsman. No wonder Father survived the expedition to the Kingdom of Black Moon, also known as the Slaughterhouse. Besides having accumulated an abundance of military exploits that eventually made him a noble, his physical quality was his biggest asset. At the moment, Merlin could sense that numerous fire elements were being absorbed into old Wilson's body at an accelerated speed. Old Wilson should have already reached the vertical limit of second-level fire swordsman by now. When the suitable moment arrived, it was likely that he would upgrade to a third-level swordsman. Merlin could not see through the actual strength of old Wilson, but he deeply believed with old Wilson's terrifying strength, he could easily be on par with a third-level elemental swordsman. The female butler led old Wilson to the bathroom. Moments later, old Wilson, brimming with energy, entered the hall in a new change of clothes. The dauntless bloody smell lingered on old Wilson disappeared when he removed the black armor without it. He appeared as mild as a lamb. He walked over to Merlin's side and patted his shoulder lightly as his eyes inspected Merlin from up to down. A few seconds later, a smile washed over his face. "Not bad, you've grown up as a strong man, just like your father." It was evident that old Wilson was genuinely delighted at the improvement of Merlin's health. No one who had seen Merlin at his previously weak form would believe he was old Wilson's son. "Oh right, Merlin, why are you here at the manor instead of Blackwater City? Did anything happen back home?" A hint of austerity flashed across old Wilson's eyes. That gentleness hung on his face just moments before had seemingly turned into something frantic. Fortunately, Merlin's mind power was forceful enough to suppress his inner emotions instead of being charged by old Wilson's sudden violent pang. "Father, everything is all right back home. I'm only here to notify you that the castellan wishes to invite all noblemen in Blackwater City to his residence for a meeting, in order to solve the issue with bandits." Merlin provided a full account of the incident to his father, old Wilson, whose brows knitted together in concentration. After a moment, old Wilson finally raised his head and spoke softly. "Almost every small town around Blackwater City was harassed by the bandits, but what's strange is that not one town has experienced any destructive damage. It was as if these bandits had more plan than mere looting. No matter what, these bandits must go. Otherwise, the small towns around Blackwater City and many of the noblemen's manors will never be peaceful again. I've encountered a small group of bandits when I patrolled the area a few days ago. They were only a small group, slightly bigger than 10, and their force wasn't strong either. My heavy knights knocked them down in an instant. But our effort to locate the swarm of well-hidden bandits was still to no avail. It shall make the operation easier if the whole noble force of Blackwater City was together." "Oh, right. Did Orderston mention the date of this meeting?" "Probably the day after tomorrow," Merlin replied softly. "The day after tomorrow. Very well. That gives us plenty of time if we depart tomorrow. Merlin, we'll leave for Blackwater City tomorrow." Old Wilson came to a decision quickly. It seemed this gang of bandits posed a huge threat. Even old Wilson thought the force of Blackwater City's every nobleman was needed to drive out these bandits. Merlin rose from his dream in the early morning of the next day. Dawn had just broken, but servants were already shuttling back and forth on their duties. Merlin dressed up and headed right downstairs. Old Wilson was still not awake. Merlin glanced toward the direction of old Wilson's room. Last night, he thought he saw that alluring female butler tiptoe into old Wilson's bedroom. Merlin shook his head as if to dismiss the distracting thoughts. He extended his gaze at the enclosure wall outside of the castle. He remembered that peculiar gush of wind last night had come just right from under that mottled wall. Young Master Merlin. Most of the guards and servants in the castle had already familiarized themselves with Merlin. They bowed respectfully at each encounter with their young master. Merlin nodded with smiles and headed outside of the castle. Whiz! The early morning of winter was freezing cold. The slight amount of snow that fell last night had covered the surface of the earth with slippery dampness. Merlin checked his surroundings. Only after making sure that no one was in sight did he head for the enclosure wall. Soon, he arrived at the place where the strange wind whooshed last night. The ground surface on this area was unusually even, probably a forced work of the gush of wind last night. Here we are. Merlin came to the corner of the wall and squatted silently. That strange wave of spell he sensed last night was probably concealed right underneath the wall. The soil underneath the wall was soft and moist, hence Merlin extended his hands and began to dig with caution. A few moments later, among the dampened soil, Merlin's hand felt a hard, cold object. "This is the casting tool." Merlin was delighted. He did not care to look at the object unearthed before he wrapped it around with a cloth that he brought along beforehand. Then, he headed back to the castle as if nothing happened. Chapter 35 Casting Tool A. Chapter 35 Casting Tool Roman 2. Once he was back to his room, the impatient Merlin quickly opened the wrapped parcel hidden in his arms. Inside was a handful of dark soil and a hard item. Merlin could not identify the shape of the item as it was covered with dirt. Hence, he fetched some clean water and began rubbing gently on the hard item in an effort to remove those soils stuck to its surface. Soon enough, the treasure that had been given a thorough cleansing gradually revealed its true identity. It was a pendant. The small pendant was in the shape of an inverted triangle. A ruby gem about the size of a soybean was placed in the middle of the inverted triangle. Under faint candlelight, the ruby glistened with a lustrous brilliance. However, Merlin was not bothered with a gem inlaid on the pendant. Although a ruby was a rare treasure, its value was nothing compared to a casting tool. Merlin was more curious if that pendant was actually a casting tool. Therefore, Merlin rapidly gathered his mind power to shroud the pendant. Swish! In the blink of an eye, Merlin felt a horrifying whirl trying to draw his mind power into the pendant. Merlin was overjoyed. He stopped resisting and allowed his mind power to be absorbed into the pendant. Merlin's mind power induced that inside of the pendant was a completely enclosed space. It was constructed by hundreds and thousands of confined tiny cells. Every cell seemed to possess a certain mysterious power. Some tiny cells seemed to be trapped with rather active wind elements. However, it appeared that these cells were broken due to unknown reasons. As a result, some wind elements had leaked out of the casting tool. Perhaps that was the reason for the peculiar wind that appeared outside of the castle. What an incredible casting tool! Merlin, who was shocked to his mind, finally retrieved his mind power. The tiny cells inside of the pendant were out of Merlin's current knowledge, but he did a daring estimate that they were utilized to store spells. The concept was similar to certain spell scrolls. Powerful spell casters could adopt special methods to cast spells onto spell scrolls. By possessing any of these spell scrolls, even with a weak capability, a slight trigger using mind power could easily activate the spell stored and eventually erupt a compelling force. A typical spell scroll could only store one spell at a time. Once the spell scroll was activated, the spell being stored would be released. In other words, spell scroll was a one-time depletion casting tool. However, the pendant in Merlin's hand could possibly store more than just one spell. The seemingly infinite number of tiny cells in the pendant was indeed empty space to store spells. Each tiny cell could hold in a spell. Merlin utilized his mind power to carefully count the number of tiny cells inside the pendant. There was a total of 158 cells, that was to say, this casting tool was able to store 158 spells. A casting tool like this may be rated as a ghastly one. It was not something that any spellcaster could easily produce. Merlin turned the pendant around. On its back was engraved a couple of words in Moltar language. Bell. On the back of the pendant was engraved the name Bell. In Ether's spell manual, the old man mentioned the long tradition for spellcasters to carve their own name on each casting tool they invented. Hence, Bell should be the inventor of this casting tool. I wonder if this Bell is still alive. Merlin murmured to himself. He looked at the pendant in hand. There were numerous broken tiny cells on this pendant, which were the cause for the leaking of wind elements previously stored in there, and later produced that gush of peculiar wind outside of the castle. It was safe to say that this pendant was probably an invention of several hundred years ago, perhaps even longer. No doubt a normie would have been done in such a long time. But it was different for spellcasters, especially spellcasters which possessed forceful power. They could live up to 200 or 300 years. Merlin naturally had no idea if there was any spellcasters that lived up to hundreds and thousands of years. Even Old Man Ether had no clue about this. After all, Old Man Ether was only an entrance-level spellcaster. How much could he possibly know about the untellable secrets in the world of spellcasters? This pendant was produced by Bell, hence Merlin simply named it as the Bell Pendant. Merlin could not care much whether this Bell was still alive. He was only eager to find out if this casting tool was still usable. Therefore, once again, he quickly focused his mind power into the pendant. This time around, he checked those tiny cells carefully. There was a total of 158 tiny cells, but most had been destroyed and left emptied. Perhaps someone else had already released the spells stored in this Bell pendant, which resulted in those shattered cells. That, or they had been left alone for too long, and eventually broke down. Merlin counted attentively and realized there were only 18 tiny cells in the pendant that remained in good shape. This meant that he could still store 18 more spells in this casting tool. 18 more spells, that should be enough. Merlin chuckled to himself. He thought this casting tool had completely lost its function, but who knew? Still, he had to get it tested out before he was sure he could still store spells in this pendant. He made up his mind and gathered his mind power into the pendant once more. In some of those tiny cells still held spells that had been stored in there since who knew when. Due to the prolonged time span, countless wind elements was leaking out from those broken tiny cells little by little, waiting to erupt when the time came. Merlin was not going to let such unpredictability happen. Right away, he utilized his mind power to activate those broken tiny cells in Bell Pendant. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. All of the sudden, waves after waves of a mad wind appeared in the room. They were the remnants of spells being left inside of those tiny cells in the Bell Pendant. The destructive force was not too strong, hence it did not result in a massive disaster. Still, the room was turned into a complete mess. After destroying all the remnants of spells left in Bell Pendant, Merlin started to think about casting spells into the pendant. At the moment, Merlin knew only one spell, which was Fireball. However, due to special reason, Merlin could also release large fireball that was as powerful as a forcible spell. If he were to store any spell, undeniably he should store large fireball, which was powerfully forceful in order to maximize the potential of Bell Pendant. However, that raised another question: could the Bell Pendant withstand large fireball, which was almost similar to a forcible spell? Merlin was not able to make an accurate inference for now. At least not until he had tried it out. Chapter 36 Bandit's Eye. Chapter 36 Bandit's Eye. A large fireball could only be released after Merlin stored 3 normal fireball. Therefore, Merlin swiftly performed 3 normal fireball. When the gray horizontal frame in awareness turned red, Merlin shrouded his mind power onto the Bell Pendant to further agitate the red horizontal frame. Large fireball. In an instant, a burning sensation seemed to rise quickly. Fortunately, Merlin had already aimed Bell Pendant at the huge fireball. At the stimulation of Merlin's mind power, the Bell Pendant released a powerful force of attraction almost immediately. This force of attraction immediately absorbed that huge fireball into the pendant. Merlin was overjoyed. He promptly extended his mind power into the Bell Pendant. He found out that the huge fireball had indeed been stored inside one of those tiny cells firmly. Merlin only had to stimulate this huge fireball slightly with mind power to release it. It's a success. The Bell Pendant can endure large fireball. Merlin finally heaved a sigh of relief. There was a total of 18 tiny cells inside of Bell Pendant. In other words, the pendant was able to store 18 large fireball. This meant that Merlin could continuously release 18 large fireball at his wish. Its tremendous force was beyond imagination. Very well, the Bell Pendant can definitely increase my combat ability substantially. Hence, Merlin started utilizing his magic power in the room to repeatedly release normal fireball. He then stored each large fireball he attained into Bell Pendant. Although this process was troublesome and consumed an abundance of magic power, Merlin had the whole night to fill up all 18 tiny cells left in Bell Pendant. Thick snow covered the field of an abandoned ranch. A few men dressed in white robes and silver armors sat in front of the fire, seemingly in the middle of a discussion. The campfire blazed merrily, emitting bursts of heat that melted the surrounding snow into puddles. These 3 men were thin. They all had golden masks on their face to conceal their appearances from sight. One of the shorter men threw a piece of firewood at the fire, and said with a sneer, "Oh, it's finally time to get started. But it's only a Wilson, a second-level fire swordsman. Is he worth the 3 of us to strike at once?" Quero, of course, there's no need to employ all 3 of us for just a Wilson. But the church is involved this time, that's why we can't let our guard down. Relo, Angus, let me deal with Wilson later. I would like to see how long a mere nobleman from Blackwater City can endure my force. All right, hush now, the both of you. The church does not care much about Blackwater City, let alone a mere Wilson. Still, Blackwater City forms a very favorable defensive circle with Grand City in the east and Root City in the west. Therefore, we must take down these 3 cities at the least cost in order to cope with a possible intrusion from the Kingdom of Black Moon during our temporary chaos. The last man who spoke with authority appeared to be the leader of the 3. The other 2 listened attentively when he spoke. Angus, Lord Bishop had instructed for you to be the leader of us 3. Tell us exactly what we should do. Angus looked up at the black void of space and said in a low voice, "Everything will be fine in Blackwater City under the inspection of Sir Jason. We're responsible for things outside of Blackwater City, and we must ensure there aren't any problems. Other towns lacking potential and strengths are not important enough to be of our concern, save for this Wilson's territory that even stationed a group of heavy armor knights. Allowing them into Blackwater City is not going to benefit Sir Jason's control on Blackwater City. That's why Lord Bishop commands us to keep Wilson in his territory forever, at all costs. God will bless us. The God of Light will always be with us." Angus' voice was cold, his body filled with the urge to kill. "God of Light be with us." The other 2 men in golden masks suddenly stood up, their expression solemn. Dawn had just broken when someone knocked on Merlin's bedroom door. "Young Master Merlin, Lord Baron had asked for you to depart for Blackwater City at once." A maidservant dressed in grey called out softly. "All right." Merlin, on the other side of the door, was looking exhausted, his face as pale as a sheet. However, his eyes were gleaming with excitement. That was because he had spent the whole night casting fireball incessantly. He waited patiently while he replenished his magic power, and then continued casting more fireball. Hence, throughout the night, Merlin did not have time to even take 40 winks. In spite of that, he managed to fill up every tiny cell in Bell Pendant before dawn. With this Bell Pendant, Merlin did not even have to use any magic power. With only a slight utilization of his mind power, he could continuously release 18 large fireball. Merlin rose to his feet. He used a thin linen rope to fasten the Bell Pendant and hung it in front of his chest. By doing so, it was convenient to release the spells in Bell Pendant without attracting too much attention. "Isn't it too early to set off?" Merlin left his room and went downstairs. He realized numerous knights standing closely next to each other was already waiting outside of the castle. Among them, those 200 heavy-armored knights stood out the most. They were trained personally under Old Wilson with painstaking effort. Their combat abilities were amazingly terrifying. By now, Old Wilson, who was also dressed in his black armor, stood on the stone steps outside of the castle. He frowned slightly as Merlin came downstairs. "What's the matter? Have you not rested well last night?" Merlin shook his head and smiled. "It's nothing. I haven't quite gotten used to the castle, that's all." "Farther, are you deploying all the knights away from the territory?" "Not all, but only the heavy-armored knights. The rest are to stay here in order to protect the territory from those bandits." Old Wilson shook his head slightly. He was not planning to completely remove the defensive force within the territory. What's this noise?" Old Wilson, who was about to depart, suddenly shifted his gaze to the distant. A chaotic noise, muddled with irregular clatters of horses' hooves, came to bear as clouds of smoke and dust filled the air. "Oh no, the bandits. Knights, ready to fight." Old Wilson's facial expression changed as he got hold of the situation, and immediately he shouted out the order. Instantly, crowds of knights outside of the castle went on the alert. They drew the greatsword behind their back and got into a defensive formation. With utmost concentration, their gazes were affixed to the front. Chapter 37 Bandits. Chapter 37 Bandits Roman 2. With the passing of time, the thick fog that shrouded the castle dispersed gradually. Now, everyone could clearly see the groups of knights that appeared in front of them. They sped down the path, kicking up an overwhelming amount of smoke and dust into the air. The groups were estimated to be around 2,000 to 3,000 knights, or even more. Old Wilson and the knights in the territory were combat-ready and on alert. Their greatswords flashed with a cold light. At the command of Old Wilson, they would charge forward to fight immediately. However, Old Wilson did not give the order even after stalling for a long time. Instead, he was getting more concerned. 3,000 people, at least 3,000 bandits, Old Wilson whispered. His facial expression grew even more serious. Then, in a low voice, he called out to Pratt, who was by his side. Pratt, protect Merlin. No matter what the situation is, you've to keep him alive. Pratt hesitated for a moment, but he followed the order and went to Merlin. Ever since he left the battlefield with Old Wilson, he had never seen him feeling such worried and nervous. All heavy-armored knights, get into formation. Be ready to charge, Old Wilson yelled aloud. In an instant, the knights dressed in black heavy armor aimed the long spears in their hands at the sky. They queued up behind Old Wilson, prepared for the charge at any time. Soon, a large crowd of bandits swarmed forward in an orderly formation. They came to a halt at a few hundred meters away from the castle, and gradually, 3 men in white robes who were wearing golden masks emerged from the crowd. Old Wilson narrowed his eyes. He figured that these 3 masked men should be the leaders of these bandits. On cursory examination, there was a large number of bandits, and they seemed to be able to surround the entire castle. In terms of quantity, Old Wilson's most combative 200 heavy-armored knights were much lesser in comparison with the bandits. At most, they could gather up to 1,000, including the other 600 to 700 knights within the territory. In comparison with the 3,000 bandits in front of them, Old Wilson's strength was indeed too small. Moreover, judging from the orderly marching of these bandits, Old Wilson concluded that their combat literacy was at a commendable level, where it was only possible after rigorous training. Seeing the group of bandits in front of him, Old Wilson felt that he was back at the cruel battlefield. He felt as if he was not facing a group of scattered bandits but a group of well-trained elite army troop. When were bandits eligible for such quality training? Old Wilson's eyes flashed like lightning as his gaze swept across the large group of bandits in front of him, before finally landed his gaze onto the leaders of the bandits, the 3 men who were wearing golden masks. Only by defeating them that he was able to protect the territory. At this thought, Old Wilson raised his greatsword with one hand and shouted at the 200 heavy-armored knights behind him, "In the name of the Knight's glory, attack! In the name of the Knight's glory, attack!" 200 heavy-armored knights yelled in unison. The tremendous momentum shown was so intense that it seemed like they did not regard those 3,000 bandits in front of them as a threat. Their imposing manner shook the earth. This was the heavy-armored knight troop which Old Wilson had constructed after spending more than 10 years of effort and almost half of the taxes collected from the territory. Finally, today would be these heavy-armored knights' first battle. Boom! Like a landslide, the 200 heavy-armored knights moved and shook the earth. 200 heavy-armored knights followed closely behind Old Wilson as they rushed forward to the bandits like a black torrent. Old Wilson fought at the forefront of his men. Leading the 200 heavy-armored knights, he rushed out to make a bloody opening path. No matter how many bandits were there, they could not seem to resist the impact of the heavy-armored knights. The heavy armor on the knights was not destructible by ordinary swords and spears, as a powerful force was required to damage it. Only when the knights fell over the horse or when they were exhausted by the fight, which left them with no combat power, that these groups of heavy-armored knights could be taken down. Old Wilson led the 200 heavy-armored knights through the battlefield and killed more than 300 thieves in just one attack. Yet he did not injure himself. The 3 men wearing golden masks in the distance looked at Old Wilson, who was leading the heavy-armored knights, attacking the bandits incessantly. Although they concealed their appearances, they looked tough to bring down. Such powerful heavy-armored knight troop. This Wilson is indeed something. No wonder he survived the slaughterhouse. It'll be great if he can return to the arms of God. One of the men wearing a golden mask muttered disappointedly. Angus, we can't let him go on like this. It'll take him down, and that should collapse his heavy-armored knights. The 3 of them could make out that Old Wilson was the soul of the heavy-armored knights, just like the alpha in a pack of wolves. With Old Wilson charging in the front of the battlefield, this heavy-armored knight troop was fearless, as if nothing would go wrong. Therefore, to defeat this heavy-armored knight troop, they must take down Old Wilson. Quero, Lilo, the 2 of you go together. Be sure to eliminate Wilson, Angus said coldly. Ha, Angus, be rest assured. It's just a Wilson. How much does he have? Hence, the 2 white-robed men wearing golden masks rushed to Old Wilson on a horseback. Although Old Wilson's heavy-armored knights were invincible, that almost no one could fight against them, the number of bandits was too great in comparison after all. Even if they tried to break through from either side, they could hardly go beyond the tight encirclement. Instead, the number of bandits surrounding them seemed to increase gradually. Quero and Lilo quickly rushed down. They commanded some bandits to separate Old Wilson from his heavy-armored knights. Quero, with short red hair, rushed directly at Wilson's face. He slowly pulled out a greatsword, all the while staring fiercely at Old Wilson. Remember, you're dead in the hands of Quero, Quero bellowed, and the greatsword in his hand released a blinding light. Even in the melee, this ray of light dazzled in the battlefield. Looking at the ray of light on Quero's sword, Old Wilson's expression changed as he realized it was an unbelievable powerful wave produced from the light elements. The voice that came through his throat next sounded slightly hoarse. Light elements, you're a guardian swordsman from the church. Old Wilson was shocked. He thought he was dealing with bandits, not light swordsmen who could control the light elements. He was clear that this kind of light swordsman would surely be taken in by the church to become the guardian swordsman. In the blink of an eye, these bandits had become the highly respectable guardian swordsmen from the church, and it came as a tremendous surprise. Even Old Wilson did not know what was going on. Chapter 38 The Fight I. Chapter 38 The Fight I. Swish! Quero's greatsword, which was emitting a terrifying light, slammed down directly toward Old Wilson's head. Despite the great shock, Old Wilson quickly regained his focus. Both of his hands clenched tightly around the greatsword, and he groaned in a low voice. In an instant, the greatsword burst into a fiery flame. Gradually, the fire became bigger and burned intensely while emitting a scorching temperature. Light sword. Flame cleave. It was as if diamond cut diamond when the 2 greatswords collided with one another. As a result, the flames intertwined and the white light produced strange noises. Bang! The flames on Old Wilson's greatsword was obviously not a match for the white light on Quero's greatsword, yet both men staggered a few steps backward simultaneously. Surprisingly, they were somewhat on an equal strength. Third level light swordsman. Old Wilson narrowed his eyes. After the previous round, he had already got hold of his opponent's ins and outs. The other party was a third-level light swordsman, who was evidently more skillful at manipulating elements than himself. What a powerful force! A second-level fire swordsman definitely doesn't possess such mighty pure strength. Quero was also astonished. The former pride in his face was gradually replaced by concern. He noticed that old Wilson was only a second-level fire swordsman, but in a contest of strength, they were rather equal. The explosive power within old Wilson's burly build was indispensable. See, Quero, you can't deal with him alone. Har, Angus is right to not underestimate him. An opponent who survived the slaughterhouse must be someone extraordinary. Another man in a golden mask came forward to old Wilson. Slowly, he drew out a greatsword, demonstrating that his action spoke louder than words. Yet another third-level light swordsman. Old Wilson examined the two men carefully as he tried to come up with a countermeasure. Attack! The two third-level light swordsmen Quero and Lilo joined together to attack old Wilson. In an instant, the place where the three of them were standing was cleared into a relatively quiet space. No one wanted to be close to them. Once they were near, they would be injured by the scattering light elements and fire elements. Although old Wilson was besieged by two third-level light swordsmen, he was still able to support himself and carried on. His outstanding talents had gifted him a powerful force that seemed almost endless. Therefore, even if he was only a second-level fire swordsman, he was able to rival against an elemental swordsman who almost reached the peak of third-level potential. The more Quero and Lilo fought against him, the more their faces fell. Before this, the two of them were confident that it was easy to kill Wilson. Now, they were struggling to keep up. He's a monster. How is his body so strong? The two men glanced helplessly at Angus, who was watching the fight. Angus was the last man wearing a golden mask. He had been paying attention to old Wilson. He noticed that old Wilson waved his massive greatsword like a giant, fearless in fighting against the two third-level light swordsmen. Even in terms of strength, neither Quero nor Lilo dared to confront old Wilson. If they were not careful, they would be defeated by his terrifying force. It seems that even Lord Bishop has underestimated Wilson. Such powerful people do exist in this small city of Blackwater, Angus whispered to himself as he pulled out the greatsword on his back gradually. Swish! A ball of dazzling white light, much stronger than Quero's and Lilo's, radiated from the greatsword. Angus grasped the greatsword with both hands and quickly dashed near old Wilson, ready to join the battle. 3 third-level light swordsmen, more than 50 first and second-level light swordsmen fared, definitely not a group of ordinary bandits but the guardians of the church. During this time, Merlin was kept safe under the protection of Pratt and numerous other knights in the territory, where he was leisurely observing the situation on the battlefield. The strength of old Wilson had far exceeded Merlin's prediction. The powerful old Wilson, who was like the god of war, relied on pure strength to compete against the two forceful third-level light swordsmen. This was indeed extremely astonishing to watch. When Merlin had not mastered the power of the spell, his dealing with Rollin, also a third-level elemental swordsman, had left him wretched, where he almost died in Rollin's hands. Therefore, he understood thoroughly the might of third-level elemental swordsmen. Young Master Merlin, please head back to the castle. We pledge our lives to defend the castle. General Pratt had quietly arrived in front of Merlin. He took out his greatsword while staring coldly at the bandits in front. Led by 2 second-level light swordsmen, there was a group of bandits rushing directly toward the castle. Pratt had come forward to protect with his back to the wall. "Come on, I've survived the slaughterhouse, not to mention you little bandits." Pratt sounded rather crazy. His greatsword also emitted traces of flame, but they were not as strong as old Wilson's, as he was only a formidable fire swordsman. The dozens of knights guarding Merlin simply was not strong enough to deal with the hundreds of bandits and 2 second-level light swordsmen in front. "Young Master Merlin, don't worry, Yags will definitely protect you." The person nearest to Merlin now was the young knight Yags, who was about 16 or 17 years old. He was the one who had escorted him to the castle. Yags had a stern look on his face, and it was washed with determination. Merlin believed that Yags would not hesitate to stand up and protect him in any chance of danger. "Yags, you'll be a great knight someday." A smile flashed across Merlin's face as if he did not feel the tension of the situation. Then he jumped off the horse and walked straight toward Pratt. "Uncle Pratt." "Well, young Master Merlin, why haven't you returned to the castle? It's dangerous." Merlin shook his head slightly before Pratt could finish his sentence and interrupted calmly. "Uncle Pratt, gather the remaining knights and retreat to the back to defend the castle. As for these bandits..." As his voice fell, Merlin looked quietly at the group of bandits who were galloping at the speed of the wind. Whoosh! Without warning, 2 fist-sized fireballs appeared in front of Merlin, floating silently in the air while exuding an intimidating atmosphere. "As for these bandits, let me handle them." Pratt was still stunned when Merlin's voice echoed in his ears. Merlin stretched out his fair hands and gently pointed forward. In the blink of an eye, the 2 fireballs floating in front of him flew toward the bandits who were rushing toward Merlin. Chapter 39 The Fight I. Chapter 39 The Fight Roman 2. Angus finally struck and fought with great speed. The white light radiating on his greatsword flew toward old Wilson like a venomous snake. Whoosh! Without mercy, a ray of white light pierced through old Wilson's black armor. Fresh red blood immediately oozed from the slit. Old Wilson retreated a few steps and held his hand to the wound. He narrowed his eyes and gave Angus a deadly stare. His armor was manufactured after 3 years of work, using materials of the highest resistance, and could resist almost any kind of spears and swords. Even a third-level elemental swordsman would struggle to break his armor. Due to this, he was able to fight against the 2 third-level light swordsmen Quero and Lilo with such ease. This armor suit had definitely proved its worth. However, this armor could no longer effectively assist old Wilson in defending from his opponents. Angus' strike had left old Wilson feeling deeply threatened, which was something that he had experienced in the slaughterhouse. It was an influential existence extremely on par with a 4th-level elemental swordsman. The difference between elemental swordsmen was indeed very much distinct. 1st level to 3rd level were beginner elemental swordsmen, 4th level to 6th level were intermediate elemental swordsmen, and 7th level to 9th level were advanced elemental swordsmen. Therefore, even though there was only one gap from 3rd level to 4th level, it was a massive one. Angus, who was right in front, ranked somewhere between 3rd level and 4th level, though infinitely close to 4th level, as he was extremely powerful. Even with old Wilson's innate talent and sturdy defensive armor, it was difficult to fight against Angus. "It seems that I'll not escape from fate today. Tell me, why does the church want my life?" Old Wilson looked rather savage as he licked his dried lips while he spoke. He had already guessed by now that these people were not bandits but people from the church. Angus raised aloft the greatsword in his hand, his palms wrapped tightly around the handle. "What's the point of knowing now, Quero? Lilo, do it." Although Angus was, in fact, more powerful than old Wilson, he chose to not underestimate his opponent. To be safe, he sought assistance from Quero and Lilo to ensure nothing would go wrong. Boom! Suddenly, a violent explosion erupted. Countless red flames caught on and scattered around. As the wind blew, the fire, which was accompanied by a burning smell, drifted along. What happened? Angus furrowed his brows as he shifted his attention to the direction of the strange noise. Bang! As the low-pitched sound left Merlin's lips, the two fireballs exploded in the speedy flight. The nearest bandit was only half a meter away from the explosion. The fireballs released by Merlin contained hardly high heat. Although they were only the size of a fist, they were made up of a myriad of compressed fire elements. The fist-sized fireball was able to directly melt an armor made of fine iron. Once blown up, the scattered flames were enough to cause terrible deaths. Moreover, this explosion was caused by two fireballs at once. The bandits who came galloping at high speed were directly blown up by the two fireballs before they could figure out what was happening. Even the two leading second-level light swordsmen were hit by the unexpected heat waves and fell heavily on the ground, both gravely injured. This sudden change had shocked many people. Merlin glanced toward the place where old Wilson was under siege by the three third-level light swordsmen. Merlin went straight to the old man who was in a hot water. The heretic, the evil heretic from the kingdom of Blackmoon. Finally, someone recognized Merlin's identity and began to scream in terror. The evil heretic that blasphemes against God, a second-level light swordsman shouted aloud, and soon his body was shrouded in an aggressive white light. A greatsword in hand, he charged toward Merlin from behind. Fireball. Using his mind power, Merlin could sense movements in his surrounding without having to turn his head around. Therefore, he quickly released a fireball and sent it across his back. Whoosh! The speed of the fireball was extremely fast, leaving only a faint trail of red shadow before it slammed into the chest of the light swordsman. The chest of the light swordsman could not resist the force of the fireball at all. It melted instantly and burned a bloody hole in the chest of the light swordsman. Plop! The light swordsman, not even anywhere close to Merlin, fell directly to the ground, his chest emitting black smoke. A large fireball next. Merlin noticed in his awareness that the gray horizontal frame representing large fireball had turned red. This meant that he was able to release a large fireball. Due to Merlin's recent incessant meditation practice, his progress on mind power advanced rapidly. His control of the fireball had reached the point of perfection. For instance, the fireball released earlier was much faster in speed, making it impossible to defend, than that in Blackwater City. This was the benefit of a strong mind power, as it allowed better control of spells. After killing this second-level light swordsman, Merlin raised his head and looked around at the surrounding bandits. Everyone was afraid of Merlin, where no one dared to come forward. Heretic is used to address on a person who represented evil, cruelty, and mastered peculiar power. Moreover, now that they saw the spells released by Merlin with their own eyes, they felt unbelievably and incredibly fearful, hence they dared not come forward. Thousands of bandits were stunned by Merlin. He looked around, and never did he feel more confident than at this moment. He felt powerful for the first time. Spellcaster is the existence of the world's strongest force. Merlin thought of a sentence in Old Man Ether's spell manual, used to describe the spellcasters. It seemed not far from the truth. As no one stepped forward, it did not take Merlin long to reach old Wilson's side. He held the injured old man gently by hand and looked at the three men wearing golden masks. Farther, Leave them to me, Merlin said softly to old Wilson. Spellcaster, I didn't expect to encounter a spellcaster here. Even though you're just an entrance-level spellcaster, that's not something we can deal with. Unfortunately, we didn't bring forth our archers. Otherwise, an entrance-level spellcaster will not pose any threat. Angus, who was still wearing the mask, ended his sentence with a long, meaningful sigh. His tone was full of unwillingness. Chapter 40 Grand Operation. Chapter 40 Grand Operation. After Angus finished his sentence, Merlin studied the masked man in front of him carefully. The other person knew much about spellcasters. Besides, he addressed Merlin as a spellcaster rather than a heretic like the others. Indeed, he had spoken the fact. Merlin could not cope with hundreds and thousands of arrows with his mere zero-level spell. Angus, a heretic is enough for you to give up. Another masked man shifted his attention at Merlin. In that instant, the white light on his greatsword shone even brighter. Merlin, be careful. All three of them are third-level light swordsmen. Old Wilson reminded Merlin weakly as he pressed his palm at the wound on his stomach. Attack! One of the masked men was furious at Merlin's indifference. The white light on his greatsword extended to almost a meter long, and was aimed directly at Merlin from the top. Fireball! A hint of coldness flashed across Merlin's eyes. He threw his hands out, and two fireballs rose up into the air instantly. This was not a large fireball but a normal fireball. Based on Merlin's current accumulated magic power in the spell model situated in his awareness, he was able to cast more than 10 spells simultaneously. As his mind power increased, the fireballs he released moved at a greater speed and became even harder for the others to avoid. Bang! The corner of Merlin's mouth curled up into a sneer. Two fireballs blasted in the air, scattering numerous flames in all directions. In an instant, that masked man was engulfed in a sea of frantic flames. The masked man screamed in the flames while his body gave off a burning stench. The scattering flames released from Fireball were scorching hot, that they were able to melt fine iron, let alone a third-level light swordsman. The other party wailed a few more times before falling to the ground, and then there was a dead silence. Poirot, Angus, and Lilo shouted simultaneously. At the same time, the white light around their body lit up in an instant. Both of them split into two different directions and rushed toward Merlin. Merlin shook his head slightly. He found himself in a fix when he first dealt with Rollin, but now he could kill a third-level elemental swordsman with a flick of his fingers. In addition, he was more familiar with the power of a spell caster. His mind power had also advanced progressively where he was able to control spells with more precision. Therefore, at the first moment the two men moved, Merlin had already cast a large fireball. Whoosh! A gigantic fireball floated in the air. The entire fireball appeared somewhat unstable as its concentrated fire elements were compressed to the extreme. Bang! Without a moment of hesitation, Merlin detonated the fireball right away. The gigantic fireball set off a huge wave, and the violent force slammed into Angus and Lilo mercilessly. Upon contact with the impactful force of the fireball explosion, they were thrown to the air accompanied by tiny scattering flames. As the tiny scattering flames were produced from the fireball, even a tiny flame was compressed by countless fire elements which could result in a terrifying force. A slight touch was able to drill a bloody hole into the human body. However, both Angus and Lilo were third-level light swordsmen. They could more or less resist the impact of the scattering flames, but it was the strong force of the fireball explosion that affected them. Merlin was not about to stop now. A large fireball had caused injuries on Angus and Lilo, hence he released 2 more fireballs. 2 fist-sized fireballs flew toward the men silently like a quiet ghost. Boom! A fireball penetrated through Lilo's head directly, burning off half his head. Angus managed to block the other fireball with his arm. Upon contact, the horrible heat of the fireball burned Angus' arm right away. Enduring severe pain, Angus jumped on his horse and fled to the opposite direction immediately. It's too late to leave now. Merlin would not let Angus escape. Although Angus rode away quickly, Merlin's fireball flew faster and slammed directly into Angus' thin and defenseless armor. It was directly penetrated by the fireball, and a large hole, the size of a bowl, burned Angus' back. Angus fell from the horse, and there was no more movement. All 3 Thirdelville light swordsmen were dead. The bandits who witnessed the death of their 3 leaders went into chaos. Countless bandits screamed and wailed for retreat. General Pratt seized this opportunity and led the remaining hundreds of knights in the territory to a violent charge. Moments later, at least 500 dead bodies surrounded the castle. Merlin did not continue to fight. Instead, he helped the injured old Wilson into the castle and directed the servants to start clearing the corpses outside. Half an hour later, Pratt returned to the territory with numerous knights. He reached the castle and reported to old Wilson, "Lord Baron, the bandits have been driven off. It's estimated that they'll not pose a threat to the territory within a short period of time." Old Wilson, whose face was as white as a sheet, struggled to sit up and replied coldly, "Any captives?" Pratt nodded in response. Several knights brought more than a dozen wounded captives into the hall and made them kneel in front of old Wilson. Old Wilson narrowed his eyes as he swept his gaze across the dozens of captives. He asked in a deep voice, "Speak only the truth. What conspiracy has the church planned?" The captives exchanged glances at each other before replying cautiously, "Lord Baron, we're not part of the church. We're bandits that loiter on the border between the Kingdom of Black Moon and the Kingdom of Light. A year ago, our leader was killed by the guardians of the church. Later, we've been incorporated into this night troop. Apart from the 200 backbone members of the church, the rest of us are actually just bandits. We know nothing about the church's conspiracy. I heard that the church is going to have a grand operation and will take action on Grand City, Blackwater City, and Root City." The captives looked at old Wilson with pleading eyes after they had finished speaking. "Bring them out and kill them all." Old Wilson's face turned ghastly pale, his tone as cold as ice. Soon, the dozens of captives were taken out by Pratt to be murdered. "Merlin, we must head back to Blackwater City as soon as possible." Old Wilson lifted his head, revealing his tired face, which was washed over with worry and concern. Chapter 41 Second Spell Model. Chapter 41 Second Spell Model. A cavalry group consisted of about 100 knights sped through the wide boulevard, leaving trails of dust and dirt. Merlin, with his eyes closed, was meditating inside the carriage which was traveling among the troop. The mind power should be enough to construct a second spell model. Not bothered at all by the bumpy carriage ride, Merlin opened his eyes, while the corner of his mouth curled into a smile. He was currently following old Wilson's night troop to Blackwater City. Merlin had no idea what old Wilson had guessed from the captive's words, but old Wilson's serious expression at that time revealed he must have understood something. "It's only afternoon now. At this speed, we'll probably arrive in Blackwater City tomorrow morning. I should take advantage of this time to construct Frost's spell model in my awareness," Merlin muttered in a low voice as he drew the curtain and looked at the sky. Merlin spent almost all his time in Blackwater City to meditate. Now, a month later, his mind power had finally increased to the level where he can support a second spell model. Hence, Merlin intended to construct a second spell model in the carriage. From within his arms, Merlin pulled out a few yellowish papers which contained several complicated spell models. These were Frost's which Merlin obtained from Rollin. He had long decided for Frost to be the second spell model to be constructed in his awareness. When his mind power was able to control two spell models, he would then commence to construct it immediately. Activate the matrix. Without hesitation, Merlin activated the matrix. It was crucial in the process of constructing a spell model. Otherwise, with Merlin's current capability, it would require a long duration to construct a stable spell model. The matrix is activated. Please set up a mission. Start analyzing Frost's spell model. Beep. Mission established. Ready to analyze. The matrix had a strong analytical and computational ability. It was also able to analyze spell models with ease. After all, Merlin had analyzed Fireball with the matrix previously. About half an hour later, Merlin could hear the familiar mechanical female voice in his mind. Beep. Analysis completed. A total of 126,541 spell models are analyzed. Merlin nodded silently. This result was within his expectation. Previously, about 180,000 spell models were analyzed for Fireball. Choose 10 most stable spells and compare them to the prototype of Frost. Then, decide on one spell model that's the most stable and most aggressive. After issuing the order, Merlin waited quietly for the Matrix's final choice. Beep. The Matrix has chosen the 6th spell model for you. Immediately, a complicated spell model appeared in Merlin's mind. Any normie with an insufficient level of mind power would instantaneously feel dizzy at the sight of this spell model. However, after a long period of meditation, Merlin's current mind power had increased tremendously for him to be able to control two spell models. He had attained the conditions for constructing a second spell model in his awareness. He closed his eyes and his mind power began to fully construct the spell model by the matrix. Constructing a spell model using mind power required a long duration of at least a few hours. It demanded full concentration and complete usage of mind power to simulate the complex spell models in the awareness. Merlin had experience in constructing a spell model, hence, this time he was familiar with the procedure. Soon, he started utilizing his mind power to carefully construct the spell model. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Merlin was completely immersed in the construction of spell model. He did not feel any discomfort despite the bumpy carriage ride. Boom. Finally, Merlin felt as if there was an explosion in his mind, which was then filled with a cold chilly sensation. A brand new spell model appeared in his awareness. At last, Frost's spell model. With his face full of surprise, Merlin opened his eyes. Slowly, he felt Frost's spell model absorbing the surrounding ice elements in his awareness. Even Merlin, who was wearing a thick coat, could not help but shudder at the cold. The spell models in Merlin's awareness, namely Fireball and Frost, were two spell models which behave opposite of each other. However, the two got along well, rotating slowly as each absorbed their respective elements. Merlin rejoiced secretly. Having two spell models in his awareness was indeed a relatively huge burden for his awareness, but he was able to withstand it thoroughly. Moreover, he could continue meditating to increase his mind power. Eventually, even this dense feeling would disappear. Let me try the power of Frost. Merlin used his mind power to activate the Frost's spell model. Frost. A group of ice crystals appeared immediately on the wooden bracket inside the carriage, wrapping the wooden bracket tightly and emitting a chilling sensation. It looked solid. Fireball. Merlin cast Fireball right after seeing the formation of ice crystals. Using the control of mind power, Merlin moved the fireball under the ice crystal carefully. This group of ice crystals persisted for a while before finally melting into water droplets by the high temperature of Fireball. Merlin was very satisfied, as the purpose of Frost was not to hurt people but to bind the opponent in place. Once frozen by such solid ice crystal, even a third-level elemental swordsman could free from it within seconds. If I've obtained Frost before the bandits' attack, I could kill those 3 third-level light swordsmen in a single blow. Merlin's eyes brimmed with brilliance as he watched water droplets dripping from the ice crystals. Now that he attained a binding spell, his strength was undoubtedly doubled. No matter the number of the low-level elemental swordsmen, they would no longer pose a threat to Merlin. However, Merlin had just constructed Frost's spell model. Now, he was only able to release about 2 or 3 Frosts. Merlin did not continue casting Frost. Instead, he immersed his mind power in the awareness again to carefully examine the changes happening around Frost's spell model. As expected, another gray horizontal frame appeared, just like Fireball. Merlin was overjoyed as he attained his wish to see a gray horizontal frame around Frost's spell model, similar to the horizontal frame in front of Fireball's spell model. In other words, after he released 3 Frosts, he had the opportunity to release a more powerful Frost, Large Frost. Chapter 42 Ambition. Chapter 42 Ambition. The carriage kept on moving. There were sounds of running horses outside. Even if Merlin did not look out of the window, he knew a little that the carriage was going at a great speed from the tremor he felt in the carriage. Clang! Suddenly, the carriage came to a halt. The curtain was pulled open, and a gust of cold wind blew in. Farther. Merlin showed a questioned look because the one who pulled the curtain down was Old Wilson. Old Wilson nodded slightly and climbed into the carriage. His face seemed slightly pale, but he looked much better now. Farther. How's your injury? Merlin looked at Old Wilson's stomach. There was still a cut on his black armor at that area. All right. It's just a cut. Old Wilson paused a little. Then, he raised his head as his eyes stared right at Merlin for a while. He gave a long sigh. Merlin, you've truly grown up, and you can handle the burden of the whole family. There's something I must tell you. Farther, tell me anything. Merlin moved his body and leaned toward the back of the carriage as much as possible. It's about the current matter, the church's grand operation. Do you have any idea what this is? Old Wilson had a serious look. Merlin shook his head naturally. He had guessed this was not something small. If it was, Old Wilson would not go back in a rush, but he did not know what was going on. Usually, Church of Light would have sublime authority in the Kingdom of Light and even in a few other small kingdoms. Everyone believed in God of Light. They were the spiritual leaders of the whole Kingdom of Light. Merlin could not think of a reason why Church of Light would want to snatch Blackwater City, putting in so much effort in the process. Old Wilson said as he shook his head helplessly, "This matter is the most hidden secret amongst secrets in the first place. I only have some guesses these few years, but it seems to me now my guesses are becoming reality. Church of Light's influence in the Kingdom of Light is not the monopolizing force here. There are still the competing influences like the royal family of Light and the nobles. There's a gap between the two forces, but the difference won't be large. However, in these few years, the church has grown too quickly. It has even attracted a bunch of middle-ranked nobles and, in the name of God, rapidly expanded its armed forces. Merlin nodded. The armed forces of Church of Light would most probably be the guardian swordsmen. Even those who were not light swordsmen, if they were willing to seek refuge with the church, they would be allowed to become the church's swordsmen and given a certain amount of help. These swordsmen had nonetheless turned into the church's force. Ambition. Unstoppable ambition. When the church's force has expanded to a certain extent, it has finally exploded. Although I have no way of knowing the situation at other places, I can guess a little. The church's force has a definite advantage. Its action is to overturn the royal family of light and build a new nation reigned by the church. Merlin's expression changed. He thought of some countries in his past life which merged both politics with religion. The aim of Church of Light was also obvious, to merge politics with religion. The church no longer wanted to be only a spiritual leader, but to rule a large nation. The time of change had dawned upon the Kingdom of Light. Seeing Merlin's changing expressions, old Wilson nodded in satisfaction. Then, he said with a bitter smile, "Merlin, there will be chaos in the Kingdom of Light, so we need to get back to Blackwater City as quickly as possible. We have to save all people of the Wilson family." If the church had the ambition just as old Wilson had predicted, then trouble would definitely break out in the Kingdom of Light. Macy, the butler, big-breasted madam, and others were still at Wilson Castle in Blackwater City. They were all people who old Wilson cared about, so they must be saved. Old Wilson did not mention spellcaster all this while, nor did he ask about Merlin's matter as if he had forgotten about this. However, Merlin knew old Wilson did not mention this matter on purpose. At this moment, Merlin felt that it was necessary to explain this to old Wilson. "Father, my teacher is a spellcaster from the Kingdom of Blackmoon, but he's dead now. He was killed by the wizard in the church." Merlin's tone was calm as he explained about the matter regarding Old Man Ether. "Merlin, I've fought for so many years in battle with the Kingdom of Blackmoon. I've also seen their spellcasters. They hold strong yet mysterious power that is above normies. Even the powerful elemental swordsman is nothing in their eyes. Only the wizards in the Inquisitor can compare to them." Old Wilson paused. Following that, he smiled as he continued, "So, I'm proud that you've become a strong spellcaster now. The whole Wilson family is happy for you." After that, old Wilson turned around and alighted from the carriage. Merlin heaved a sigh of relief. Old Wilson had survived the slaughterhouse at that time. No matter if it was the spellcasters of the Kingdom of Blackmoon or wizards of the Inquisitor, he had seen them all. He naturally knew that spellcasters were the true strong ones who held insurmountable power, not the evil heretic described by the church. The understanding of old Wilson had saved Merlin from doing excessive explanation. Merlin pulled the curtain open and saw that the sky had gradually turned dark. Many knights had lit up the fire torch for illumination. With their current speed, even if they continued their journey at night, they would only reach Blackwater City tomorrow. After sitting in the carriage for one whole day and spending a large amount of mind power to simulate the second spell model, Merlin was exhausted. So, he lied in the carriage and closed his eyes to rest. Merlin knew it would not be peaceful when he returned to Blackwater City tomorrow. He had to quickly recover both of his magic power and mind power. The next morning in Blackwater City, snow was falling lightly. There was a layer of frost on the ground which seemed extremely slippery. There were not many people on the street, so it seemed desolate. There were a bunch of people gathered at the city gate. They were all small businessmen and vendors from Blackwater City. They were all prepared to go out of the city and do some business, but the gate remained tightly closed this morning. What's going on? Why isn't the gate open? Last night, many knights seem to have entered the city. I don't know what's going on. When is the gate opening? Many were discussing about this before the gate, but most didn't know what the reason behind the closure of gate was. I'm afraid there may be some big trouble at Blackwater City. Only the smart and experienced ones might have understood some hints from this, so they turned around in a hurry to return home. Chapter 43 Danger at the Castle I. Chapter 43 Danger at the Castle I. In the Castellan's mansion, Castellan Orgerstin, Baron Vingelt, and the white-robed wizard Jason were in a discussion. Wizard Jason, 6 aristocratic families in Blackwater City except for Wilson have arrived. Do we start now? Orgerstin asked calmly. Wizard Jason glanced at Orgerstin and Vingelt without emotion. He said as he waved his hands, "What's the rush? I don't mind telling you now. The robbers who kept disturbing peace in Blackwater City are all from the church. With their attack, the knights of these nobles have gone out of the city to provide protection. Who else do they have in Blackwater City? So, we should give them one more chance. If they're willing to return to God's embrace, then they're still the believers of God of Light. Master Castellan, it's time for you to appear." Orgerstin's expression changed. Even if he had guessed that the robbers outside of Blackwater City were odd, they were truly people sent from the church, now that it was confirmed by Jason. The church had prepared all of this. Wizard Jason, please rest assured. I'll talk to them clearly out there. But Wilson. Speaking of Wilson, Wizard Jason raised his head to look at Vingelt. A cold smile formed on his lips as he said lightly, "Baron Vingelt, I know of your contradiction with Wilson. Now, I'm giving you an opportunity to take revenge. Wilson should be dead by now. His territory will be destroyed as well. So, Wilson Castle should no longer exist. I'll leave this matter to you and will send 2 more guardian swordsmen to you. You should get your man to eliminate everyone in Wilson family." Elation bloomed in Vingelt's heart. His expression turned ferocious as he said in a low pitch, "Wizard Jason, be at rest. Not a person of the Wilson family will exist in Blackwater City from now on." Then Vingelt walked out immediately. His heart was filled with elation. Fighting for so many years with old Wilson, he had resented Wilson to his bone. Now he had the opportunity, why would he let it pass? "Tureth, bring Vingelt knights and the 2 guardian swordsmen Wizard Jason gave you and destroy Wilson Castle. I don't want to see anyone from Wilson family in Blackwater City in the future." Father, please be at rest. Not a person in Wilson Castle can run away from this. However, such a shame this Merlin bastard has gone to Wilson's territory. Otherwise, I'll kill him myself. Tureth was full of resent toward Merlin. Merlin can't survive going to Wilson's territory. He can only die with Wilson. All right, go quickly. Until the matter is settled, the Vingelt family will definitely welcome our most brilliant times. Then, Tureth brought 200 knights and left the Castellan's mansion. Outside of Wilson Castle, 2 guards seemed listless. Both leaned against the door and exchanged words with one another, feeling bored. Suddenly, an extremely luxurious-looking carriage came dashing forward from afar. Its speed was fast and the master of the carriage seemed flustered. The guards immediately stood alert. They both knew the carriage. That was the carriage of young Master Gut, who always stayed together with young Master Merlin. Soon, the luxurious carriage stopped in front of the castle. A fatty jumped off from the carriage and the guards quickly welcomed him. They said respectfully, "Young Master Gut, if you're looking for young Master Merlin, unfortunately, he has left Blackwater City 2 days ago. He went to Sir Baron's territory." To the territory Fatty Gut frowned and seemed extremely anxious. He said in a low voice, "Quick, bring me to young Lady Macy." The guards knew Gut was good friends with Merlin, so they did not stop him and brought him into the castle. Macy was having breakfast when she heard footsteps. She raised her head to see Gut and furrowed her eyebrows. She did not have a good impression of Gut and Anson and had always thought they were bad influences on Merlin. However, Gut did not care about Macy's attitude. Instead, he approached Macy quickly and said in a rush, "Macy, leave Wilson Castle quickly. It's best if you can get out of the city. Go to Baron Wilson's territory and meet with Merlin." "What's wrong, Gut? What happened?" Macy put down the spoon and looked at Gut. The fatty saw Macy's unwillingness to leave and knew he could not convince her to leave immediately unless he explained the matter clearly. So, he could only cut the story short and said, "Trouble. The Church of Light has suddenly launched an attack. They've taken most of the cities in the Kingdom of Light like Grand City, Root City and others under control. They are planning to overturn the royal family. The Dudland family has business all over the Kingdom of Light, so our news came earlier than others. Blackwater City should be one of the Church's aim, so even the city gate is closed this morning. You and the Wilson family are in most danger. Baron Wilson comes from the army, and he swore loyalty to the royal family. The Church will not let him go easily. Moreover, I heard that Castellan Augustin of Blackwater City and the Vingult family have sought refuge with the Church. Seeing their issue with the Wilson family, they won't let Wilson Castle off." Gut told her every news he had received without thinking. He spoke too fast that he could not catch his breath. His face was red and he seemed exhausted. Mace's face turned pale instantaneously. She took a step forward quickly. Shaking, she asked softly, "Gut, then what about Father and Merlin? Are they in danger?" Gut caught his breath and shook his head. "No news has come to me about Baron Wilson and Merlin yet. The gate is closed now. No one is allowed to enter or exit. I also came to notify you hurriedly right after I received the news. The most important thing is your safety now. Even you can't go out of the city. You must not stay in Wilson Castle." Gut paused and bit his lips. His expressions kept changing as if he was making some decisions in his head. After a long pause, he raised his head and said as he bit his lips, "No matter what, you can't stay in Wilson Castle any longer. Macy, 5 is the maximum. 5 of you must leave Wilson Castle immediately in my carriage. I'll send you to a safe place. When the situation in Blackwater City becomes calmer, I'll think of a way to send you out of the city." It could be seen that Gut's move was extremely risky. Without caution, he would be involved in this matter as well. Macy took a glance at the butler. At this time, she still needed the butler's decision. The butler looked at red-faced Gut and bowed deeply to him. "Thank you, young Master Gut. You're willing to take such a big risk to save us. Wilson family will forever remember your deed. Young Lady Macy, young Master Gut is right. We must leave the castle as soon as possible now." Gut nodded. "All right. Get ready. I'll be waiting for you in the carriage." The fatty turned around. When he was about to return to his carriage, a bunch of ferocious knights came directly toward Wilson Castle. "It's not good. Turath has brought his men here, it's finished. Even I can't get away with it now. In an instant, Gut's expression turned ashen, and his eyes filled with terror. Chapter 44 Danger at the Castle I. Chapter 44 Danger at the Castle Roman 2. Turath came with his men in great force. There were originally 200 heavy-armored knights at Wilson Castle, but they were brought away by Pratt. Other than the heavy-armored knights, there were still some normal knights around, but Merlin brought dozens of them away to the territory as well. Thus, Wilson Castle's defense was almost at zero now. Only a few servants and knights were left. They could not stop Turath at all. Kill them. Turath looked at the old castle, his gaze full of killing intent. He led hundreds of knights and crashed into Wilson Castle. Without saying a word, he raised his sword and slashed it on the guards and servants in the castle. A moment later, the smell of blood filled the air. Even Macy and others who were in the hall could smell the thick bloody stench. Mace's expression was sullen, while Gut was ashen. He murmured lowly, "I didn't imagine Turath to be so ruthless. This is eliminating the Wilson family." "Young Lady Macy, young Master Gut, come with me quickly, otherwise Turath will find us," the butler said in a deep voice. Now that Wilson Castle had no defending forces, if they did not hide now, they were only waiting to be killed by Turath. So, the butler brought Gut, Macy, and big-breasted Madam directly into old Wilson's room and quickly triggered the switch. Vroom! An oval-shaped passage appeared in the room. "Go in quickly. This is the basement built by Sir Baron when he took Military Fortress as a reference. Hiding in there is very safe. Turath won't be able to find this in a while," the butler pressed on. Macy was a little curious. She had lived for many years in Wilson Castle, but she did not know there was such a secretive basement in it. Gut went into the passage first, followed by Macy, big-breasted Madam, and the butler. After all of them had entered the passage, the butler lightly closed the entrance. Wilson Castle had almost become a living hell. Blood was everywhere. Up to hundreds of servants had fallen under the swords of knights led by Turath. Turath walked into the hall to see no one was in there. "Search for me. Merlin's not in the castle, but Macy surely is," Turath ordered his subordinates when Macy was not in sight. He knew immediately she had hidden. Thus the knights carefully searched Wilson Castle. Merlin woke up from his sleep. He pulled the curtain open slightly and found the sky was already bright. There was a moist feeling in the air. Without him noticing, it was already morning. "Moss, where are we now?" Merlin asked Moss. Moss turned his head around lightly. He looked rather pale and his eyes were puffy red. He seemed extremely exhausted. Moss had followed the knight's unit, rushing through the night. Of course, he was exhausted now. "Young Master Merlin will probably reach Blackwater City in an hour," Moss said softly. In an hour? Merlin frowned slightly. Today was the day the castellan had gathered all the nobles. If they were a step ahead of him and controlled the whole situation in Blackwater City, that would not end in a good way. Merlin was more worried about the safety in Wilson Castle. However, this was already their greatest speed. There was no use in getting anxious now. Merlin then stayed quietly in the carriage and checked the changes in his awareness. The frost he had simulated in his awareness yesterday had accumulated enough ice element after one night. According to Merlin's estimation, he could continuously cast 3 frosts now. 3 times. It's more than enough. Merlin understood clearly the effect of frost. It was not an attack spell but simply a binding spell. It did not need to be cast for many times as long as its binding force was great enough. In terms of attack, he still needed to rely on Fireball. Meanwhile, after months of preparation, the magic power in Fireball had increased tremendously. He could cast Fireball for near 20 times without stopping. Moreover, he still had the bell pendant with him that could release 18 large fireballs. This was also Merlin's most reliable trump card that he would not use easily. In addition, after one night's rest, his mind power was basically recovered as well. Merlin was at his best condition right now. "I hope Macy is all right," Merlin murmured softly. Under his calm gaze, a hint of sharpness flashed by. An hour later, he could already see the tall wall of Blackwater City. Looking from afar, there were archers gathered all over the walls while the city gate remained tightly closed. "Not good. The church has moved." Old Wilson waved his hand. The darting knight's unit immediately halted. His stare was set upon Blackwater City silently. The gate, which was supposed to be open by now, remained closed. The city gate would be closed only during an emergency. Some changes must have occurred in Blackwater City by now. Old Wilson raised his head to look at the people on the wall. Looking at their clothes, they should be from the city defense troop. "Sir Baron, what should we do?" General Pratt also came to Old Wilson's side, staring at the closed gate. He seemed clueless as to what they should do as well. "We're still one step late." Old Wilson shook his head helplessly. His original thought was to return to Blackwater City before the church had made its move. Maybe the gate had not been closed at that moment. However, he was still one step late after all. The gate had been controlled by the church. Old Wilson held his fist tight. His eyes were red and he was unsatisfied. However, the gate had been closed. If they did not have a large machine to attack the city, they could not break through the city gate at all. Unless there's a strong spell caster to blast the gate open with a spell. Old Wilson jumped at the thought. He suddenly recalled the strong spellcasters from the Kingdom of Black Moon back in the slaughterhouse where a terrifying spell fell upon them. Even the strongest fortress could be blasted off in an instant, not to mention this gate. "Quick, get Merlin." Old Wilson immediately remembered Merlin, who was a spellcaster. Soon, Pratt brought Merlin to Old Wilson's side. Old Wilson pointed to the gate and said in a low voice, "Merlin, can you blast the gate open? If you can't, then we can't enter the city and we can only retreat to our territory. I'm afraid Macy and the others will be in danger then." Old Wilson stared at Merlin with anticipation. Merlin squinted his eyes and observed for a while. Then he nodded lightly and said in a calm tone, "Let me try." Merlin did not have full confidence that he could blast this sturdy gate open. Chapter 45 Fierce Battle at Blackwater City I. Chapter 45 Fierce Battle at Blackwater City I. Old Wilson found a few knights. They held shields in their hands as they protected Merlin while approaching the gate. "Let's try it." With only a thought, Merlin cast a fist-sized fireball instantly. This was only a normal fireball. Merlin only wanted to test how sturdy this gate really was. Go along with Merlin's yell, the fireball immediately flew toward the gate. Tusk, tusk, tusk. The fireball crashed into the gate. Merlin did not cause the fireball to explode. Facing such a sturdy gate, the little fireball surely could not blast the gate off, so it could only burn a hole in the gate with its high heat. However, this gate was exceptionally sturdy. Since the city gate was the last barrier to enter the city, its level of sturdiness was top-notch. Therefore, Merlin's fireball only left a half-inch deep hole in the gate, unable to burn through the gate. I can't do it in one go. Then, I'll do it in the second and third try. Merlin did not give up. Although the fireball did not work earlier, it had an effect on the gate. As long as he continued to cast fireball, he would definitely be able to burn a hole through it. Swish! Another 2 fireballs flew toward the gate at an incredible speed. At the same place the first fireball had burnt, they began to melt the gate again. At that moment, the sturdy gate began to drip liquid iron. Psst! Finally, under the melting of 2 fireballs, a fist-sized hole was burnt through the gate. Merlin showed a hint of elation on his face. At this moment, since he had already cast 3 fireballs, he could cast a large fireball now. Large fireball. Merlin did not hesitate at all. A gigantic fireball appeared out of thin air. One look at it could induce terror in people's heart. Swoosh! The large fireball darted toward the gate and flew directly at the small hole on the gate. Boom! The force of the large fireball was numerous times bigger than the normal fireball. This explosion even released a terrifying power. Infinite heat rapidly spread through the sides along the hole. In a while, a huge hole of human's height was burnt through the strong gate. Old Wilson was poised since the beginning. Seeing the gate had actually blasted open by Merlin, he was filled with elation and immediately raised his sword. He shouted, "In the name of Knight's glory, charge! In the name of Knight's glory, charge!" 200 heavy-armored knights behind Old Wilson and 600 normal knights yelled all at once. Their voice was filled with killing intent. Vroom! This was the sound of running knights. It was as if the mountain had crashed and the earth had split. The whole city gate seemed to tremble. Old Wilson was riding in front. A thick flame appeared around him, and his whole figure seemed to be engulfed in flames. He led a large number of knights and dashed through the hole into Blackwater City. Soon, the gate was opened. The Knights unit led by Old Wilson defeated the city defense troop near the gate with overwhelming spirit. The Knights of City Defense Troop might have some combat ability, but they had no way to block the heavy-armored knights led by Old Wilson. Merlin followed behind the Knights unit. He was a little relieved that he had chosen Fireball as his first spell model back then. Otherwise, no matter if it was Frost or Whirlwind, he could not blast the gate open. The battle at the gate soon came to a pause. Most of the knights from City Defense Troop had run away, but Old Wilson did not chase after them. Instead, he approached Merlin and said in a serious tone, "Merlin, I'm letting Pratt follow you. Bring 300 knights to Wilson Castle and save Macy and the others. I'll lead the rest to Castellan's mansion and kill Augustin." Old Wilson would not let Augustin, who colluded with the church, go easily. He had to lead the heavy-armored knights to attack Castellan's mansion. Merlin thought for a bit, then shook his head. "Father, I'll only bring 100 knights. You're going to Castellan's mansion, where it's heavily guarded. Augustin's knights from the City Defense Troop must be there." Old Wilson thought about it before agreeing to that. Then, he led 700 knights and rushed to Castellan's mansion. "Uncle Pratt, let the knights get ready for battle. It's possible we may get into trouble." A hint of seriousness flashed in Merlin's eyes. In Wilson Castle, up to hundreds of servants had been killed. Regardless of whether they were men, women, the elderly or children, they had not escaped death. Many bodies laid around randomly on the floor. The bloody stench spread throughout the place that even someone from afar could smell it. At this moment, Tureth was sitting on a chair in the castle. He frowned and had a dark look on him because he had only found servants after searching the entire Wilson Castle. Macy and the others could not be found at all. Could it be that they ran away? Turath doubted. He then ordered his subordinate to bring a servant to him. He asked the trembling servant who kneeled on the ground, "Where's Macy?" The servant looked at Turath and replied cautiously, "I really don't know where young Lady Macy is." "Don't know?" Turath stood up and raised the sword. Without hesitation, he pierced the servant's chest in one slash. "Bring the next one." Turath showed a cruel smile, then let his subordinate to bring another maid. This maid was truly horrified, seeing many bodies on the floor. Without waiting for Turath to ask, she stuttered, "I saw the butler bringing young Lady Macy and the others to Sir Baron's room." "Good. Lead the way." Turath immediately stood up and let the maid lead the way. Soon, Turath was in Baron Old Wilson's room. He looked around and smiled coldly. "They must be hiding in this room. Search." Immediately, numerous knights came into Old Wilson's room and began to search all over the place. At the same time, Macy and the rest who were waiting in the basement had all come near the entrance of the basement. They leaned close to the wall and could hear faint footsteps on the other side of the wall. Macy and the butler exchanged a glance. Macy even unsheathed her sword without a sound. She took a deep breath as she held the sword. She had finished the preparation for battle. Among them, the only one with combat ability was Macy. Even though Old Wilson's gear was secretive, Turath had brought many people to search for them, and they would soon find it. At that time, they could only die to try to escape. "Butler, if Turath found the door later, I'll block him." "Bring Mother and Gut out of Wilson Castle," Macy said in a low voice. At this moment, she was a little depressed. If she had become an elemental swordsman, she would still have a slim chance to survive. At least she could cover for the butler to bring her Mother and Gut to escape. However, once they were found by Turath, they had almost no hope to survive. Boom! Suddenly, the whole ground of Wilson Castle trembled slightly. The dust on the wall peeled off and fell all over the ground. "What's going on?" Turath raised his head with a slightly changed expression. His gaze shot right out of Wilson Castle. Chapter 46 Fierce Battle at Blackwater City AI. Chapter 46 Fierce Battle at Blackwater City Roman 2. Merlin was not adept at riding horses, so he sat in the carriage. He pulled the curtain open and stared forward directly. Wilson Castle could already be seen from far away. Suddenly, a thick smell of blood hit him as the cold wind blew. Merlin's expression changed and immediately jumped off the carriage. He said to Pratt, "Uncle Pratt, let's stop first." At this time, the bloody stench had obviously hit Pratt as well. His expression turned grim. "This direction. It's Wilson Castle." After identifying the direction where the stench was coming from, Merlin could not wait any longer. He dashed forward and arrived before Wilson Castle in one breath. At his current position, he could see many horrifying bodies lying around in the castle. They were the servants and guards whom he was very familiar with in Wilson Castle. "Damn it," Merlin cursed. With Pratt, he strode into the castle. Merlin, you went dead. You even came back." Turath brought his men out of the castle quickly and met Merlin. Both sides had drawn their swords. The atmosphere was tense. "Turath, where's Macy?" Merlin's face was grim. He scanned the bodies on the ground and did not find Macy's. Turath did not answer. Instead, he showed a hint of excitement. He quickly pointed to Merlin as he said to the white-robed men who wore silver armor beside him, 2 guardian swordsmen, "He's Wilson's son." These two white-robed men were the guardian swordsmen sent by wizard Jason. They exchanged a glance and howled in a deep voice, "Kill him." Once, the guardian swordsmen emitted white light. They were surprisingly two versatile light swordsmen. They came aiming at Merlin directly. Upon seeing the horrible sight of bodies around Wilson Castle, Merlin was already boiling with a killing intent. His eyes stared deadly at Tureth without even sparing a glance at the guardian swordsman. "Get out of my way!" Merlin took a big stride toward Tureth. Since he had practiced the posture of the mysterious relief sculpture, his physical attribute was not any less compared to a versatile elemental swordsman, possibly even stronger. Thus, his speed was remarkable. A few steps already covered a few meters distance. The guardian swordsman showed a hint of surprise. They could feel that Merlin was not an elemental swordsman, but his physical attribute had gone beyond their imagination. However, the next event surprised them even more. Merlin curled his hands and two fist-sized flames appeared suddenly in his hands. Swoosh! Merlin pointed with his finger and the fireballs flashed slightly and made strokes of shadows in the air. At incredible speed, they headed straight toward the guardian swordsman. Not good. It's the spell of evil heretic. The guardian swordsmen were still considered knowledgeable. They immediately recognized the fireballs released by Merlin was a spell, but they were already too late in dodging the fireballs. Along with the growth of Merlin's mind power, he had gradually mastered the control of fireball. His fireball could come and go like a shadow as he pleased. Once fireball had been cast, even a third-level elemental swordsman could not dodge it. Then, how could two versatile elemental swordsmen dodge it? Bang bang! Two fireballs landed a solid crash on the guardian swordsman's chest. Their light armor could not defend them against the terrifying heat from the fireballs. Thus, a bloody hole was burnt through their chests by the fireball. The light element within them immediately disappeared, while their bodies fell onto the ground heavily. This happened in the blink of an eye. Two strong guardian swordsmen had died, while Merlin's figure did not even pause and continued to dash toward Tureth. Tureth was already dumbfounded. It was the knights beside him, albeit scared, bravely blocked in front of him and prepared to protect Tureth. As for these knights who were not even elemental swordsmen, Merlin did not bother to waste his magic power. He attacked the knights beside Tureth with his punch, which was like the wind. Merlin's physical attribute was near to the best of a versatile elemental swordsman. Naturally, it was easy to defeat the knights. There was no one beside to protect Tureth now. Merlin's gaze set upon Tureth. "Tureth, where's Macy?" Merlin approached Tureth step by step as he asked in a cold tone. At the same time, a fireball emitting horrifying heat appeared out of thin air in front of him and floated silently in the air. Looking at this fireball, Tureth's face turned pale and stared at Merlin in fear. He did not know what he should do now. When Merlin wanted to grab Tureth and questioned him, many knights suddenly came into the castle, yelling as they charged toward Merlin. Tureth had brought 200 knights. In number, it was more than the number of knights Merlin had brought. However, he did not care at all. Looking at the charging knights, a cold hint of killing intent flashed in his gaze. "Explode!" Merlin pointed at the few knights in front, and the floating fireball quickly flew forward. It then exploded according to Merlin's mind power. The fist-like fireball released a strong impact. The knights who were closest to it were directly blown off, and they fell to the ground, their armors crumbled completely. Meanwhile, the knights who were further away were burnt by the remaining flames after the fireball had exploded. All of them laid on the ground and howled in pain. At the same time, Pratt also pulled out his sword. With a loud howl, he led 100 knights and dashed toward Tureth's knights. Even though they were less in number, their spirit was high. Moreover, they were supported by Merlin's fireball. In great force, they defeated Tureth's knights, leaving them with many casualties. Only a small number of people ran away from Wilson Castle. In Wilson Castle, it was covered with bodies of Tureth's knights and servants of the castle. Many bodies were mixed together, transforming the whole Wilson Castle into a living hell. Young Master Merlin. Pratt walked forward in large stride. His armor had already turned bright red. His face stained with blood as well. It was not known whether the blood was from Pratt or his enemy. Have you found her? Young Master Merlin, I've looked all over the place. Young Lady Macy, the butler and Madame's bodies are not found throughout the castle. Pratt smiled. As long as they did not find the bodies, that proved Macy and others were still alive. Tureth was lying on the ground at this moment. His expression was ashen because he had become Merlin's captive. Merlin looked at Tureth, flashing a cold smile at him. He turned around and said to Pratt, Uncle Pratt, I'll leave Tureth with you. He. Be at rest, young Master Merlin. 148 lives of Wilson Castle. I'll collect that debt from him. Tureth's blood-stained face also flashed a gruesome smile. Merlin did not care about Tureth anymore. He headed straight toward old Wilson's room. In his heart, he had already guessed the place where Macy and others were hiding at. Why isn't there any sound? Macy, who was still hiding in the basement, asked softly. She had heard the footsteps out there earlier, but all of them had disappeared suddenly. The butler thought for a while before saying, Young Lady Macy, we should wait a little longer. Maybe some changes have occurred, and they have left temporarily. We should not be rash. Staying here is the safest. Macy nodded too. The heart that had jumped to her throat had gradually relaxed as well. Kachak. Right at this moment, the entrance of the basement before Macy opened slowly. Not good. We're found. Macy took a deep breath, then raised her sword up high. She would fight for their lives. A figure slowly walked into the passage. Macy did not hesitate any longer. When the passage was opened, her sword also slashed toward the figure fiercely. End Vol 1 Part 1.